Lord, you know better than we know ourselves that we're conducting important work for the people of West Virginia. Keep us from the fatal habit of thinking we should say something on every subject and on every occasion. Release us from craving to straighten out everyone else's opinions. Make us thoughtful, but not moody, helpful, but not bossy. And with our vast store of wisdom, it seems a pity not to use it all. But then again, we will need a few friends in the end. Keep our minds free from the recital of endless details and give us wings to get to the point. Seal our lips on our complaints because they are increasing and the love of rehearsing them becomes sweeter as the days go by. We dare not ask for grace enough to enjoy the complaints of others, but help us endure them with patience. We dare not ask for improved memories, but for a growing humility and reduced sureness when our memories or our opinions clash with those of others. Teach us the glorious lesson that occasionally we might be wrong. Keep us reasonably sweet. We should not act like saints. Some of them are so hard to live with. And a sour person is one of the crowning works of the devil. Give us the ability to see good things in unexpected places and talents in unexpected people. And give us, O Lord, the grace to tell them so. You have blessed our state with a beauty that's almost heaven. Grant us the desire to honor others with all of your heavenly love. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance today by the gentleman of the 7th District, Delegate Sheedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me today in pledging to the greatest nation on the face of the earth from the greatest state of the Union. Mountaineers are always free. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Monday, February 26, 2024.
Chairman of the 41st, Delegate Maynard.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
Gentleman from the 41st, ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 96th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Rules Committee met and moved committee substitute for Senate Bill 754, House Bill 4700, and committee substitute for House Bill 5351 to House calendar. And we moved committee substitute for House Bill 5180, committee substitute for House Bill 5345, and committee substitute for House Bill 5137 to special calendar.
Introductions. Gentleman from the 93rd, Delegate Hornby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the North Gallery, if you would please welcome, if you'd stand, all the leadership Berkeley folks on behalf of all the constituents from Berkeley County. They made the ride down. They're staying the night. So please give them a warm welcome.
I'm pleased today to have an introduction. My daughter Sarah and my grandson Amos are in the North Gallery. If they could please stand and the House make them feel welcome. Delegate from the 6th, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you turn your attention to the North Gallery, we have students here from Marshall County with our Youth in Government program, and Delegate Sheedy and I would like to recognize them. From Cameron, we have Addison Stone. Go ahead, there you go. Kendra Thomas, Ty Mason, Bailey Long, Aston Anderson, Kennedy Lilly. From Moundsville, we have Brady Dorsey and her mom Stephanie Dorsey. We have Apollo Miller, Jacob Butt, Jackson Tyrell, Ada Wood, Emily McBee, and with them is Valerie Yarnell, one of the best youth in government chaperones that we've ever had. And from Sherrard Middle School, my middle school. We have Robbie Savorsa, Rico Beveridge, Allison Twig, Emily Gatz, and 3 of my students, the ones that make my job the best in the world. Reed Hamrick, Gianna Polsinelli, and Taylor Newman. Chaperones with them today, a lifelong friend of mine, a great man, a great friend, a great father, Justin Hamrick. And another colleague on the other end, Dan Gatz, another great father, great teacher, great friend, and a 6-time History Bowl coach champion. Please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 11th, Delegate Fehrenbacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Today I have the pleasure of introducing a couple of leaders from West Virginia University at Parkersburg. I'd ask them to stand up there in the West Gallery. Dr. Tori Jackson, President, and Dr. David Lancaster, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Please give them a warm welcome.
The gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I direct your attention to the South Gallery for Concord Day today. We have some special guests from the Student Government Association. Please stand when I call your name. Amber Lee Wilson, Taylor Brown, Brooke Sears, and John Hill. Please give them a round of applause.
The gentleman from the 83rd, Delegate Street.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure which gallery they're in, maybe the West Gallery, but we have a pack of Preston County students down here today for Youth and Government Day. And, you know, coming all the way down from the great land of Preston, we have very good residents up there that come down here an awful lot. Could you all make them please feel welcome?
The gentleman from the 85th, Delegate Hott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to direct everyone's attention directly behind me in the South Gallery. I can't help but get excited because it's so very rare that I get visitors down here because of the distance and the travel. But today, we have representatives from my area, Youth and Government, with their teachers, and if they would all rise as I introduce them, Ashley Shreve and Tiffany Parker, who are accompanied by some very amazing young people. Kirsten Reel, Emma Conrad, Madeline Jimerson, Whitney Stewart, Abigail Nettles, Kinsley Kreitz, Madison Hedrick, Ruby Mungold, Kirsten Hall, Katie Roball, Mackenzie Combs, and Chloe Tilley. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
Gentleman to 43rd, Delegate Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and the delegates from Raleigh County, we have individuals here today for Youth and Government, and they're in the North Gallery. Chaperones Bernie and Valerie Bostic, if they'd stand up. Becca Stratton Middle School, Tyler Shepard and Levi McCormick. Park Middle School, Breland Stone, Raglan Hauk, and Sebastian Colvert. From Trap Hill Middle School, Ava Hamrick and Clay Fisher. If they'd all stand in the House, please give them a warm welcome.
Gentleman to 46, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Longenacre and I have a page today. If he'll stand, Daniel Patrick Seams, who is a student at Eastern Greenbrier Middle School. He's here today with his father up in our South Gallery. If he'll stand, Danny Seams. Will the House please make them welcome?
Gentleman to 44th, Delegate Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I have the privilege and the honor of having two very special pages with me here this morning. My son, Eli Bridges Kirby, my niece, Grace Kirby, and they are accompanied by my father, Stephen Kirby, who is in the South Gallery, and my mother, Beverly, who is watching at home. If you could please give them a warm welcome this morning.
Gentleman to 28, Doug Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged today to have with me 3 pages from Wayne Middle School, if they would stand as I call their name. I have Jackson Sowards, Eli Staley, Case Gilkerson. In the South Gallery, we have their parents and grandparents, Jake Gilkerson, Lori and Aaron Staley, and Peggy Sowards. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
Do we have other introductions? Chair is pleased to announce some pages today from Calhoun County visiting with us today from Little Canal Valley Christian School. We have Braden Farrell, Samuel Snyder, Mia Wolford, and from Calhoun Middle High School we have Ellie Hall, Bristol Hoskins, Reagan Morgan, Keegan Sampson, Haley Nichols, Liam Staten, Cameron Parsons, and Sam Bailey. Let's welcome them today too. Other introductions. Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 529, including Salem University in Promise Scholarship Program, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, and with the recommendation that second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed with.
Report will be received. Are there objections to that second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed with? Chair hears no objection. That reference will be dispensed with. Bill will be placed upon the counter. Next report.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 164 relating generally to trespassing, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 370, updating Public Employees Grievance Board procedure that certain decisions be appealed to Intermediate Court of Appeals, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 451, directing Prosecuting Attorneys Institute to make training available to certain new prosecuting attorneys, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 539, creating cold case database, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that they each do pass as amended.
Report to be received. Other standing committee reports, select committee reports, executive messages, Senate messages.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed without amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 4809, Healthcare Sharing Ministries Freedom to Share Act.
Message be received.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed Senate Bill 172, revising requirements of local school improvement councils.
Message be received.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed the following bills. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 190, modifying definition of sexual contact.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 442, providing for immunity for mental health providers who are involved in mental hygiene checks.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 568, creating multi-tiered system for school absenteeism.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 575, Assisted Reproduction Act.
That message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 583, relating to employer liability and damages in civil actions involving commercial motor vehicles.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 725, clarifying conditions for pretrial release and maximum bail amount for certain defendants.
That message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 751, creating online charitable raffles.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 774, Mountain Bike Responsibility Act.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 786 relating to massage therapy establishments.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 791 modifying membership requirements of Medical Services Fund Advisory Council.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Health.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 819 modifying requirements for public water systems or businesses having backflow preventers.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 842 modifying training requirements for county boards of education members.
Message be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 848 creating special revenue account within Department of Health.
Message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 851 establishing requirements for contingency fee agreements between political subdivisions and private attorneys.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 859 limiting requirements for issuance of professional teaching certificate.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 861 increasing support and professional development for educators.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 865 changing reference to Curator of Department of Arts, Culture, and History to Secretary.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Senate Bill 872 relating to county fire service fees.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 873 schedule for tax installment payments.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Other Senate messages at this time, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 92.
Gentleman 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The gentleman asks unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and deferred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Petitions, bills introduced, motions. Gentleman from 54th Douglas Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as a sponsor to House Bill 5565.
5565. Is there space available on the bill?
Yes.
There is space available on the bill. Are there objections? Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentlemen's name will be so added. Gentleman to 16th Douglas Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to be added to House Bill as co-sponsor 4919.
4919. Is there space available on the bill? Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman's name will be so added. Gentleman to 25th Douglas Hornbuckle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to be added to House Bill 5565 if there's enough room.
5565. There is space available on the bill. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman will be so added. Gentleman to 57th Douglas Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to be added to House Bill 5565 if there's room.
There is still space on the bill. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman will be so added. Other motions? Other motions? Unfinished business?
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 4.
Gentleman 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions on unfinished business that we postpone action one day.
Gentleman from 96th asks unanimous consent that action on all items of unfinished business be postponed by one day. Are there objections? No objections are heard. All items of unfinished business will be postponed by one day. Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 631 prohibiting municipalities from disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read in full? No objections are heard. Gentleman to 72nd Douglas Riley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the amendment we adopted yesterday, this bill primarily does two things. It requires that a municipality or municipal stormwater utility form a municipal stormwater appeals board and allows for new applicants that may appeal their estimated residential usage to the appeal board. The second item is if the utility intends to shut off water service for non-payment of stormwater, they have to meet 5 conditions. First, the water service and stormwater service must be in the name of the same user. Second, any charges that are incurred are 90 days past due. Third, the provider has gotten a written notice of termination at least 10 days in advance of the termination and offered to enter into a deferred payment plan. 4, the provider has attempted to make personal calls at least 2 times in the past 24 hours prior to termination. And 5, if the applicant has entered into a deferred payment plan, they must be out of compliance with the payment plan in order to have it terminated. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman with 52nd, Nugget Row.
Would the gentleman answer a few questions?
Yes.
I think that the amendment does change the bill, and I was concerned in committee about whether or not the bill would cause all of the lease agreements to have to be rewritten to make it clear as to who had to pay for the storm sewer fees. But that, with the amendment on the bill, that's not a concern now, correct?
So if they were going to terminate service, the water service and the stormwater utility would have to be in the same name of the owner, the applicant, the leaseholder, whoever it would be.
Well, now, what were the 5 elements?
So there are 5 elements. 1, the water service and stormwater service must be in the same name. 2nd, the charges must be 90 days past due. 3rd, they must provide a written notice at least 10 days prior and offer into a deferred payment plan. Or that was 3. 4, the provider has attempted to make personal contact at least 2 times prior to termination within 24 hours before termination. And 5, if they've entered into a deferred payment plan, they must be out of compliance with that deferred payment plan.
But as I understand those points, if the lease currently says it wouldn't have to be amended if the lease said that the tenant is to pay the water bill and the storm service fee.
That would be up to the renter and the leasee and leaseor.
So under the amendment that we have, we don't have to have every lease rewritten now.
No.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman with the 97th, Nugget Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my friend from Harrison. This bill is a bill that I introduced on the House side. It was also a version introduced on the Senate side. The bill doesn't quite accomplish what I was trying to do when I first came down here, but with a little bit of an enlightenment from my friend from Harrison County, it is a fiscally responsible way to approach this. We have some municipalities who are being very heavy-handed with the stormwater management fees and disconnections and also with the fees that are charged. So those municipalities did a good job of doing what they should do. When that money was made available and that revenue source became available, they immediately encumbered it. And if you're any type of governing body and you get a revenue source, that's what you should do. So with that being said, some of the municipalities have encumbered some of that money into their bond agreements and their bond declarations. So we felt that this would be a fiscally responsible way to make sure that we're taking care of the municipalities, but still giving some relief to our constituents who are in some of these municipalities who are acting very heavy-handedly. So thank you to the gentleman from the Harrison County who helped me on this and helped me see the light. And with that, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 631, prohibiting municipalities from disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4507, creating a tax credit for improving facades in historic districts.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 12th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code by adding 2 sections, providing for reduced income tax liability when replacing the facade of a non-historical building in a historical district. The reduction in income tax liability is equal to 25% of the cost to replace the facade of the building. The replacement facade must complement the facades of the historical buildings in the district and not degrade the facades of the historical buildings in the district. The bill requiring the facade replacements reviewed by the State Historical Preservation Officer, similar to the review process currently required in the historical rehabilitation tax credits. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4507, creating a tax credit for improving facades in historic districts.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4548, relating to authorizing application of the manufacturing investment tax credit and the manufacturing property tax adjustment credit against personal income tax.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman to 72nd, Delegate Riley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this bill would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code to authorize certain manufacturing tax credits be applied toward a taxpayer's West Virginia personal income tax liability. The current law provides for manufacturing investment tax credits, which authorizes the tax credit for a qualified manufacturing investment against a severance tax and corporate net income tax liability. The amount of the tax credit depends on the useful life of the property purchased for manufacturing and ranges from 33 1/3% of the cost of the property for a useful life of 4 to 6 years to 100% of the cost of the property for the useful life of 8 years. Current law allows also provides for the West Virginia Manufacturing Property Tax Adjustment Credit, which authorizes the tax credit on a manufacturing inventory against corporate net income tax liability. Current law does not authorize either credit to be applied towards the West Virginia personal income tax liability. This bill would authorize a credit towards the West Virginia personal income tax liability for, one, owners of a limited liability company, small business corporation, or partnership on income derived from the manufacturing activity in proportion to the individual owner's interest in the company, corporation, or partnership. And two, owners of a sole proprietorship in proportion to the owner's individual interest in sole proprietorship. Any credit applied to the West Virginia personal income tax liability provided in this bill would be after a credit is applied towards the tax liabilities that are provided in the current statute. I urge adoption.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4548, relating to authorizing application of the manufacturing investment tax credit and the manufacturing property tax adjustment credit against personal income tax.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4549, relating to consumers' sales and service tax and use tax exemption for certain goods to be incorporated into a qualified new or expanded warehouse or distribution facility.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman to 72nd, Delegate Riley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend provisions of West Virginia Code relating to the exemptions from a consumer sales and service tax and use tax for qualified purchases for a qualified new or expanded warehouse. The current law requires the warehouse distribution facility to employ 300 or more West Virginia residents after its construction. This bill would reduce the requirement to 50 or more West Virginia residents. The other eligibility requirements include the construction or expansion cost at least $50 million, and that remains unchanged. I urge adoption.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of 98, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So you mentioned that this will change the number of employees required to 50. Is that directly associated with for example, if there was an expansion, would that apply solely to the expansion, or is that for like the total employment with the project?
Total employees, sir, based upon the expansion. Total employees, new employees.
That would be
50 new employees.
50 new employees.
Thank you, sorry.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Gentleman of 52nd Nugget Road.
Thank you. Would you entertain another question, sir?
Yes.
Now, there's a $50 million provision in here. What does that apply to, especially if we were getting an expansion of the warehouse?
The investment would have to be in excess of $50 million for the expansion in order to qualify for this credit.
And under current law, it would be plus 300 employees, but under this, it would be 50.
Correct. They both require, current law and the future law would require a $50 million expansion. The number of employees, current code is 300. This would modify it to 50.
Now, would that be 50 new employees or just maintaining 50 you've already had?
50 new employees.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Does the gentleman of the 72nd wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4549 relating to consumers' sales and service tax and use tax exemption for certain goods to be incorporated into a qualified new or expanded warehouse or distribution facility.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Revised committee substitute for House Bill 4621 relating to the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation posting booking photographs of an accused person.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 51st to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the West Virginia Code to prohibit the public dissemination or publishing of a booking photo with outlined exceptions. It also requires websites that profit from the publication of booking photos to remove these postings or face civil penalties at certain times. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman 42nd, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think it's kind of alarming that we are okay with taking people's DNA, but we're not okay with mugshots. To me, the whole purpose of a mugshot is twofold. One, to inform the public of what's going on in their community, to let people know who's in custody and why they're in custody and what they're charged with. The other thing is to protect the defendant, so that the world knows that that defendant is in custody. If we look at the state of our jails and prisons right now, and I'm not saying this to detract from the work we've done in the last couple years to greatly try to improve the conditions in our jails and prisons, but we still have issues, and we're going to have issues for a while until the personnel issues catch up. And what I see back home are folks who have their kids, their nephews, their uncles, their sons, their daughters, their moms, their dads, go to jail for some minor offense. They're there for a couple days, supposed to be there for a couple days, wind up dead, wind up getting beaten to death. Those families aren't afraid to have those mug shots. Those families want to know where their child is. Those families want to know where their dad is. It's not infringing upon that person's right. Now, let's also remember, in order for this person to be in jail, there had to be an arrest based upon probable cause and a presentation to a magistrate to set bond. Now, we've done a whole lot of work on bail reform around here in the last couple of years to where we've mandated in nonviolent misdemeanors and some nonviolent felonies to have personal recognizance bond. That means that you don't have to post anything. You just owe money if you don't show back up for court. So we've done a whole lot to keep those individuals that may have committed a small theft due to drug addiction and things like this from being in the jail. So if that person is in the jail, they're there on an offense that has not been carved out over the last 3 years by our bail reform. So we're talking about people that there's probable cause to believe that they've committed something more than a nonviolent misdemeanor or a nonviolent felony, property crime. Those are people that we need to inform the public of. And I'm going to belabor you a little bit this morning with a couple of stories. To this day, I carry with me on my phone, and so does my wife, the picture of an individual that lived more than 3 hours away from me that, thank God for the Fusion Center, identified this individual as a credible death threat against me. And of all the reasons, it was over a billboard that said, "Let's go Brandon." That's why he wanted to kill me. He wanted to kill my family. And we weren't too sure about it, but I was contacted. I contacted my sheriff. Sheriff sent somebody out to talk to him, and they said, "Brandon, you're a former prosecutor. You know how this goes." And I said, "Yes." I said, I think probably go out and talk to him. A lot of people blow off steam, when it comes to politics, say things they don't really mean. Well, they got out there, and the fella actually turned on the officer. He had to be arrested. So the person actually did have a real problem. I'd never met this person. I didn't know what he looked like. But to this day, and that person was convicted of threatening me. But to this day, I still keep that mugshot photo on my phone, and my wife does too, so that we know who that individual is, because they did not live anywhere near southern West Virginia. And that was the only way of we would know if we were out with our kids, out at Walmart, that there was danger standing right beside of me. Now, I'll give you another example. When I was at the prosecutor's office, before I got here to the legislature, I was sitting in my office. We had a case that we had what I would call a serial rapist who had been in custody for a while, had not been brought to trial for various different reasons, and defense counsel eventually got in front of a judge and got this person put on home confinement because they'd been in jail for a long time. This person immediately cut their bracelet and took off and disappeared for months at a time. No one knew where he was until some National Park Service rangers went to the Sandstone Visitor Center, you know where I'm talking about, and right above it in the woods was a camp. And there's a guy there, looked wild, big beard, everything else, and had spears and knives and all this stuff set up. And when the Park Service got there, they said, okay, you understand you're trespassing on federal land, you can't camp here. And the fellow said, yeah, I'm homeless, I just didn't have anywhere else to go. And they picked him up and arrested him on trespassing just so that they could get rid of the spears and the knives and all this other stuff for the most part. But trespassing on federal land is the same penalty as it is trespass here in West Virginia. It's a $50 fine. It's something that you're going to be issued a summons and you're going to be issued a ticket and you're going to be sent along your way. And maybe you pay the fine, maybe you don't. So our investigator in the prosecutor's office every morning pulls up the jail website to see who had been brought in the prior evening. Who do we have? And my gentleman from the 44th is there to this day. They probably still do the same thing. Every morning, the investigator pulls up the jail website to see who the new people in our jail are, because our prosecutor's office uses that as a tool to help progress cases, to know who's in jail, so that we can try to keep our jail bill under control. If we know we need to go to trial and process a case on a violent felony, let's get it done. If we have someone that's in jail and is there on a nonviolent misdemeanor, maybe they need to get into rehab, let's get that done. It's a tool that we use to help and aid and assist of fulfilling that constitutional mandate of a speedy trial. It helps us do that. But what happened that day is our investigator at the prosecuting attorney's office looked at that picture and said, well, that's not that guy's name. That is the serial rapist that ran. This guy had given a false name and had no ID and gave that to the National Park Service, and he was going through the federal courthouse, getting ready to go in front of the magistrate judge to get fined $50 and be released. But once we saw that pop up on the jail website, I ran over to the federal courthouse and brought the information and showed the information to the U.S. Marshals and the magistrate there, and we were able to bring him back in based upon that one day of a jail photo that would have shown up. And he was ultimately convicted of, I think, is either 6 or 7 counts of first-degree sexual assault, and spending the rest of his life in prison. That tool is getting used to protect the public. That tool is getting used to protect defendants. Now, I'd offered an amendment in judiciary that was rejected, that would have kept these photos up, that would have allowed for the removal of those photos if the person were found not guilty or whatever the case might be. That was ultimately rejected. And we have the bill here before us right now that essentially says we don't want the public knowing who we've arrested and who we have in custody. Now, there are carve-outs in here. I'm sure somebody's going to stand up and say, well, there's a carve-out in here for the victim to get a photo of that. I'm a lawyer, and I can tell you it would be a headache to file a petition to go to circuit court to get the disclosure of a mugshot just so that I could keep it on my phone so I could know who was wanting to kill me. And I'm a lawyer. Let's have a layperson out there do it. What of one of you who's not a lawyer? Are you going to go hire a lawyer to go in and file a petition to get a mugshot? Of course not. What does this do for victims? What does this do for victims to help them know what to be on the lookout for? It does nothing. This is anti-victim. What does this do for our law enforcement? Oh, these photos can still be given to law enforcement or disseminated to law enforcement. I don't know how many of you have been into your small police departments. A lot of them around the state in our rural communities simply do not have the funds to create another and maintain another computer system on top of what they already got. I mean, my goodness, I represent Mabscott, and I had to use LEDA funds to help them get an extra set of uniforms. These police departments don't have access to funds to start up new databases and everything else. So this doesn't help law enforcement, even though there's a carve-out and a caveat in there. What this does is it keeps the public from knowing who's in custody. But we're willing to collect their DNA. I don't get that. You mean to tell me we're going to collect, we already voted for this and sent it over to the Senate. You're okay with collecting their DNA, but you don't want people to see their photo? What kind of world is that? What kind of upside-down, topsy-turvy nonsense is it to collect someone's DNA but deny the public to see the mugshot? I could go through countless other stories of missing persons being found in fugue states and other things that someone saw that mugshot photo and was like, oh my goodness, that's so-and-so's son that, had the mental episode and we couldn't find, and gets picked up on a disorderly or something like that. What you're doing here today is not protecting anybody. What it is it's putting our victims at risk. This is anti-victim. The people that are in our jail system right now are there for probable cause for offenses that are beyond nonviolent misdemeanors. It means that someone had to have gotten hurt for them to be in there, or at least based on the way we've designed PR bond. The public deserves to know who these individuals are. Now, we've gone through a lot of talks in here about rehabilitation and getting people back to where they need to be to re-enter the workforce and be productive members of society. I'm sorry, if your photo is on that jail website right now, that means you are in custody for something that is beyond nonviolent. If I'm an employer, I want to know that. I want to know that this person that I'm putting in front of my customer, that I'm putting liability on my business, I would like to know the background of that person, especially when it's fresh enough that there's a news story out there sitting with their mugshot on it. So I would implore you today to think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. The last major civilization that tried to jail people and not tell the public what they were doing was Germany in the 1930s. Now, I'm not saying that's where we're going, but that's a tactic of not informing the public of who you have in custody. It's something that we ought to do. It's fundamental that we notify the public of who we have in custody. It's fundamental that we have an open and visible criminal justice system. It's fundamental that our troopers and our deputies and our law enforcement have the capability and the tools readily available to them to pull up on their phone and take a look and see what's going on. Don't take these tools away from them. This bill makes West Virginia less safe. This bill makes West Virginia less secure. This bill makes the criminal defendants in West Virginia more vulnerable. This bill makes the people in your jails more vulnerable and less secure. We don't need to be hiding this. We need to expand it, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd encourage you to vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the eighth, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I want to stand and talk to you about something a little bit different with regard to this bill. But before I do, I do want to say that, the gentleman's story of the threat on his life was very real. And under that set of circumstances, he would have had access to a mugshot. Also, the police are still able to share mugshots among themselves with this bill. So we need to keep that in mind. And everybody in this room is capable of getting a threat like the gentleman from the 42nd. And when you get something like that, it scares you. It does, let's be honest. That becomes real. When I left the floor here 2 or 3 years ago and went back home, the session was over, I got a threatening letter in the mail. And I realized at that point, we're targets. And so to a point, I understand what the gentleman's saying. Well, nobody ever knew who wrote this letter, so it really doesn't have anything to do with the bill other than just to say, if you think what happened to the gentleman can't happen to you, you're wrong. It can happen to any of you. Under this bill, if we had access to mugshots or we had people, he would still be able to see that mugshot. He would still be able to have access to that. Under this bill, the police would still be able to have access to those kinds of booking photos. But I want to talk to you this morning about the thing that we don't want to, that we don't like, and that's what I call the wall of shame. If you've ever been on Facebook or social media, you know exactly what I'm talking about if you take a look at any of this. And what they do is I think they dehumanize particularly young ladies on there by bringing up comments of, well, I'd smash that. Everybody knows what that means. I'd give her a 7.5 out of a 10 and take her home with me any day. Now, if that person's released, the mugshot goes down at DCR. But these third-party people, they don't take them down automatically. So that person, that young lady's life, can be forever turned upside down because of a mistake that was made. And this is, you can't, it's almost impossible to redeem yourself. And then there will be the argument that you can pay to take it down. Excuse me, does that not sound like extortion? I want you to take this down. Well, if you pay us $1,200, we'll take it down. I even heard a story, Mr. Speaker, of a person who hired a lawyer, and the price went to $2,400. So what do we do? What are we doing? We're taking a look at this and saying, we need to do something. Let's take a look at this. I don't, for 1 minute, discount my good friend's statement about his life being threatened. I get that. But again, let me remind you that he would have had access to mugshots. The police still have access to that. They still can share these photos between themselves, amongst the departments. So again, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking on behalf of this bill. I would urge adoption, and let's take the steps necessary to, first and foremost, let's deal with this wall of shame thing. Make it a civil liability. Make it so we can do something to force them to take it down. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 69th, Second Marple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak against this bill. 27 years police work, 20 years as a Harrison County magistrate. I can tell you who looks at these pictures. The other police officers in the other jurisdictions look at these pictures as posted in the Clarksburg paper of people who are arrested and people who are brought back to court and sentenced. They want to know who's committing crimes in their neighborhoods, in the county, and around. If a guy gets arrested in Clarksburg, his picture gets posted in the paper. The police officers in the other jurisdictions don't know this guy from Adam, but they look at the pictures, and they look for those guys to appear in their neighborhoods. We've got several jurisdictions in Harrison County, small cities, small towns. Guy commits a crime in Clarksburg, he gets arrested. All the Clarksburg officers know who gets arrested. He goes to Bridgeport. Nobody knows him over there, unless they saw his picture in the paper, or the officers saw those pictures. The gentleman from the 42nd talked about threats being made against him. Threats were made against me when I was a magistrate. A week later, after I find out about the threats, I'm driving my truck and the left front wheel comes off. Now, somebody loosened the nuts. We couldn't prove who did it. But citizens need to see these pictures as well as the officers to know who's committing crimes in their neighborhood. If they see the drug dealer picture in the paper, they see him in their neighborhood, they know to alert the officers, hey, he's over here in our neighborhood. If somebody's had their house broke into, they don't know who broke into the house, they don't know who get arrested, but if they see the picture in the paper that knows that guy's charged with burglary, then they know to look out for him in their neighborhood. It's a useful tool, I believe, for police work and for citizens, citizen action committees, citizen safety, and I oppose the bill. Thank you.
Gentleman 93rd, Douglas Hornby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman of Judiciary yield for his question?
Yes.
Is there a carve-out for the press or news gathering organization at all to use those mugshots?
Under the bill, they cannot take the photograph and publish it like they can now. What they can do, though, if they are positioned where they see a person being arrested or walked from a police car into magistrate court or from magistrate court back to the police car, they can take photographs, and that's fair game.
So they can take their own photographs?
They can take their own photographs, yes.
So why on line 20 through 27 do we define news gathering organizations and radio stations and TV stations? Has that been taken out?
So they won't be considered as a paid website.
Thank you very much. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
I think I rise against this bill, colleagues, just because of the freedom of the press. As a news organization, I feel like we should be able to publish the news and publish photographs and report the news. So I'm going to be voting no.
Gentleman to 40th, I got Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is kind of a simple thing. I know of 3 Roy Coopers right now around. 3. So if one of the 3 of us is taken to jail, God forbid, and there's no picture, how do we know which one? We just know it was Roy Cooper. The other Roy Cooper that I know happens to be the governor of North Carolina. Now, I'm sure he's not going to jail, and I'm pretty sure I'm not. But that third Roy Cooper is kind of a character. So if he gets arrested and there's no accompanying picture, not that I think he's particularly good looking or should be in the newspaper, but I'd like for the public to know that it's not me or it's not my cohort down in North Carolina, the governor. So I'm going to be against this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman to 20th, I got Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill's about is protecting an innocent person that was arrested and is not guilty. The gentleman from the 69th pointed out very correctly the problem with these booking photos. He said, well, the police officers need to know who has been convicted, or he said who the criminals are. Well, that's exactly the point. These people aren't criminals. There's somebody that was arrested, and then their picture is put out there everywhere. And also, somebody who is convicted, the booking photo is still available to be put out to the public. So this is just for the innocent people that are not convicted, that their picture is not allowed to be put out there. And the reason for that is when you start looking at somebody whose reputation can be ruined based on a false accusation. And that would be something, I mean, in a situation where, let's say a teacher had a student allege some type of assault against them, and then the other student said, yeah, it happened, and it was just because they were mad about a test score or something. Well, then that goes out everywhere on social media, everywhere in the newspaper, and your picture's right there. And that's the problem, is the association with, when your picture's there in front of the ruler, people assume you're guilty. And that's where the issue comes, is when you have a mugshot, people are assuming you're guilty, whereas if it's someone that's listed as arrested without the photograph, well, your name, and to the gentleman, I believe from the 22nd, I forget where his district is, your name, your age is still available. And this doesn't bar the news organizations from having a booking, instead of a booking photo, using even their Facebook page and pulling up a photo, or using any picture that they've taken. There is no bar of any photo except for those people, and this is the important point. The only photos that are barred from being disseminated in the public are those of somebody who is never convicted of the crime. So you're just protecting innocent people from their picture being put up everywhere, and them particularly receiving retribution in hiring practices or in job applications or any type of licensing. So I would urge passage of this bill and protect the innocent people that are not convicted of these crimes.
Gentleman is 60th, I got Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the gentleman sponsor the bill here from Putnam please yield for question? Okay, you just spoke, and I want to clarify on this because we had this bill come up earlier in this session, and we had a lot of discussion about it and maybe making some tweaks to it to make it better. If I'm understanding you right, when they're arrested, that photo, that booking photo at that time is not to be released to the general public. It's only when they are before a judge and they're actually convicted. Is that correct? At that point they can?
That's correct. So it's only when they're arrested and not convicted that's not able to be disseminated publicly.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. That's what I wanted to clarify. Permission to speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is now recognized to speak in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, this is a concern I have is obviously, and the gentleman, I think the bill has some noble merits to why it's trying to run. At the same time, I think as several people have mentioned, there are some concerns here, and that is what happens, have someone that's arrested, and let's face it, most of the time, if you're arrested, there's a reason why you got arrested. Albeit sometimes there could be a situation where you were innocent. But in many cases, most cases, that's going to be the case, and who knows how long it goes between that time of the arrest and you appear before the judge and there's actually a conviction. And in the meantime, there could be, that person could be out on bail and there's a threat to the general public. And for instance, I know my sheriff's department here in Kanawha County did not like this bill as it was. There's another, well, we'll get off topic here on this, but there's another situation. We had a gentleman, I won't even say, I'm not using that word loosely if I say gentleman, but there's another individual that was arrested and then came back and made a threat toward one of our county commissioners. And the only way they were able to catch this guy, I would say they actually made a threat toward the commissioner's family. And so by being able to take the mugshot and post it at the schools and so forth, that's the only picture. There wasn't anything on a website or a Facebook page. The only thing they had was the mugshot for the teachers in school and the SRO to be able to identify if this person showed up at the school. There's another person that made a threat toward the courthouse to basically blow up the courthouse. And the only shots that they had were the mugshot to be able to post for the security guards at the entrance area, and they actually caught the individual trying to get into the courthouse based upon those mugshots here in Kanawha County. So I understand the intent of the bill, and I really, part of it I like is that these publications that are basically going out and paying ransom or asking for ransom money to get your mugshot off there, that part of it I can understand. It's just my concern, and I always think our first and foremost responsibility up here as legislators and representatives is for the safety and well-being of the general public. And albeit there's merits to this bill for its intent, what it's trying to do, I'm going to have to be a no because of the greater threat, which I just gave you a couple indications, just recently happened here in Kanawha County, that I can't support. And along with most law enforcement, as the gentleman said, they can share it between themselves, but they can't put it out to other, to the general public, and or if another department can pick it up, even if they didn't ask for it. So in that regard, I think it creates, even though it has an intent, it creates a bigger danger to the general public. So I'll have to be a no. Thank you.
Gentleman to 76, Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to speak to a couple points that have been brought up here, and the latest from the gentleman from the 60th, and I get this. This is a bill that is relatively complex, and it became that way because of a lot of the issues that were brought up. And so the ones that you mentioned, the one the gentleman mentioned, I think those have been resolved, because that's part of the reason why we're talking about this bill now versus 3 or 4 weeks ago, because I think there are a number of entities, law enforcement, that came forward and said, we need to make sure if this bill happens that it's done right and that it has exemptions. And so the situations where there's threats, where the mugshot is the only thing that can be used, absolutely, that's going to be used, and that's in here. The gentleman from the 42nd earlier talked about we have to go to get a lawyer and go to court. You don't. The Division of Corrections has the ability to provide these mugshots when it falls under the statute, when it falls under the exceptions. And so it's not that onerous, but if there's a situation, there's really a catch-all for anybody to go to a court. If it doesn't fit tightly in those exceptions, and for the good of the public, they can still release it. So another point that was made, that we voted on a DNA bill, and we didn't care about, or we cared about that, but we don't care about this. We did not vote on a DNA bill. We took that bill down in the House of Delegates. So that was voted down. We did not do that. I think, when I've seen situations where I've represented clients, had a trial recently, that, It was a high-profile case in Marion County, and this individual's mugshot was everywhere, and it was on Facebook. And one of the first things I did when I started representing him was started to look at what was on social media, and it came up everywhere. And there were the comments about really prejudging. And so one of the important things you have to do in a criminal case is this process called voir dire. Voir dire is really where you ask the jurors, have you ever seen anything about this before? Do you have any preconceived notions about it? And it makes it tougher in this day and age when social media and these posts are available to everybody, that to try to make sure you have jurors and to make sure you ask enough good questions that they're not just going to get led onto a jury, even if they think they know what happened before they've actually heard the evidence. Because in this country, in the state of West Virginia, in the United States, someone is innocent until proved guilty. That is our justice system. And so the main thing that I would like to say with this bill is these photos are not disseminated except for certain reasons, but no publication is prevented from publishing a photograph that you can otherwise get. You can do a perp walk, or we've seen that all happen when somebody goes to the courthouse, when somebody's appearing at court. Which the nice thing about that, when you go to trial, you have somebody usually can get a suit and tie or something and look presentable, versus the worst day of their life, the worst photograph of their life, which will be posted everywhere. And when you have the orange jumpsuit on, I think people tend to form an opinion about what happened. And I think that's what this bill tries to do. And I appreciate the gentleman from the 20th bringing forth this piece of legislation, and all the committee members and persons that came forward, including my law enforcement, to try to make sure that we dealt with the issues that could potentially come up. I think it's a good bill. I support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman to 32nd, Douglas Holstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair Judiciary yield for a question? All right.
Certainly.
Sorry about that. Last year, we passed a bill regarding social media and mugshots. Is that correct?
I don't recall. This is the first bill that I'm aware of that we're dealing with social media.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure we passed last year, and it became law, a Senate bill that prohibited law enforcement from posting mugshots
Yes, you are,
on social
gentleman's
media.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what we're doing here is we're going even further than that. So they
Gentleman's
currently can't use the mugshots on their official social media pages, correct?
Gentleman's correct.
Okay. So the stories and stuff that we're hearing about mugshots on social media, that would have to come from individuals that get the pictures from the websites,
That's
correct?
third party.
Okay.
Third
Gotcha.
party.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Gentleman to 18th, Douglas Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chairman of Judicial yield to a question, please, or a couple questions?
Certainly.
All right, getting your work out today. I've heard a little bit of testimony here that is maybe contradictory. I want to make sure I'm reading this bill correctly.
Okay.
It's been said that the mugshots cannot be shared if the person is not found guilty. But as I'm reading the bill, I see that there are several exceptions to that where the mugshots can be disseminated, shared, even if the person is not found guilty. But if, number one, they're a fugitive.
Yes.
Number two, if they are a threat.
Gentleman's correct.
Number three, for any other legitimate interest. The judge can just determine there's some legitimate reason.
The gentleman is correct.
Number four, if they're found guilty of another crime, basically.
Of course, yes.
And I'm not, obviously I'm not reading the legal stuff here, but number five is if the person actually issues a threat against someone else, their mugshot can be shared, correct?
The gentleman is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's very clear because we've gotten a little bit of back and forth on that, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on this bill? Gentleman from the 17th, Douglas Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I heard my friend from across the way here speak about what this bill is for, what this bill's about. Well, what the bill's about and what the bill does are two very different things. Many of the folks who have stood in favor of this bill today have stood and said these pay-for-removal websites are bad. It's extortion. And I would agree with that. But what this bill does is it creates rules and regulations and opportunity for lawsuit against our Department of Corrections, against law enforcement officers. I understand what the bill's about, but the way we've went about trying to get there is by instituting rules and regulations and opportunity for lawsuit on law enforcement public safety officials. My friend mentioned this bill protects innocent people who are not guilty. It also applies to guilty people who have not yet been found guilty. Don't lose track of that. I would submit to you that I believe that if you break public law, or if you're accused of breaking public law, that's public information. I wonder how we'll respond to our neighbors if the information of someone who has committed a crime or has been accused of committing a crime is redacted from the community. That's what this is talking about. If that information is redacted from the community and that individual goes on to hurt someone else, how are we going to respond? Why? I didn't think you had a right to know who got arrested. I didn't think you had a right to their picture. I understand innocent until proven guilty. But the public has a right to know, for those who are accused and for those who will be guilty. The public has a right to know. I understand what the bill's trying to do, but the fact of the matter is, this bill takes away the public's right to know. We can all agree these websites are bad, they should be taken down. But this bill goes further than that, and I would urge rejection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman to 35th, Doug Advance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair of Judiciary yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. In the bill, it specifically says booking photos, so these websites and all these people out here, they can go Facebook or anywhere else and get other photos and put up?
Gentleman's correct.
So my question is what's the hesitation to the booking photos compared to other ones?
Well, for one thing, the gentleman from the 76th, I believe, said it best. That's the worst day of somebody's life when they're standing there in an orange suit having their photo taken. And it already suggests that something may be afoot and they may be guilty. That orange suit kind of puts a spotlight on them.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Can I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized to speak in debate.
I would probably be for this bill if it covered all photos, but to me, a photo's a photo. I mean, I can be, if my name's out there saying I've been arrested and they go get a photo of me from my 2-year-old's birthday party in a clown suit and put on there, I mean, it's still a photo of me. So, I mean, to me, I don't see the difference in it, so I'm going to be a no on the bill. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the bill? Gentleman to 52nd, Nugget Row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak in favor of the bill because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that people have rights before they're found guilty based on a finding beyond a reasonable doubt. Everybody here knows that whenever you or your loved ones are on one of those sheets and those magazines that they sell and then you have to pay to get out of, everybody knows that you are guilty in the court of public opinion. It's over. Your reputation is gone. Now, if there's anything that we should do, and candidly, I've heard a bunch of comments about the Constitution and about rights for different people, for women, for parental rights, and so on. But if there's any right that's fundamental to us in America, and what is the basis of our society, is that no one goes to jail and is punished here unless they've been found guilty of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A little more likely than not, no, that's not the standard. The standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's done in a courtroom. It's done appropriately. And I can candidly say that it bothered me a bit to see a former president of the United States in a mugshot. Why are mugshots not part of the criminal investigation process? That's the part. I don't know how it ever got out of the bag. I mean, really, those photographs are part of the criminal investigation, and that means that it's not public information. Somehow these photographs have become presumed to be public information. They're not. They're part of a criminal investigation, and they ought to be sealed along with the rest of the information. And you say, well, wouldn't it be good if we could spread that criminal information around a little bit, and then maybe we could find the person easier? I mean, there's all kinds of scenarios where it might be convenient, but there's one underlying fact for every objection I've heard here on the floor, and that is that the people are really guilty. They're dangerous. Well, and I'm sure that there are a number, maybe a majority, are guilty, but they haven't been proven that, and in America that means they're not guilty, because you have to reach that threshold. One thing that has been discussed by a few folks is that this really poisons the jury pool. It has a major effect because people will be watching and seeing. And what we're here and what we're about is protecting individual rights against the mob. Well, the mob's on the side of publishing these photographs. It's not on the side of protecting people from being embarrassed and having their reputations ruined without ever having been found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if we're about protecting constitutional rights, one of the first and foremost of all constitutional rights is to not be proclaimed guilty without a finding in a court of law of guilt. And on what standard? Beyond a reasonable doubt. That standard's not used for the use of these photographs. I think we should step back and look very closely at who it is we're protecting. We're protecting our loved ones. We're protecting our neighbors from salacious and inappropriate information that's just simply not true. Now, maybe most of the people on those sheets end up being guilty, and we've got a provision specific in the bill that if they plead guilty, then those mugshots can be used. But it also provides that if it's going to assist in apprehending, we heard concerns about that, apprehending the suspect, it can be used and publicized. It can be publicized if there's an imminent threat of danger, and of course if the person pleads guilty. You know, once we get a finding of guilt, publish the photographs. There you are. News organizations aren't going to be prevented from taking pictures of people going into courtrooms and going into courthouses. They're just not going to be able to get these photographs handed to them on a silver platter because they're part of, and properly part of, a criminal investigation that is not public. So I would urge the members to think about who it is that we protect here. And I think that it comes down to it that when we're protecting ourselves, our loved ones, our neighbors, we understand how important the rights are that are being imposed upon. So I would urge the members to vote urge the members to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 73rd, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 76th yield?
Of course.
I have a question. So you're part of trials, and I'm not. So when an accused person comes in, do they bring him in the orange suit, or do they let them wear street clothes for a jury trial?
When you go to a jury trial, and actually I had this situation recently, so my client, his family was not able to get him clothes, regular clothes, so I got him some clothes and brought him in, and so when they'd take him every day, for example, and he was transported from jail, and so they took him to a holding area, and then I would bring him clothes outside of the side of the jury, and they would come and they'd bring, and so I brought him like a coat, pants, shirt every day, put them on, and then they'd wait till the jury came up, and they'd bring him up, with the idea that the thing that could actually reverse a trial is to have that type of prejudice, for them to see that person as, again, in the orange jumpsuit, as somebody who, yes, that person did it, versus, hey, this is, somebody who was not in jail would come there in their best dressed suit, looking great, and that's what every defendant deserves in that scenario.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentleman of 54th, Douglas Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to this debate, and I really wasn't sure which way I was going to go on this, and still sort of undecided. I just wanted to point out that, of course, in America, we're innocent until proven guilty. And I also wanted to point out that the majority of the inmates in our regional jails are pre-trial. They have not been found guilty, and many of them were convicted of misdemeanors. So I just wish we were having this long of a debate on meaningful bail bond reform, because I'm personally more concerned about the person than the photograph.
Is there other debate on the bill? Gentleman the 100th, take it right now.
Will the sponsor yield? Sponsor of the bill, please. Hurry up, please.
Yes.
Can you tell me whether or not this type of law or type of code is in other states and what the effects have been?
I've heard of it passed elsewhere, but I'm not familiar with which ones it has passed in.
Okay, so we don't know if this has actually had any effect in other states in terms.
Can't.
Okay.
I don't have that information with me.
Okay. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, gentleman's recognized to speak in debate.
I've listened to the gentleman from the 42nd, and I have similar concerns. I've spent a lot of time studying history in my life, particularly that period of time under the Nazi Germans and the communists in Russia and other places. And I understand that people are taken against their will without any kind of reporting. In those societies, frankly, that was going to happen regardless. I mean, no booking photo was going to be relevant to those individuals being taken. They were going to be taken off the street, out of their homes, and there was never going to be any reporting relative to those individuals' names, photos, or anything along those lines. So while I understand and I have some concerns relative to people being taken in our own society today, I feel that it's important more to look at our constitutional rights, and that's where I'm always going to focus. I find it interesting that this is one of the times that I actually agree with the members of the other side of the aisle, and I appreciate many of their comments. But I believe that we have to look at this from the perspective of an individual's right to a jury trial, to being convicted, and not just convicted in the court of public opinion, which is what these photos in many cases do. And yes, there are guilty people who are guilty who are in these photos. Absolutely. I have no doubt about that. And I want to make sure that they are tried and found guilty, and not just found guilty based upon their picture being in a Department of Corrections system. I want to make sure, though, that those people who are innocent, who have been picked up inadvertently or have been picked up in a circumstance where they're eventually found innocent, are protected, and that they are not, their lives are not ruined. And it happens. It hasn't happened to me. I'm not going to have any kind of personal story that I can relate. There's any individuals that I know along these lines, but that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to reflect my personal positions or my personal history or the histories of people around me. I'm here to reflect the people in my district and in the state of West Virginia, and try and make sure that we are standing up for their rights. So I will be a yes on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? Gentleman from 51st to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there is a great cloud of confusion and misinformation in the House today, and I hope to clarify up that cloud to make it more clear in this place. First of all, there's been an argument by the delegate from the 69th and the 42nd of threats, life threats, and I don't doubt that that happened, and I'm sure that was not an easy thing to go through. But the bill expressly provides in two places that under those situations you can't have publication of the photograph. That's 6215F 2 and 5. If there is a fugitive, there was described a situation where there was a fugitive from justice. The bill expressly provides that if there is a fugitive, that photograph can be published, and that's in F1. There was a situation described among 4 delegates that it would prohibit law enforcement from sharing the photographs. That is allowed in subsection N. Now, let me just read that. A booking photograph may be disclosed by the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to an appropriate law enforcement agency or a prosecuting attorney's office for the investigation, prevention, or prosecution of a crime, or to safeguard the orderly operation of the correctional institution. A booking photograph may also be disclosed between law enforcement agencies for investigation, public safety, prevention, or prosecution of a crime, or to safeguard the orderly operation of a correctional institution. So the whole idea that law enforcement is going to be inhibited in any way in their investigative powers and duties is expressly covered in the bill. That is not true. In addition, my great friend from the 17th talked about liability to police officers and law enforcement. I would like to read H1. Neither the Division of Corrections nor Rehabilitation nor any law enforcement agency nor any person in the employee control shall be subject to civil action or be held liable when the publication, release, or dissemination was made by mistake or fact or error or was inadvertent and made in good faith. So that is not a founded concern. There was a situation where, or it was brought up, how will we know who's in jail? People go in there and die, okay? The names will still be published and made available on the website, just not the photograph. Now, if you have a situation where you have 3 Roy Coopers and one lives as the governor of another state, I think that one can be eliminated. And if you have 2 that live in the state, well, check the middle initial. Are they junior or senior? It would be highly coincidental if that name would be an exact match. Also, ladies and gentlemen, currently sheriff's departments are not allowed to publish on websites. I'm aware of a particular county, once someone was had their mugshot taken, that immediately their photograph, the mugshot in the orange suit, was published on Facebook. And I have a real life situation I'm aware of. A person was attacked by a pit bull and shot the pit bull, didn't kill it, but shot it in self-defense. He was arrested and charged with animal cruelty. And that mugshot hit the media. The man was branded for life. Branded for life. It was a horrible, and still a horrible situation because of that mugshot. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, and it was also brought up that a photograph is a photograph. Well, if you banned photographs taken by the media, then yeah, that would be a violation of freedom of press. But if I take a photograph of you or someone else, I'm not required to put that on social media, nor am I required to give that to the print media. That's my photograph. And in this situation, I would liken that to the photograph is taken for investigative and governmental purposes. They can still use it in their investigation, but they're not required to pass that on in this situation when a person is innocent until proven guilty. And I think my friend from Kanawha talked about the court of public opinion. And that's where we're trying to protect people from being guilty in the court of public opinion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have clearly dispelled every concern that was brought up because it's in the bill. You have to read the bill. It's in there. These concerns are taken care of. I would urge passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate on the bill has been closed. Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 54 ayes, 46 nays, 0 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. Clerk will please report the title. Are there title amendments? The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4667, prohibiting syringe services programs from distributing listed smoking devices.
Are there objections to having this bill explained? In lieu of having the bill read. No objections are heard. Gentleman of the 78th, Douglas Shelley, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to prohibit harm reduction programs in West Virginia from distributing any smoking devices as part of the program. The committee substitute prohibits harm reduction programs from distributing any smoking devices, including but not limited to hand pipes, bubblers, bongs, dab rigs, hookahs, crack pipes, or disposable smoking devices. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, yes, gentleman of the 54th, Douglas Pushkin.
Yes. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I was unaware that this was practice. Is this what, are there harm reduction programs that are giving out smoking utensils now?
I'm so sorry, could you repeat that?
Are there harm reduction programs now that are distributing smoking devices now?
Yes, there was not only testimony in judiciary from Office of Drug Control Policy that harm reduction programs are doing that. I myself have gone through a harm reduction program in which I was handed out.
Okay, the testimony in judiciary was from who?
Office of Drug Control Policy, I believe.
Oh, okay. Do you think that is because to prevent bloodborne diseases, they're giving out these to try to veer people away from intravenous drug use?
I think that's some of the logic that they use, is that overall they believe that the smoking is less destructive to your body than injection.
Because you can't pass a bloodborne illness that way, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for yielding. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 88 ayes, 12 nays, and 0 absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4667, prohibiting syringe services programs from distributing listed smoking devices.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4744, requiring certain non-discretionary procedures be strictly complied with by the West Virginia Parkways Authority before tolls, rents, fees, or charges may be increased.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? None are heard. Gentleman to 68 to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4744 requires that the West Virginia Parkways Authority may only propose increases to toll rates on the West Virginia Turnpike and only after holding public hearings with 14 days' notice in each county through which the turnpike passes. Each person attending the hearing must be given the opportunity to speak and be heard, and the authority must show cause why the increase is necessary to address operational and maintenance needs. Tolls and all other revenue of the authority, as well as the use and disposition of monies to the credit of the statutorily established sinking fund, shall be subject to full and transparent auditing by the Joint Committee on Government and Finance at the chair's request. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman to 37, like a Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard a friend describe the other day this particular type of bill as described by the former Judiciary Chair, John Schott, and that is as, yeah, this time we really mean it. If any of you were here in this chamber in June of 2017, we made some modifications to code here that allowed for the extension of tolls and bonding and on the West Virginia Turnpike. That was part of the decision made within this body. If you had been here, you would have probably noticed the color of my neck got real red and rose up into my face. I was not particularly happy with the passage of the bill that day. Part of what passed that day, though, created protections for the people of southern West Virginia, the people that travel the West Virginia Turnpike, to understand toll increases, what they would be, and why they would be. That process was engaged in the first time tolls were increased. However, in committee and interim committee, Parkways Authority increased the tolls the second time, and they blatantly testified that they didn't have to do that. It wasn't required. We did it once, and we don't ever have to explain to the people of West Virginia why we're increasing tolls again. Specifically opposed to what the code says. This is a small victory from 2007 so that the people of West Virginia were aware of what in the world was going on with the West Virginia Turnpike. Today, we're going to say, oh, and by the way, in 2017, we really meant it. I urge passage.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Debate on the bill has been closed. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4744, requiring certain non-discretionary procedures be strictly complied with by the West Virginia Parkways Authority before tolls, rents, fees, or charges may be increased.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Phillips moves to amend the title.
The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4753, relating to providing health insurance coverage concerning biomarker testing.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? None are heard. Gentleman to 16th, Delegate Westfall to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4753 requires health insurance policies and Medicaid to cover biomarker testing. The bill amends West Virginia Code to provide that insurance providers must provide coverage for biomarker testing for precision diagnosis, treatment, management and monitoring of a covered person disease or condition. The biomarker testing must be approved by FDA. Providers may require prior authorization. The coverage applies to biomarker testing for all diseases in which biomarker testing is appropriate. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 90 ayes, 4 nays, 6 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4753 relating to providing health insurance coverage concerning biomarker testing.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose of General 96 seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill take effect July 1st, 2024.
4753. The gentleman moves that committee substitute for House Bill 4753 be made effective July 1st, 2024. The question is on the gentleman's motion. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We have 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective July 1st, 2024. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4829 relating to employment of service personnel and removing the requirement for a high school diploma or general education development certificate.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? None are heard. Gentleman of 38 to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4829 removes the requirement that certain service personnel have a high school diploma or its equivalent. Specifically, this would only apply to bus drivers and their custodians that are 21 years of age or older in the school system. All other service personnel would still be required to obtain a high school diploma or its equivalent. It also makes technical cleanup in the section of the code. Mr. Speaker, this is the summary, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 88 ayes, 11 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4829 relating to employment of service personnel and removing the requirement for a high school diploma or general education development certificate.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4882 extending in-state tuition rates to all members and veterans of the National Guard, Reserves, and Armed Forces, as well as their spouses and dependents.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? None are heard. Gentleman the 11th, like a Fehrenbacher, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4882 would extend in-state tuition rates at the state's institutions of higher education, regardless of domicile, to current members of the United States Armed Forces who move to West Virginia, veterans of the National Guard, a reserve unit, or the Armed Forces of the United States who reside in or move to West Virginia for the purpose of attending a state institution of higher education, and spouses or dependents of a member or veteran of the National Guard, a reserve unit, or the Armed Forces of the United States who reside in or move to West Virginia with such member or veteran. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of 97, Douglas Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise in support of this piece of legislation. I think this is a good piece of legislation moving forward to help our college students. As I said in House Finance, there's more work to do here. I just want to tell you guys just a quick little story. I have a young lady that's at WVU. She has been at WVU for 4 years. She received her undergraduate there. She's lived in the state all 4 years. She's worked at the hospital for 2 years, and she's filed taxes in the state of West Virginia for 2 years. Now, she wants to go get her graduate degree from WVU so she can work at the hospital. She's absolutely the type of young person that we're trying to capture, someone who wants to get educated, who wants to stay here and wants to work here in West Virginia. The policy for her degree is if that degree is offered in your state, they will not give you in-state tuition, but if that degree is not offered in your state, they will give you in-state tuition. So she is from Michigan. She has no desire to go back to Michigan. Her desire is to stay here in West Virginia and work at Ruby. She loves Morgantown. So I'm working with her, hopefully being able to get her that in-state tuition. I think this is one little step to take. I think there's more work to be done. Hopefully some of my colleagues will pick this up next year, as I won't be here, and try to move forward on trying to capture these young people who want to stay here, get their master's degree or their doctorates, and be able to receive in-state tuition. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I do rise in support of this piece of legislation, and hopefully there'll be more work done next year. Thank you.
Gentleman, the 27th, Dr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a wonderful bill that's going to help in what I think you will become aware of, and that is that we have the lowest return rate of any state in the union of our discharged veterans. And one of the concerns that was expressed as people were discussing this is that that's going to cost our institutions of higher learning their badly needed out-of-state tuition. Well, to that, I think all of us that feel strongly about this realize these people aren't coming if we don't do this. This will bring people home, and so I greatly urge support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lady in the 49th, Doug Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise to urge support of this bill, and I want to talk about a constituent issue that I experienced. There was a young lady that had graduated from Summers County High School, attended WVU with an undergraduate, and married a gentleman that was in the military, got transferred to California, and then he got transferred back to the West Virginia area, and they decided to make their home there in Morgantown. She wanted to enroll in the Masters of Occupational Therapy program at WVU and was told that she could not get in-state tuition. Fortunately, I was able to work through that with her, with the help of Travis Mollahan from West Virginia University. So we were able to welcome one of our native West Virginia daughters back home to be able to provide care in a hospital system when she graduates with her occupational therapy degree. So I think bills like this are very important because we do want to welcome those folks into our state and back home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Does the gentleman, the 11th, wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4882, extending in-state tuition rates to all members and veterans of the National Guard, Reserves, and Armed Forces, as well as their spouses and dependents.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4952, relating to time frame of service of notice.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? None are heard. Gentleman, the 8th, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends West Virginia Code to provide that after the sale for delinquent taxes, a tax deed shall be issued 120 days after the owner of the property has been given notice of his or her right to redeem. Under current law, the property owner is entitled to 45 days' notice. This time frame mirrors the amount of time the purchaser has to conduct the title search and provide the auditor with required information. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 91 ayes, 5 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4952, relating to time frame of service of notice.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4963, prohibiting the use of deepfake technology to influence an election.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 51st to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the code to prohibit the use of deepfake technology to influence an election. It provides definitions. It explains that the manner of violation involves the dissemination of a deepfake or entering into a contract or other agreement to disseminate a deepfake. It provides that dissemination is exempted from prosecution when done by a bona fide media outlet which has been compelled to accept political advertising. It provides for a penalty and allows for injunctive relief. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 53rd, Doggett Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've dealt with this bill up in Judiciary, and just to let everybody know, I'm rising in opposition to this bill, and there's several reasons. Now, to start with the bill in terms of what it says, this bill says that a person who disseminates a deep fake video is guilty of a crime. Now, the issue that I have with this bill is that I believe it's a violation of the First Amendment. The reason I do is that you have individuals who could be disseminating what appears to be a deep fake video, and the standard is going to be based on what we call a reasonable person standard. Now, that reasonable person standard is a universal standard. That means if a person is, let's say, wearing a MAGA hat, over the age of 75, that person, not super familiar with technology, pretty smart person, but not super up to date in terms of doing an analysis as to what is in fact a deep fake video. That person is going to be judged by the same standard as everybody else. Everybody in this room, the people in this room who probably have the skills and the know-how and the insight to be able to tell whether something is in fact a deep fake video. So that's how individuals are going to be judged, not based on their individual circumstances. They are going to be judged based on that reasonable person standard. And these are people in your communities, your voters, the people who voted for you, that could be exposed to criminal responsibility. These are individuals, they might see a video of President Biden or some other politician, and they might think themselves that this video is the real thing, and they share it on Facebook, they share it on Instagram, wherever. This video is disseminated. And bills of this type, and they are being passed across the country. All sorts of people, all the sorts of folks out there that are very similar to people in your communities and your voters are going to be exposed to criminal liability. So that's the number one reason why I am against this bill. The other problem I have with it is this is something that is particularized to politicians. This bill only applies to people who are, number one, running for office, and number two, within 90 days of an election. The optics of this are not good whatsoever. What it appears with this bill is that we are creating a special carve-out for politicians that are going to be addressed when it comes to a so-called deep state or deep fake video. So I'm not a fan of this bill. I've spoke against this bill to many of you. I've made it clear what my position is on this bill. This bill is not the direction we need to go. I think it's problematic. I think it's a special carve-out to politicians, and I think it violates the First Amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, I oppose the bill.
Gentleman from the 79th, Doggett Hanson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair of Judiciary yield?
Yes.
I'm looking at the definition of deep fake, which includes some things other than videos. Is that correct?
You are correct.
And in particular, the definition of deep fake includes photographs.
You are correct.
Okay, so my question then for you is, in terms of how this might impact elections, would that apply to mailers that have photographs on them that have been digitally altered?
It could, if it is so realistic that a reasonable person would believe it depicts speech or conduct of an individual who did not, in fact, engage in such speech or conduct.
So, for example, if there was a photoshopped image of somebody on this side of the aisle with Nancy Pelosi or Barack Obama or something like that, you know, arms around them, would that be a deep fake?
Well, it could be a deep fake, just in the pure definition of deep fake, but the issue is, was it made with intent to injure a candidate or influence the results of an election?
So if it was a mailer, basically within a couple months of election day, and the intent was to be a negative ad, an attack ad on somebody, then that would be to influence an election, right?
I believe the gentleman is correct, and if it depicts an individual in a deep fake who appears to be engaging in speech or conduct in which the individual did not engage.
Right, and so would you agree that that's fairly common in the past, at least, to use Photoshop to take a candidate for election and place them in a setting or with people that they were not necessarily with in reality?
It's not something that I've ever used or done, but I believe I have seen these things you're speaking of.
Okay, and I have too, so I love this idea. I mean, we're subject to these deep fake mailers that, with this bill, if you pass this bill, you'll make those illegal so that you're not going to be able to show me with my arms around Nancy Pelosi or something like that. This is great. Thank you. Thank you for yielding.
Sure.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Douglas Holstein's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to address a couple things. I'm the lead sponsor of this bill, and I want to tell you all the reasons why I introduced this bill. Now, it's went through two different committees and several different changes from the introduced version to what we have before us today. However, the intent behind this bill, and when it was originally introduced, the title was even different, which was about speech of a candidate that was, or an elected official that was not made by them. Now, the intent behind it and where I got this from was from two separate instances. Number one, if you remember, some of you might recall back in the 2020 election cycle, there was a media report by, I believe, The Atlantic magazine or Vanity Fair, one or the other, that attributed remarks that were made, allegedly made by former President Donald Trump about disparaging veterans, all right? There was a super PAC that ran an advertisement, television advertisement, that used an artificial intelligence edited voice. It sounded just like Donald Trump and used those quotes. That's example one. Number two, we had just here recently in the New Hampshire Democratic primary, there was a robocall that went out to Democratic primary voters in the voice of President Biden, telling them what to do or what not to do on Election Day. The White House actually had to answer questions about that at the White House press pool the next day, and the New Hampshire Attorney General actually launched an investigation to look into who was responsible for that. Now, again, the point behind this is we have a lot of folks, and in particular across the nation, the vast majority, or the largest plurality, I guess I should say, of the voting bloc in this country are elderly folks, or at least, I wouldn't consider this part elderly, but at least folks 65 and older, okay? I got you. But, all right, so those folks are much more susceptible, particularly, you know, as you advance in the age bracket, much more susceptible to being influenced by false information or misleading information. So that's the intent behind this, is to say, you know, you cannot use someone's voice. Our voice is the one thing that's unique to us. We can attack each other on issues and everything like that, but using a fake voice that sounds like me or sounds like you, I think is extremely deceptive. I think it's beyond the pale, and that was the point behind this. Now, it's been expanded a little to include, you know, different things, pictures, different things like that. I would say to I think the gentleman from the 78th or 79th, I would agree with you, but I would say that if you look on page 2, lines 6 through 8, it does talk about content that constitutes satire or parody. So, you know, some things with Photoshop, it's obvious, you know, that it's not. A deepfake and Photoshop are two very different things. Deepfake makes you think it was a real occurrence. Photoshop makes it look like a meme. There's a big difference between there. And one is to, you know, convey a message, and the other is pure deception, right? So, you know, if I were attacked in a primary campaign against me with somebody of the opposing side, their image behind me, that wouldn't be necessarily a deep fake. But if somebody had remarks attributed to me that they played in an ad using my voice that's created with an artificial intelligence audio maker, and they say that I support this candidate or I support this legislation, which is false and it's a replica of my voice, that would be a deep fake. So that's the intent behind this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 87th, Douglas Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
Is there any carve-outs for humor?
Parody, satire and parody, yes.
There is. So,
yes.
So like in the 1970s, Saturday Night Live had the president, Gerald Ford, falling down the steps on Air Force One repeatedly. So if today we were to use the current president and do a deep fake, that would be okay?
There is a section in the bill that talks about parody and satire. I mean, I believe that would come into that. Otherwise, if it's an actual depiction of the president, this doesn't even apply. We're talking
But I'm
about
thinking
fakes.
of a deep fake, because it's alleged in the 1970s that Saturday Night Live's depiction of the president as a bumbling fool led to his defeat in the election of 1976. I'm wondering, even though it's satire, it still could have an impact on the election, and there seems to be two parts of the legislature here.
If it's satire, it's not going to come under the criminal provisions of this. It's on page 2, line 6, content that constitutes satire or parody, provided that such content include a disclaimer stating that the image, video, or audio has been manipulated or generated by artificial intelligence.
So there has to be a disclaimer on it.
There does.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman of the 51st wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 88 ayes, 11 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4963, prohibiting the use of deepfake technology to influence an election.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5025, to repeal the additional 1.5% interest rate for underpayments and specify an effective date.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 97th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would amend provisions to the West Virginia Code relating to interest on underpayments of tax. The bill would remove the provision added in the code in 2002, which increased the interest on underpayments by 1.5%. With this change, the interest on the underpayments of the tax would be the adjusted prime rate by banks plus 3%. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5025 to repeal the additional 1.5% interest rate for underpayments and specify an effective date.
Are there title amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question now is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5062 relating to allowing a guardian ad litem to request the appointment of a court-appointed special advocate.
Are there objections to having this bill explained? In lieu of having the bill read. No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 8th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends 494601L to allow a guardian ad litem to request an appointment of a court-appointed special advocate, which the circuit court may appoint if a court-appointed special advocate provides services to the circuit court with jurisdiction over the proceedings instituted pursuant to this section. That is a brief summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You've heard the bill explained. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman, the 22nd, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the very first court-appointed special advocate in this state was appointed by a good friend of mine, a man named Judge Dan O'Hanlon, and he spoke to me about how important that this piece of legislation is. The program and the people that are involved as court-appointed special advocates is absolutely incredible, and we need folks looking out for some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and that being these kids. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will happily vote yes on this bill, and I urge everyone else to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? Does the gentleman in the 8th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5062 relating to allowing a guardian ad litem to request the appointment of a court-appointed special advocate.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5130 relating to criminal trespass.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 20th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is address the article of trespass, and there were some on trespass of a structure or conveyance and also on non-structure or conveyance. There was a criminal penalty that was as low as $100 for trespassing with a deadly weapon with intent to injure someone, and I felt like a maximum of $100 fine was not enough, so this bill actually changed that to a minimum of $100 and up to the discretion of the judge, and structure and conveyance was similarly changed, as well as there was an exemption for the entirety of the article for a labor dispute, and that was removed as well because we can't exempt somebody from the entire article of trespass.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from 51st, Douglas Fast.
No.
Is there debate again on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5130 relating to criminal trespass.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Foster moves to amend the title.
The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5134, deceased disabled veteran real property exemption for widowed spouses.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from 97th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the refundable personal income tax credit for real property tax paid by disabled veterans. Current law provides for a refundable tax credit in the amount of real property tax paid by a veteran who is at least 90% totally and permanently disabled due to his or her service in the military. The bill would authorize that the widow of such a veteran who has previously qualified for the refundable tax credit to continue to qualify for this as long as she remains unmarried. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from 39th, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, every year we get to vote on veterans' bills, and we do so enthusiastically. This is a chance to pass this bill that shows our support for the deceased widow or widows, widower or widows of our veterans. I urge passage, and Mr. Speaker, I request Rule 49.
Yes, under the set of facts related to the chair earlier by the gentleman of 39th, it would be the chair's ruling if the gentleman belongs to a class of greater than 5 individuals and therefore is eligible to vote on this question. You've heard the bill explained. The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5134, deceased disabled veteran real property exemption for widowed spouses.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5151 relating to defining term fictive kin.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. The gentleman from 64th, Delegate Burkhammer, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5151 amends and expands the definition of fictive kin to include foster parents with whom the child has previously been placed. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of 52nd, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you answer a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
Does this fundamentally change the rights that former foster parents would have to a child by passing this statute?
No, it gives them an opportunity if a child was previously in their care and the department found it advantageous again for it to be in their care, it gives them the ability to do that.
Okay. But if the child is well placed and doing fine, then there wouldn't be any relationship based on the statute's change?
You are correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5151 relating to defining term fictive kin.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the title.
Question is, shall the title amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5162 establish a program to promote creation and expansion of registered apprenticeship programs.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from 38 to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow high school students in grades 11 or 12, or students who are age 16 or above, to enroll in an apprenticeship program offered at public, private, or home schools, and the ability to gain secondary credits. The West Virginia Department of Education is responsible for establishing the Youth Apprenticeship Program, including setting standards, providing guidelines for county boards of education. There is a minimum of 135 classroom hours of related academic instruction and 400 hours of on-the-job training. The bill clarifies the definition of youth apprenticeship program. It also states that the training hours accumulated by the student's participation in the program created in section of 1827G of this code shall count towards the student's certifications or licensure. Finally, the bill states that this article shall comply with the child labor provisions of the Fair Labor Standards Act. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5162, establish a program to promote creation and expansion of registered apprenticeship programs.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5178, requiring car dealerships in this state to utilize a search engine to determine if buyers of vehicles have valid motor vehicle insurance.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard, and the gentleman of 68th is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5178 would allow motor vehicle dealers to access and use the online database for insurance information to verify if a purchaser has valid motor vehicle insurance. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of 52nd, Doggett Rose, recognized.
Just a question or two. Are they required to look at the website, or is it just something they're allowed now to do?
No, it's permissive.
Permissive. Okay. And do you know, is the website caught up? I mean, is it up to date, or is there some drag time on what the information would be there?
I'm not sure about the actual working of the website. That's an existing code. This is merely allowing dealers to access it to verify the insurance status.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5178, requiring car dealerships in this state to utilize a search engine to determine if buyers of vehicles have valid motor vehicle insurance.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5180, removing requirements to submit certain evidence on behalf of homeschooled children.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with a number of amendments pending and the right to amend. At this time, the chair will ask the clerk to please report the first of the amendments.
Delegates Fluharty and others moved to amend the bill. This was HFA Fluharty et al. 222.
Gentleman from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After some time, I would like to thank the gentlemen from the 44th and the 42nd for working to revise concerns about the amendment on some of the language.
Gentleman, Delegate, before you get started, this is the original one. Is it to be withdrawn?
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, I believe the gentlelady from the 49th has an amendment to the revised amendment. So she would be, in my understanding under the rules of procedure, she would go, and then I would on the revised. So yes, the original amendment, I presumed was already withdrawn because we revised
It has not been withdrawn.
Okay,
It
so
needed to be
yes.
withdrawn. Okay, are there objections to the original amendment being withdrawn? No objections are heard, and that amendment is withdrawn. Clerk will now please report the next of the primary amendments.
Delegates Fluharty and others move to amend the bill. This is Fluharty et al. 223 revised.
Is there a secondary amendment?
Delegate Tully moves to amend the amendment on page 1, line 6, after code by inserting, "The county superintendent shall develop and institute a policy to ensure the county superintendent is contacted when a report of suspect abuse and neglect is made by a school teacher or other school personnel pursuant to the provisions of 49-2-803.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the secondary amendment read by the clerk. The question is on the adoption of the secondary amendment. The chair will recognize the sponsor, lady from the 49th, Delegate Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a simple amendment that corrects a gap in the code as it relates to mandated reporters within the public school system. I've spoken to several local school superintendents, as well as we heard testimony from the state superintendent of schools, Ms. Michelle Blatt, during the education committee this year, that sometimes the superintendents of schools are not aware of the fact that an allegation or a report has been called into centralized intake regarding abuse and neglect. Sometimes I think the communication stops at the principal level at the school, and this just ensures that the individual who is supervising the school system has that information and is knowledgeable about the situation that is potentially going on with the child. So for that reason, I would urge adoption of my amendment. Thank you.
The question still is on the secondary amendment. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? Gentleman from the 5th, Delegate Fluharty.
Yes, I would just say, Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment alleviates any communication concerns, and I thank the gentlelady from 49th for offering it. Thank you.
Again, is there debate on the secondary amendment? Is there debate on the secondary amendment? Does the lady wish to close debate on the secondary amendment? If not, the question is on the secondary amendment only. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares the secondary amendment adopted. The question now is on the primary amendment as amended. Would the gentleman wish to explain the primary amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections? No objections are heard, and the gentleman from the 5th is recognized to explain the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The revised amendment, I want to thank the gentleman from the 44th and the 42nd for working to clarify any concerns from the original amendment on the language. And this has been quite literally years in the making to come to this narrowly tailored final amendment that we have here. So what the revisions do, first off, it clarifies that the report must be against a parent where the child resides. So that's a situation where if a report is made and the child is living with, say, the father, and the report was made against the mother, then the father could still pull from school and homeschool. It would not conflict with him. So this would just be where the child resides. It isolates it even more narrowly than previously. And it adds that the superintendent shall receive confirmation of a pending report within 48 hours. So it puts in a 48-hour window for confirmation, and the gentlelady from the 49th Amendment clarifies they should have a communication process involved for that. And also, it requires that within 14 days that the claim must be substantiated, and if not, the authorization shall be made. So it puts in an expedited process of 14 days to alleviate concerns that things may take too long. I believe we've covered all of our bases. I appreciate the conversations that we've had since this amendment was originally drafted and put out. I'll tell you another thing, what it does and doesn't do. If you are already homeschooling, this does not apply to you whatsoever. If you have already been authorized, this does not apply to you whatsoever. If a CPS report is even made during the authorization process, it only applies if that report is made from a school teacher or school personnel. In other words, the concerns that maybe a disgruntled ex may make a report and therefore we're going to, stop the process, that does not apply here. This is only if it's school personnel or school teachers. Quite literally, it has to be those within the building. Those are the mandatory reporters that we're making this very narrowly tailored. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close, and we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? Lady from the 4th, I got Winston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 5th yield?
Sure.
Is this if a report is filed by a mandated reporter, a teacher, or is it if an investigation is actually opened?
So when the report is made, an investigation is naturally supposed to open up. So this states that a report now, when it is made, must be communicated within 48 hours, and that would trigger the investigation process. And the window is only 14 days, so it has to be substantiated. I would argue now it could take a very long time. This puts a cap on it and makes sure that these reports are substantiated within 14 days.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 38th, I got Ellington's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the sponsors of the amendment for tightening that up. I do think that the amendment, you have to look at what does it do to the purpose of the bill. I do have some problematic questions about this. The purpose of the bill is really to remove reporting restrictions for homeschooling. That was all that bill was supposed to be. So does this particularly pertain to that? The amendment, though, does seek to enact a portion of the Rayleigh's Law into code. Now, my comments are not to disparage or denigrate any groups, but I would like to at least give a little background on that so people know why this was being put in. As many of you may know, and some of you may not, Rayleigh Browning was an 8-year-old girl that was in the public school system that was being abused since the age of 1. She was reported by many people in the school system, teachers, coaches, other members, as was mandatory for them to do so. She was also reported by many medical professionals, which is also mandatory reporting. CPS was involved, and apparently there were issues that they did not remove the child from the home. The school superintendent, the county superintendent, did not initiate the protocol to not grant in-home schooling to the parents. So this was taking place before the child became a homeschool student. Most of the abuse occurred before that and continued after. That raises issues about what the system is. It's certainly, she died at 8 years of age from sepsis. It was in the papers. Many of you may have read this situation. It was a very sad situation, gut-wrenching situation, and none of us would ever wish that on any child. And I think all of us here want to try to protect all these children. But this ended up being a situation where, again, the county superintendent did not deny homeschooling. They did not communicate with the other county. CPS dropped the ball on that and did not remove the child from the home, despite multiple reports. This is a system failure. Now, the current code already has, on page 2 of the bill, says on section 2, line 30, the child meets the requirements set forth in this subsection, provided that the county superintendent may, after a showing of probable cause, seek from the circuit court of the county an order denying home instruction of the child. The order may be granted upon a showing of clear and convincing evidence that the child will suffer neglect in his or her education, or that there are other compelling reasons to deny home instruction. That's already in code. If it was followed, this may not have persisted in the Rayleigh case. What the amendment does, and that was amended just a few moments ago, the concern I have is that as you read the amendment, it says, provided that the county board may not authorize instruction. May not means they will not grant instruction in the home if there is a pending child abuse or neglect investigation against the custodial parent with whom the child resides, or a person instructing the child. All right, now that doesn't say whether that homeschool parent is becoming a first-time homeschool parent or already exists. If they are already a homeschool parent, that could be revoked. If there is a complaint, then that is automatically removed based on this. That's how I read that. I don't think that was the intent, and that's not what the gentleman mentioned, but I interpret it as may not authorize instruction if there is a pending child abuse case. It also goes on to say that is initiated by a school teacher or other school personnel within the child's school district pursuant to the mandatory reporting requirements. Child school district doesn't mean the child is in public school. It could be a child anywhere in that county. Could be a homeschool, could be a private school, could be a public school. It also has on here the time frame. Upon determination by the county superintendent that an investigation has been initiated, and typically the county superintendent probably wasn't aware, because when a teacher makes a complaint, from what I've been told, and I don't know the whole process, usually it involves the counselor and the principal, but that's as far as it goes. They may report to the county superintendent. The ladies' amendment that we just had does bump it up to the superintendent. That's a communication problem. But any other employee may just lodge a complaint. There are various reasons they may do so. Yes, there could be ramifications, but my sources in CPS, DHHR told me there have been cases people have filed false reports. Nothing really happened to them. They didn't get fired, as previous discussion was that, yes, the individual would be fired. But there are known cases where that hasn't happened, particularly in cases where there may have been some marital disputes or other domestic type things. But that does happen, unfortunately. But the reporting part in the case says that it has to be request confirmation of case status from the Department of Human Services, which shall provide confirmation within 48 hours of receipt of the request. And then it follows up that unless another eligibility requirement prevents approval, if the complaint is not substantiated within 14 days of initiation, the superintendent shall authorize home instruction. So you're getting a delay of instruction on the child at that point. So if you look at what CPS has done, you have CPS repeatedly, the last month, January, they reported in their report over 4,000 complaints, 2,000 of which they accepted. That's just in 1 month. They're supposed to respond to a complaint within 3 days. This is saying, this amendment says they have to give a report within 2 days. They have been meeting, they've been making their response time has been an average of 30 days, not 3 days. Now, I'm told that if CPS feels that a child is in an imminent danger, they're supposed to respond that day. They have the ability then to remove a child from that situation and place them in an alternative setting. That should have happened in the Raley-Browning case. It didn't. But the thing is, the response time, that they're not responding with a certain amount of time, mainly because of manpower, shortage, workload, it's probably going to be impossible for them to respond to this amendment, the requirements of this, which again will delay the child from being instructed in their education over the next 14 days. Next part, I want to give you a couple of scenarios that could exist from this, or could occur. Let's say you have a child that's in school, early middle school age, kind of withdrawn over the past several days. Shows up in class, teacher sees there's a bunch of bruises on the child. Does the legitimate mandatory reporting and says, I suspect abuse of this child, probably at the home. files the report, goes into that. On the other side, the parents have been concerned that their child, who appears to be a LGBTQ child, identifies as that, has been getting bullied at school and finally got beat up one day in school. Decided they wanted to take their child out, made the decision, we can't afford private school, but one of us is going to stay home and homeschool the child. They make the decision to take the child out. Well, according to this amendment, the report's been filed legitimately. The child is then restricted from homeschool by this because they shall not allow them to do that. Kid goes back into the public school system. Next week, the child is bullied more, decides to commit suicide. Now, you may think that's not a scenario that could happen, but then again, we didn't think the Rayleigh Browning case would happen. Things can happen. Parents were trying to make a good decision, take that kid out of school and do that, take them out of that environment, but then they're forced back into that environment. Second thing, another case. Children that are in school that are being abused or neglected by school personnel. Example, special needs child. We just had a few cases where personnel were found to be abusing kids. It's over the past 2 years. Let's say that the parents see that their child's being abused and decide to take their kid out to do some other education, homeschool or special stuff. But the person that was abusing the child decided, you know what, we're going to file a report so I could deflect attention to me, put it on the parents. Could you see that happening? Potential. So there are unintended consequences of this amendment that, in my opinion, really don't need to be there. It's a good intention, but like I said, it could cause problems. Now, the key is any reports, and you're going to see probably a lot of reports, as you noticed, I said, 4,000 calls in 1 month. You're going to delay a lot of kids from their home instruction. Particularly when you look at this bill, really wasn't because of homeschooled kids in the Rayleigh Browning case. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate that the intent of the proposed amendment frustrates the purpose of what is being offered in the bill. The problem that exists in this amendment surrounds the term pending investigation. Specifically, the amendment says that upon determination by the county superintendent that an investigation has been initiated, the superintendent shall request confirmation of the case from the Department of Human Services, which shall provide confirmation within 48 hours of receipt of the request. The language of the amendment states that the confirmation of pending investigation shall be provided. However, just because there is confirmation of a pending investigation, it does not mean that allegations against a parent or guardian have been substantiated. Only after the investigation is complete will we really know whether there is a credible reason to prevent the parent or guardian from homeschooling their children. After the investigation is complete, there are already provisions that prevent those persons from homeschooling their children. It's already in code. The order may be granted upon a showing of clear and convincing evidence that the child will suffer neglect in his or her education, or that there are other compelling reasons to deny home instruction. That's in the code as stated. If clear and convincing evidence to deny home instruction ever existed, it seems it would have been in this particular case of the Rayleigh Browning. The amendment seeks to enact Rayleigh's law into the bill before us, but I worry that this may seriously undermine the ability of parents to homeschool their children. Before homeschooling was ever a consideration, evidence of Rayleigh's abuse had already been reported multiple times by public school teachers while she was enrolled in the public school system. However, the county school system never pursued a circuit court order to deny home instruction. This should have been done under the existing law. Homeschooling is not the focus of this issue. Rayleigh did not suffer abuse because she was homeschooled, and homeschooling did not conceal her abuse. Her abuse was apparent long before. It should have been stopped while she was enrolled in the public school. Now, the amendment continues to say that unless another eligibility requirement prevents approval, if the complaint is not substantiated within 14 days, the superintendent shall authorize home instruction. Again, this just states that a complaint is substantiated. There has not been a disposition to the case at this point. Now, no one denies that the tragedy involving Rayleigh was entirely preventable. It was. However, this amendment, either intentionally or unintentionally, targets our homeschool community and allows for a means to delay homeschooling our children for a lot longer than was anticipated in the amendment. Now, we should focus on correcting the CPS situation and not place the burden on homeschool educators. I ask that you not only think with your heart and your emotions, but you think with your brain when you vote on this. I urge rejection of this amendment based on what I've just told you. So I'm a no, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 99th, Doug Clark's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Education yield to a question or two?
Yes, sir.
Sir, first I want to thank you for your speech here on the floor. Protecting kids is something that I have vowed to do ever since I started teaching kids golf. Is a substitute teacher a licensed teacher?
Yes, I believe so.
Is a bus driver a mandatory reporter?
Bus driver is a personnel.
Okay. Cafeteria worker?
Yes.
All right. Someone like myself who has rights to go into the schools and teach golf, would I be considered part of this mandatory reporter?
I guess if you're employed by the school system, you would be a personnel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Permission to speak to the amendment, sir.
Gentleman is recognized for purpose of debate.
Folks, I want everybody to be cautious here. I understand the situation with Rayleigh and Rayleigh's Law. I understand everything that was done wrong by CPS. I understand that everything that was done wrong by maybe our school system, and everything that was done wrong by their parents, and shame on their parents for putting that child through that. But we have heard, I have heard, and I know you have all heard, people have called you and reported that someone made a false claim. They made a false claim. They made a claim to CPS because their kids were out in the yard playing unsupervised on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, you know, and a neighbor didn't like it, and the neighbor happens to be a teacher, or the neighbor happens to be a school personnel. Do we want to then force these kids to not be able to, the parents be homeschooled because of this situation? I don't think not. I don't think so. I've been debating this thing in my head for 3 years. I was introduced to Rayleigh's Law 3 years ago. The delegate that presented the amendment, him and I sat down and we discussed it. I see the reason for something, but we cannot allow just a report because of the fact that so many of these can be false. They can be an opinion of someone else and not be factual. I've had students that I see, and I have kids from 4 until 17 years of age, and I've seen bruises on them. I've seen cuts on them. You all know that we passed Megan's Law a few years ago that talks about self-harm. You know, they're putting these stresses on themselves. Could that be abuse? I don't know. But I've seen these things on kids, and I've talked to them, and you do know that kids are afraid sometimes to tell the full truth. Maybe they did fall down the steps. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they got hurt playing football, or maybe they got hurt playing soccer. Maybe they were bullied, but they don't know how to explain it to someone else. So they don't tell you all the truths. And then you take and make an assumption. And you're making an assumption to say, I'm protecting the kid. I have to make this assumption and protect the child. But if my assumption's wrong, I've actually hurt the parents. I've actually hurt the parents in my assumption. As a mandatory reporter, we got to go through training on signs and identifications and how to make this report. And I can tell you, any time that I ever have to think about it, it's hard. It's very hard. Jefferson County just recently had a case where there was a child that was abused in the school system. Well, a child was abused. It was reported by the public school system. They left the school system and went to a charter school. The abuse never stopped. Luckily, in this case, it was identified, and the parents and the grandparents are now in jail. It does happen correctly sometimes, but not all the time. And I don't think that we can stand here and vote for an amendment that only handles, that deals with all the time when we know that sometimes it's wrong. And I don't think that you all can actually push green and say, I don't care if it's wrong, I don't care if the investigation doesn't pertain, I got to make sure that this person gets in trouble. No, because sometimes the report is wrong. Sometimes it is. In this case with Rayleigh's Law, it wasn't. Please, and I know it's hard and it's going to hurt deep down inside, but please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 6th, Douglas Stevens, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak on the amendment?
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
So I reached out to a superintendent, and as we were talking about this, they made me aware of just last week, there was a student that was not coming to school, and it was a habitual. They weren't coming to school. So the principal and one of the teachers went to the house, and they went to the house to take food, and they went to take supplies for the student and assignments for the student because they cared for the student. They show up, a lady opens the door, happens to be the mother, and there's drug paraphernalia on the table, there's pills on the table, and there's visible drugs on the table. So of course they call CPS and the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department luckily takes the child from the home. The next day, they get a phone call. How do I homeschool my child? How do I homeschool my child? So that's what they wanted to do. They said, I can get that child out of the school so then they can be here exposed to pills, drug paraphernalia. I introduced 22 students this morning up there in the gallery. What happens if it would have been one of them? And I didn't get to announce them this morning. Just think about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 64th, Douglas Burkhammer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to stand before you and tell you that this really pulls on my heartstrings a little bit. I will advocate against child abuse and abusers and bullies every day. Every day. And to be honest with you, at the end of last week, there was a possibility I was going to support this. Just began to pull on my heartstrings as we stood on the floor and as we went through it. But we had a little bit of time to think about it. And so in thinking about that, I want you to consider who we're targeting here. We're claiming that this is protecting kids. We're claiming that this is protecting all kids. But I might argue to the gentleman from the 6th that there was child abuse and neglect going on while that child was enrolled in school. And I would agree that the measures were taken when it was found out that that child was removed from their care. That child didn't go back and then be allowed to be homeschooled the next day. CPS did their job. We have a process in place of Child Protective Services that protects children. That process is not and should not be injected into school attendance code. And even further, I would say, look at where it's being injected. Subsection C, home instruction, homeschoolers. B through N are all exemptions to removing your child from school. This proviso is only in C. Only in C about home instruction. Consider that M, Hope Scholarship. Folks can do home instruction underneath the Hope Scholarship. This doesn't apply to them. N, micro schools, learning pods, doesn't apply to them. Some very interesting ones. I has to deal with extreme poverty and allowing kids to be exempt from attendance at school when there is extreme poverty. Doesn't apply to I. What about D? D is when children are disabled and unable to attend school because of their disability. Doesn't protect those kids. We have narrowed this to the point that we are targeting one set of individuals. And those individuals are parents that are choosing to homeschool their children. We heard a lot spoke of in a previous debate, innocent until proven guilty. Things were said, I believe in rights. Another individual said, I believe in the Constitution and in due process. This eliminates all of that due process. This says we believe in all of those things except when you're a homeschooling parent. You're now guilty until you prove you're innocent. And so though I do believe that this is well intended, I believe the process by which we are undertaking it is flawed. I would also argue against the idea that this does not pertain to current homeschoolers. Where does it say that? Where does it say that if you've already been authorized, that you can be not authorized? In this section, it just says you are not or may not authorize instruction in the home. The county board may not authorize it. And if you read that in this section of code, I believe that some individuals could very easily construe that to when there is a pending allegation and investigation, my authorization that I previously gave you has been removed, and you are no longer authorized to do that. And I understand there'll be attorneys probably follow this and stand up and tell me that I'm wrong, and I am a lot. But I don't believe that this is solid enough to make that argument. This is tailored against folks that are wanting to homeschool. And I believe that if we want to truly fight against child abuse, if we truly want to combat this, if we truly want to honor Rayleigh, we attack the problem. We attack CPS with everything that we've got and say, we're going to improve it, we're going to make it better, we're going to do something about the failure of CPS in this case, and we're going to ensure that it never happens again. But we've just decided that we want to inject protecting children from homeschooling. I'll fight toe-to-toe with you against child abuse every day, but I have to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick question, a delegate from the 6th. Would he yield for a question?
Yes, gentleman.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. You piqued my interest. You talked to your county superintendent, and they said they received a request for homeschool instruction. What did your county superintendent do?
I didn't say it was our county superintendent. I just said a superintendent in West Virginia.
I appreciate it. I was just curious because I wasn't sure. That's what I was wondering.
Okay. When the person called the superintendent's response, is, you know, the child is not in your custody anymore. The child is in custody of CPS. You can't make that decision because it was, I guess, a temporary custody because the child had been taken immediately.
I was just curious. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from the 5th yield for a couple of questions.
Yes, gentleman does yield.
Thank you. I have a couple questions on your amendment because I'm trying to work this through. And I feel like there are two different sections of the amendment, so please help me understand. So the first part of the proviso states the county board may not authorize instruction in the home if there's a pending child abuse or neglect investigation pursuant to 49-2801 et sec. How would the county board know, and I'm a serious question, like I'm trying to figure this out, how would they know if there's a pending child abuse or neglect investigation?
Well, I believe the gentlelady from 49th's amendment clarifies that a policy will be in place, that a report is made, it is then communicated to the superintendent, and then the superintendent must, within 48 hours, receive a status of that pending CPS report, a confirmation that there is one pending. That's a 48-hour window, and then we have within 14 days from the 48 hours, we have 14 days that we have to have this substantiated. Under current law, I'd argue it could, people want to talk about 1881C2, if you could weaponize that, and the judge may not give you a hearing for a month, 2 months, depending on the docket. This could be weaponized. What my amendment does is expedites the process. This protects the homeschoolers at the end of the day if you're going to use C2.
See, that's where I'm having a problem. So with the county board, like, I think they're only required to meet maybe 12 or 24 times a year. I mean, would the county board then have like an emergency meeting to discuss this? I'm trying to, you know, like, I guess you have 14 days, but I guess they would have to, if they don't have a meeting scheduled for 14 days, they would have to convene, right?
If they don't have a meeting within 14 days, if you read the last sentence,
right.
The superintendent shall authorize home instruction. So this tells the county you have to act, and if you don't act within 14 days, you shall authorize.
Okay, yep, and I understand that. I did read that. I was just trying to think of how the county board, I guess they would just have to meet within 14 days, and if something happens.
So if they drop the ball, it's on them, but the authorization shall be made if they drop the ball.
So then I'm going to go to the second part. Question on when he says upon determination by the county superintendent that an investigation has been initiated. So I'm just going to stop there. Do you think that a county superintendent is going to have to inquire about an investigation for every letter of intent for homeschool they receive?
No, not everyone they receive. This is only if there's a pending authorization in process right now for homeschool process. So the superintendent now, through the gentlelady's amendment, clarifies that the communication must take place. And they have to come up with their own policy, whether if it's a direct communication, picking up the phone and taking 30 seconds of your time. I mean, as long as the communication is made.
Right, so I get that's what I'm trying to figure out. So,
and under 803 for mandatory reporting, there's already a written author. Like, they already have, I know they've been talking about anonymity and things of that nature, but under mandatory reporting, there's nothing in there that says it has to be anonymous. And in the situation with Rayleigh's Law, it was the gym teacher who was certainly not anonymous making this report. I don't suspect that many teachers are going to be anonymous. They usually scream it from the rooftops. I believe this child's being abused.
I'm trying to figure that out. Like, so I send in a letter of intent to the county. How do they know if I have a pending investigation against me?
Well, through the screening process, if you are going to, in the process of taking a child from public school to private school, obviously, if you're doing your letter of intent and your name and the residence and things of that nature are all disclosed, if there's a pending report, because now we're saying you have to, we're kind of removing the isolation thing, we're going to make sure that you actually report and that there's a confirmation to the superintendent and to the school board. And if your name comes up as a pending report, and only if the child's residing in the home itself. If you are a parent of a child's not residing and there is a pending report, it will not apply here. That was clarification made by the gentleman from the 42nd to make sure that it's in the home itself.
Okay, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm just trying to understand how the
Sure.
amendment goes.
No,
Thank
I
you.
think it's buttoned up very narrowly,
Yep.
especially with the time frames in there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 19th, Doug Kraus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I try not to speak too often, and when I do, I try to get straight to the point, but this one's going to take me a little longer today, so bear with me. I want you all to know why that rejection of this amendment is a must. Protection of kids is the utmost importance to me. It always has been, it always will be, and you all know I'm a mama bear. First and foremost, it takes away due process. It says parents and caregivers are guilty until proven innocent. There is no due process in this. Wording in the amendment leaves it open to new and current homeschoolers. There is already provisions in the approval process to deny homeschooling. This amendment does not remove the child from the home, but the reports and complaints are supposedly so bad the parent cannot choose the type of homeschooling they want to participate in, yet the child is allowed to stay in the home. This is a CPS problem. This was a CPS problem, and this continues to be a CPS problem. It is not a homeschool problem. CPS did not do their job. What happened to the little girl happened over a Christmas break, a break where she would not have been in school either. She was removed from school just prior to Christmas break in 2018. She had been hospitalized on multiple occasions from the age of 1 in 2011. She began to self-mutilate at age 2 when one of her accused caregivers entered her life. From then until her death, she was seen by multiple physicians, school workers, and teachers, all which were mandatory reporters, and many of who reported the abuse symptoms to CPS, who did nothing. This was an ongoing problem over the years. CPS continued to do nothing. Report after report, CPS still did nothing. I agree something needed to be done to protect others like Rayleigh and Rayleigh herself. This is not it. Current homeschool law provides protections already that are in line with due process. 1881C2 states, provided that the county superintendent, after showing probable cause, seek from the circuit court of the county an order denying home instruction of the child. The order may be granted upon showing of clear and convincing evidence that the child will suffer neglect in his or her education, or that there are other compelling reasons to deny home instruction. There is nothing in this amendment that would stop teachers or other school personnel, example janitors, aides, cooks, etc., from filing one report after another. Just a mere accusation starts a CPS investigation. You have school personnel who disagree with your homeschooling, they can call CPS and start an investigation right then and there. Say you have a teacher who's pushing a trans agenda and telling your child they are another gender. You decide this is not in the best interest of your child. You pull them to homeschool, and the teacher pushing the issue decides you are abusing your child because you will not follow along and allow them to transition, and they call CPS on you, an investigation begins, leaving your child in the same classroom you were trying to remove them from. And you can apply this to any other situations. You could even apply this to a teacher who's maybe pushing their religious beliefs on your child, and you don't want it, and you could be denied homeschooling. You try to remove your child because they are having severe mental distress and issues. You are unsure what the issue is, but unbeknownst to you, either the teacher or maybe another school personnel is sexually abusing your child. We hear this very often. If you watch the news just for a couple weeks, you'll hear it. Because the teacher or other personnel doesn't want your child to expose them, they turn around and file a CPS report. And now your child is left in the classroom or the school with the abuser. There are many more examples, and I have seen, heard, and even been subject to unwarranted fake CPS reports myself. They happen all the time. CPS is overwhelmed with what they do. CPS needs fixed, not the homeschooling law. West Virginia Judiciary has rules and procedures for child abuse and neglect proceedings. These rules allow CPS to file for emergency custody of a child in certain circumstances, specifically when there is imminent danger to the child. And the rules requires a hearing to determine whether continuation in the home is contrary to the welfare of the child. The proposed amendment only addresses home instruction and leaves the child in the home. As such, the reasonable interference in that child in this situation is not suspected of being in imminent danger, and continuation in the home is not contrary to the welfare of the child. If this is true, prohibiting home instruction is not about protecting the child in danger. In short, the proposed amendment does not protect West Virginia children. This amendment, in short, denies parents the fundamental right of due process. In the United States, the right of parents to direct the upbringing of their education of their children has been consistently affirmed. Over 60 years, the Supreme Court of the United States held that the primary role of parents in the upbringing of their children is now established beyond debate as an enduring American tradition. Nearly 50 years before that, the court held rights guaranteed by the Constitution may not be abridged by legislation which has no reasonable relation to some purpose within the competency of the state, prohibiting a parent from withdrawing a child from public school to home educate without any form of due process simply because the school official suspects abuse and CPS subsequently opens an investigation infringes upon the rights of a parent and can often be harmful to a child. While it may be said that the state bears some interest in protecting children from abuse, as the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals noted, the government's interest in the welfare of children embraces not only protecting children from physical abuse, but also protecting children's interest in the privacy and dignity of their homes and in the lawfully exercised authority of their parents. The lawful exercise of parental authority in providing home instruction cannot simply be invaded upon because of a pending investigation against a parent by a mandatory reporter. With that, CPS is behind in their work. In January of this year alone, 4,300 calls were made, with more than 2,000 of those accepted. Only 68% of those are completed in 30 days. CPS has a 20% vacancy rate. First and foremost, just because there is a pending investigation does not mean the allegations are true. This amendment is a bad amendment. I do agree CPS needs worked on and child abuse needs taken seriously. However, this is not the place in our law for it. There is more abuse and neglect going on in public school than there is in homeschooling, and that is from the school personnel alone. Quit going after homeschooling and do your work on CPS. Let me quote my friends again from across the aisle. My friend in the 25th says, "I trust parents and you should too." And then my friend in the 76th says, In this country, in the United States, someone is innocent until proven guilty. This was agreed upon by also our friend in the 52nd. People are innocent until proven guilty through a court of law. Again, our homeschool laws provide for due process and to protect against bullying or protect against being guilty until proven innocent. The amendment claims a parent is guilty until they are proven innocent. I will restate what the provisions are. In 1881C1, it states if the request for instruction is denied by the county board, good and reasonable justification for the denial shall be furnished in writing to the applicant by the county board. Then in 1881C2 states, provided that the county superintendent, after showing probable cause, seek from the county or from the circuit court of the county an order denying home instructions of the child. The order may be granted upon showing clear and convincing evidence that the child will suffer neglect in his or her education, or that there are other compelling reasons to deny home instruction. That is due process going through the court system. Current homeschool laws have this provision already. I've spoken to some of the sponsors, and they too are unsure if this amendment is going to do what they think it will do. I have also been immersed in the homeschooling community deeply and for a long enough time that I know this amendment will be abused. I urge the vote of a no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 49th, Doug Tully is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly not here to vilify good parents that want to homeschool their children. I have no dog in that fight. I have no interest in it. But this did come out of my district. And what I'm also for is putting responsibility on the shoulders of the school superintendents while putting tools in their hand to make sure that they can go to the court system and seek the order denying that petition for a child that may be abused. That would be a determination up to a judge. That is where the due process comes in. What I'm also willing to do is tip the scales in the favor of the child for 14 days until that can be sorted out by the court system and by CPS. So for that reason, I will be standing strong for Rayleigh and voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Lady from the 4th, I got Winston Reed's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am really struggling with this. I respect a parent's right to homeschool and make decisions for their child's education. But what deeply, deeply concerns me is the timing. That a CPS investigation of abuse is leveled and then a request for homeschooling is made. We have a situation in Ohio County, or Marshall County, excuse me. A parent pulled their child after an allegation was made, kept that child isolated at their home for 2 years, and sexually abused her. She became isolated from everyone around her and had no options to report. And that's what concerns me here. It's not interfering with a parent's right to homeschool. It's regarding the timing. So kids are afraid to tell the whole truth, and they're not always reliable narrators. They feel like they have the weight of the world on their shoulders, and if they say something, they're going to be in trouble. The only, I guess, outlook for them are those educators. They're the school system. That's what keeps them safe and keeps eyes on them. So sometimes mandated reporters do get it wrong, trying to do the very best thing. But if 14 days is what we have to do to keep those kids safe, then I would be willing to take that risk and ask people to support the amendment.
Gentleman of 76, I got Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, I'm proud of my friend, one of my best friends down here from the 5th. You know him as a passionate advocate. Sometimes he goes a little off the rails. But last week, when we started this debate, and we heard some questions from a number of different people in this body, he stopped. He listened. And I give a lot of credit for the gentleman from the 42nd over there to say, hey, let's see if we can work on this. Let's see if we can work to try to alleviate the concerns that people have. And what we have now in this revised amendment, along with the secondary amendment, which I think was a wonderful amendment by the gentlelady from Nicholas, to try to make sure, yes, there is a way that this information gets to the superintendent. That was important. But everything that was done is to try to create a quick, nimble, targeted response to a specific, horrific situation that happened. I want to say it again. That happened. We've heard about what could happen. We've heard about all of these reports that could be put out there. This happened. And we're left to wonder, with all of the breakdowns that we heard with CPS, with reports that were made, with the failings that were done, what if we had one more chance to save a little girl like Rayleigh Browning? And I think this response here is not an attack on homeschool parents. It's not a situation that is going to delay the education of a child. It's 14 days. It's a pause to make sure that that child is safe. It has built-in guardrails. Built-in guardrails, so there's a confirmation from CPS. There's a time frame in which, if the complaint's not substantiated, then homeschool is authorized, homeschool instruction. And so, and the other thing I heard earlier, there was a gentleman from Mercer talked about the school district and how it can be more broad. And I have to say this again, this has been a collaborative effort on this amendment. And some of the things that I've heard today, you had the opportunity, I don't think they're problems, but you had the opportunity to try to work with the gentleman from the 5th and the others behind this amendment to make it better, and you didn't. This is a very important moment because when I think about the passion, my friend from the 5th, I've heard him speak on this bill before on the floor, but I've heard him when we have a drink or dinner outside of these walls. He has been relentless on this ever since I came to the legislature because he is interested in justice, and justice, unfortunately, does not mean that Rayleigh Browning, that this can help her. But my God, if it can help one more person, if we can provide for that one more opportunity where other things fail, and we should work on those things, but where everything else fails, if this is the thing that might catch and save someone's life, we have to do it. So I ask you, please support the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman to 32nd, Douglas Holstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 5th yield for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. So, under your amendment, would this apply to any current homeschool students or families?
No, they're already authorized.
Okay. So the first line or two in your amendment would preclude them from that, right? Because
I couldn't hear.
the first line or two in your amendment would preclude them from that because they've already been previously authorized.
Yes, this is with an authorization pending.
All right. All right. Now, if you have a child in public school that's pulled out when there's not an investigation and there's an investigation afterwards, that wouldn't apply here either, right?
It would not. They were already, no, if they're already out, they have to be in
Right.
public school, enrolled.
All right. So if you have a child in public school that's pulled out for any reason after an allegation is made, this would apply.
The child would have to be enrolled currently in public school, the allegation made, and then a pending application sought, if that makes sense.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman to 51st, Douglas Fast.
Thank you. Would the gentleman from 76 yield?
Yes, sir.
Just one question. You mentioned that during his 14 days, the child would be safe. Where would this child be living during that 14 days?
I think that would be based on the CPS process if there had been a complaint filed. But what I do know is that the child would be in public school and would have a lot of eyes on them every day for those 14 days. And I think that's the main thing that this calls for, because what we've seen in this situation with Rayleigh Browning was that she was hidden from other people while she was tortured and while she ended up being murdered. And so that's the importance of this. She will be in the public view with school teachers and personnel who are there to protect her.
Well, in that case, so under this amendment, though, it's not contemplating that the child is removed, but it's contemplating that the child is not removed, because if the child is removed, obviously there's not going to be any homeschooling because the child's not in the home to homeschool. So it's contemplating the child is not removed. Wouldn't the child still be living at home?
Yes, that's why it's not an attack on homeschoolers. That's why it's different than the process that we have with the CPS process. This is specifically about really shading somebody from being taken out of schools for the sole purpose that there's been a complaint and they don't want to have to deal with it.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from the 44th, Delegate Kirby is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 5th yield for a question?
Yes.
Based on the conversations we've heard today, obviously I think there's some grave concern about children that are currently homeschooled falling into this. Was that the intent behind this amendment?
No, and I think it's contemplated that this is the county board, we're doing with the county board and a currently enrolled student. That's certainly the intent.
But you would agree that reasonable minds could differ as to the language that's used currently in this amendment?
Sure, and to the gentleman's concern, I mean, if you want to include make sure it's blatantly clear that a currently enrolled public school student in the first sentence, I think that would suffice any concerns.
Thank you. Would the gentleman be open to reforming his amendment so that it would read as follows? The beginning, county board may not authorize instruction in the home with respect to a child currently enrolled in public school if there's a pending investigation?
Sure.
Thank you.
So for
Does
clarification,
the gentleman seek a reformation of the amendment?
Yes, to the gentleman from the 44's concerns, I would seek a reformation just to simply say, after the word authorize, Mr. Speaker.
This is to the primary amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
After the word authorize, we would insert a currently enrolled public school student to be instructed.
Okay, is it clear to the members the reformation sought by the sponsor? Okay, are there objections to that reformation being made? Okay, no objections are heard. Clerk will please note that reformation of the primary amendment.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, question still is on the primary amendment now as reformed. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 44th, Delegate Kirby, seek recognition?
Speak to the reformed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the gentleman's recognized for that purpose.
Thank you. I have been torn on this issue since I got to Charleston last year. Every time this issue comes up, there's always got to be a balancing act between respecting the rights of every parent within the state, but also recognizing that not every child in the state comes from the same homes that we all had the privilege of growing up in. I think with the gentlelady's amendment to the amendment, and now the reformation from the gentleman from the 5th, I have no reason not to support this amendment. I have no fears that it'll be used as a retaliatory weapon. This notion that our children experience more abuse and neglect in public school than they do within their homes is news to me. And I've been on the front lines for the past 13 years as an abuse and neglect guardian ad litem and as an assistant prosecutor who focuses on abuse and neglect cases. I can't recall a case where a child experienced abuse or neglect at the hands of their parents in a public school setting. But I've been inside a lot of homes where abuse and neglect has occurred. I want to be absolutely clear, and I think the gentleman's reformation makes this absolutely clear, but let's not misconstrue anything. This bill's not about homeschool parents. This bill is about very specific scenarios in which a teacher receives information or observes something from a student that they believe is abuse or neglect, and it needs to be investigated. So there's step one. Step two is they pick up the hotline and they call CPS, and at that point, if it's a valid concern, it is given to a field worker. If it is not, it is screened out. So there's step two. In this case, this amendment kicks in only when the parent of that child comes to that school and removes that child from the school, after the investigation has already been started. Not, as some have inferred or even said explicitly, a report is made. That's not true. An investigation has to be ongoing. And that's in the clear language of the bill, the amendment. I don't know a single teacher, and I've had good ones and I've had bad ones. More good than bad. But I don't know a single teacher that has the time or has the demented personality to drive around just looking for innocent homeschool children to report frivolously. As a matter of fact, I don't know of teachers that are currently overwhelmed within our system and overworked within our system that have time to sit down and make frivolous allegations of abuse or neglect. So while I promise, and I swear I will never assume that a homeschooled parent or a homeschooled child is any worse off than a public school child, I would ask the same to be applied to our public school teachers. To not assume that they're all just monsters waiting to catch someone because they don't agree with them being homeschooled. In my district and across Raleigh County, we got teachers with 30, 32, 33 kids in the classroom. You think they're going to call and report on a child because they're homeschooled and they want that child back in the room to make 34? I mean, some of the scenarios and hypotheticals that have been laid out for you to want to be against this amendment are just, I mean, they're incomprehensible. But what's not incomprehensible is the story of Ray Lee Browning. So while some of the hypotheticals laid out with respect to alternative lifestyles, and this teacher may push religion or that teacher may push gender identity, we know what happened with Ray Lee. I don't have to give you a hypothetical or what if. I do know one thing, though. If this law were in place, based on the gentleman's amendment and his reformation and the gentlelady's amendment to the amendment, Ray Lee would be here with us today. Please support the amendment.
Gentleman from the 99th will state the question.
Yes, because the amendment has been reformed, House rules were only allowed to speak once on an amendment or a bill and ask questions once. Because it's reformed, can those who have already spoke now speak again or ask questions again?
That is not specifically contemplated by the rule, Delegate. However, the chair will treat the reformed amendment as a new question and will permit the gentleman to be recognized if that's your question.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman is recognized.
Folks, I think this is why Raley's law needs to be its own bill. As you can see, what are we doing? We're speaking against the amendment. It looks as if, and I don't know where everybody else is voting, but it looks as if the amendment may be failing. So what do? We reform the amendment to try and appease all of us, to try and catch to our hearts, okay, to make this workable. Again, I'm going to say it again. I thank the gentleman from the 5th for bringing this here. But this is what we should have been doing for the last 2 years in committee, is figuring out a way to make this an actual bill, not try and put it into a homeschool bill, not to try and make it an amendment. So I'm still going to urge you all to reject the reformed amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 14th, Delegate Foggins, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak to the bill?
Gentleman, to the amendment. The gentleman is recognized.
I apologize.
The gentleman is recognized.
The amendment. I don't know if this amendment fits here on this bill. I have to agree with the gentleman from the 99th. It may not fit here. It deserves to be its own bill, probably. But here we are. False reporting by by teachers. In the past week, I've heard people say that there's a very strong compulsion, I would say, to file a report if you think there is some abuse. If you haven't been in that situation, I can tell you it's stressful. If you do you report a bruise on an arm? I think that extreme pressure might lead to some of the false accusations, if you will. Last week, I stood and said that I would protect kids with my life, and I'm asking you just to vote what's in your heart. If this may not protect any kids, or it might protect 2 or 3 kids, I'm not sure. I don't know who it hurts, but I appreciate that we had this opportunity to protect kids again, and I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 100th, like it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 64th, if he's available? Yeah. Okay. I wanted to get your perspective on the reformed amendment and whether or not it addresses your concerns relative to homeschool parents and particularly those who are already homeschooled. You'd articulated that you had concerns that those people who are already homeschooling potentially could be affected by this.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I think it absolutely does address that concern where it does pertain only to those that are wanting to start homeschooling. But I would also still continue to argue that there are exemptions, many other exemptions that are listed throughout the code where parents can remove their children and do various types of education. So we're still, though it is better, it is still only targeting those that want to homeschool, those that want to be a part of learning pods, those that want to be part of micro schools, those that want to be part of the Hope Scholarship. There are still many other exemptions. So it is still narrowly targeting one particular group and one set of children, and I still have a problem with that. And I would argue and maybe support the delegate from Berkeley in saying that I think we're getting there, but we're just not there yet. This should probably be a proviso that covers this entire attendance process, that somehow connects the attendance throughout and every exemption to CPS and their investigation process. I still think we're targeting a group that I personally don't think we should be targeting.
Thank you very much. I know you didn't intend to insult the delegate from the 99th who's from Jefferson. Would the sponsor of the bill please yield for questions? I also wanted to get your perspective on whether or not you think this addresses the issues you had relative to those individuals who are currently homeschooling and whether or not this would alleviate some of those concerns, the reformed amendment.
I still don't think it alleviates everything, no. I think this needs much more work and it should be a bill on its own.
Understand.
I still reject the amendment.
Understand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 19th, Delegate Kraus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, I still reject this amendment, and I hope everyone follows along with that. I still believe this is going to be issues for homeschoolers, those coming out to homeschooler, and this is a problem, and I believe this bill needs worked on, or this amendment needs worked on as a bill on its own in committees, so all of this can be worked out, or we're just going to sit here and continue to reform and reform all day long to get what they want. At this point, I reject the amendment, and I hope everyone else does too.
Gentleman from the 93rd, Delegate Hornby is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to wholeheartedly disagree with my friend from the 99th. I think, from what I believe, and maybe the gentleman from the 5th can confirm, but I believe the Rayleigh's law has been run 3 times, or has been tried to run 3 times, correct?
It has been pending for a number of years and has not been put on the education agenda.
So I believe the gentleman is trying to get a good piece of legislation into law. So I agree with the amendment.
Gentleman to 42nd, Douglas Steele is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was an interesting debate, and so far, you know, I took notes like the entire time, and you guys know I don't use notes, so I may as well just quit looking at them and just talk. It's basically what I've always done. That way, you know, what's coming out of my mouth is exactly what's in my heart. I have defended homeschool issues for years in here, 6 years. And I would doubt that anybody has defended them more vigorously than me. At the same time, I, like the gentleman from the 44th, I would say that combined, we've probably been involved in as many cases as there are. We've been involved in as many cases that have probably the same number of children over the years as there are currently in the foster care system. I would say that's a safe estimation between the two of us. He and I are both patriotic defenders of liberty, freedom, the right to homeschool. But we've been in the trenches, and we've been shoveling it. And we see good cases, we see bad cases, we see cases that should have been dismissed before the petition ever got filed. We see cases that should have been safety plans, and we see cases that should have been an immediate removal. And you never know where it's going to come from. You don't know what socioeconomic background it's going to come from. You don't know what the exact circumstances are going to be. But one of the things that I do know is that a delay to simply check something is not a deprivation of due process. It's something that we do all the time. A delay is not a deprivation of due process. As a matter of fact, with the Reformed Amendment, Reformed Amendment, as it were, over several different occasions, I think there's plenty of due process sitting right there. Within 48 hours, that superintendent has to check with the student enrolled currently in their school. Now, one of the things I want to tell you, I asked some personnel at some county boards of education. I don't have numbers on this. Thank God for floor immunity. But from what I was told by these personnel that are working in admin, the vast majority, over 90% of applications for notice of intent to homeschool are received prior to the start of the school year. So you're really only talking about a very, very small number of notices of intent that arise during the school year. Okay? So what is this amendment telling the superintendent to do? Call CPS and check. One of the biggest arguments that we've heard in here today is fix CPS, fix CPS. Why aren't we doing something to fix CPS? For God's sakes, what mountain of money y'all looking for to throw at it? I mean, we'll go find it. We've been throwing money at CPS forever. Blame CPS. This isn't homeschooling. Nobody's saying this is homeschool parents' fault. This amendment's not even about homeschool kids at all now. It's about kids that are currently enrolled in the public schools of this state, not private, not anything else. Currently enrolled in the public schools of this state, and the superintendent receives a notice of intent to homeschool. What do they have to do? Something that's quite a bit easier than you going and buying a firearm and proving within an hour that you're not a felon. I mean, this is a Form 1, like essentially, to pull your kid out of public school and do homeschool. Now, it doesn't even cover pulling your kid out of public school and putting them in private school. Maybe you want to take them down the road, take them to Greater Beckley Christian School or Victory Baptist or something like that. Those are in Raleigh County. Those are the names I know. I'm sorry. Charleston Catholic, you know, for those of you here. This doesn't even apply to that situation. We're talking about a situation that all of us observed. The gentleman from the 44th and I both do abuse and neglect in Fayette County and have for many, many years. And we were practicing when this went down. I don't think either one of us were involved in this particular case. You want to know why? Because the petition never got filed. I guarantee you if there was a petition that got filed, one of us would have been involved in it, or the judiciary chairman, one of the three of us. I mean, my goodness. That was the problem. A case didn't get filed. Well, we need to do something to fix CPS. Well, why can't it be do something to help CPS? I mean, you have people sitting in the board office. All we're asking them to do is send an email to somebody at CPS and ask, is there a pending investigation? If they get a response back that says, hey, you know what, we do have a report from a mandatory reporter inside the school system, we should have this cleared within such and such time. 14 days pass, and that thing has not been closed out, as we've talked about, 30-day waits and all this other stuff to get a petition filed and whatever. That kid's in homeschool. That kid shall authorize. Gentleman's amendment, shall authorize within 14 days. That is the very definition of due process. Now, I'm sitting here reading the letter that came from the HSLDA and has been quoted from extensively today. And for starters, this thing does not even address what's in front of us. What this addresses is the original amendment that was proposed by the gentleman from the 5th, before it was reformed, before it was amended twice, and then reformed again, and tightened up so narrowly. One of the things said, it's narrowed to who we are targeting, and that is not homeschool parents. That is people that are abusing their children and trying to avoid exposure. Now, I've argued against broader bills that had to do with this very topic on the basis that it could potentially drag in homeschool parents. The way it sits right now, it is not dragging in a single homeschool parent, not one. And the homeschool parent that's a constituent of mine that I know best is my wife. We've homeschooled. Many of you in here homeschool. And her and I talked about this on Friday as we were taking our family somewhere for the weekend for my son's birthday. And I explained it to her, and I laid the whole thing out. And she's like, I don't know, it seems pretty reasonable to me. I would hope we were checking. We're not already checking? No, we're not already checking. That was her response. She was like, they're not already checking that? No, they're not. We're not already checking that. This is not intrusive. So for one, this letter doesn't even deal with the amendment in front of you. The other thing is it admits that the superintendent already has the ability to pursue this. Well, if the superintendent already has the ability to pursue this, then what's the big deal? Is it that we're reiterating what's in current code? I think we all just voted unanimously, I think there might have been one red, to reiterate to the turnpikes, you really got to talk to us before you raise them tolls again. We do that all the time. We do it all the time, and we do it for good reason. We do it for good reason. And in this situation, what we're doing is trying to marry up CPS operating in a silo and the education system operating in a silo. What we're trying to do is just marry that up. A little bit of communication, and not a denial, but a delay if there's an active investigation. And I think one of the great things that was brought up by the gentleman from the 64th is the fact that there are literally like 15 other ways to get your kid out of school. And I love how we started using buzzwords like LGBTQ and bullied and all this other stuff to try to sway votes. I mean, that's gorgeous right there. I mean, the logical fallacies coming from that are fantastic. As a lawyer, I appreciate it. I mean, it's something I've used before. But bringing that thing up, there are probably 12 different areas where you can get that kid out of school into a different public school, into a charter school, into a virtual environment, to have that kid put in a safe space to maybe just stay home, to have a doctor's excuse that says, look, this child is going through mental illness, needs to stay home. There's 10 different reasons right there why that kid can stay home. It doesn't have to be a notice of intent to homeschool. As I go on through this, and I want to add that I love that the attorneys' names are listed in here, and there's actually more of them than are currently in this room. But none of them have a West Virginia law license according to the front of this letter. As a matter of fact, it was written by one that, unless he was from Alaska, the state of Washington's pretty far away. State of Washington's pretty far away. And I would have to say that there are a lot of things that I see in here that show an ignorance of West Virginia law. On the second page of this letter, notably, this provision in current law has well understood requirements and uses established standards of proof. And then it goes on down to say, the superintendent must also present their evidence in case before a judge who is governed by the rules of professional conduct. I thought judges were governed by canons. If I'm not, I could be wrong about that. But nonetheless, it just shows a misunderstanding of West Virginia law. We talked about due process. We talked about how it's narrowed. There are decisions being brought up from the Ninth Circuit that don't even apply to this state. We're in the Fourth Circuit. Probably the most compelling reason to do this is contained in this letter, and it's point number 4. I'm quoting here, CPS is behind on their work. This is the exact reason we need to do this. This isn't an argument against it. It's an argument for it. We need to do something. We know CPS is overran. This aids and assists CPS in quickly resolving these matters and quickly coming to a conclusion of, hey, we got a kid here that wants to homeschool. Can you tell us if there's an open investigation? Okay, 48 hours, you got to let me know. If there's no investigation, go ahead, go homeschool. If there is an investigation, I don't think there's a single person in here that caught unawares, caught off guard on the street, somebody walks up to you and says, hey, do you think somebody should be able to hide their kid from the rest of the world if they got an active CPS investigation? I don't think there's a person in here that would agree with that. Look, you know what? Maybe this thing does, because I can tell you this. With the hundreds and hundreds of cases that I've worked, they've all had a preliminary hearing, and I can tell you this much. I've gone in and won some of those on behalf of some parents that were wrongfully accused of stuff, and the judge will give them the kids right back that day. I've done it. I've had prosecutors look at a petition when a CPS worker bring it in and turn it down. Turn it down right off the bat, no case. So how is this going to prevent that kid from getting that homeschool right that they so desire? It's not. It's just a check. And you know what? It's sad that we have to have that check. But of all the emails that I got that convinced me to stand up today and support the gentleman from the 5th, I don't even know if we can call it his amendment anymore. And probably the best thing that's happened this session is all of us worked on it. From the back of the room to the front of the room to each side. And anybody that would not support an amendment because of somebody's name on it, man, I'd just turn that thing in and go home. We ain't here for the right reasons, if that's what it is. Just because we have fundamental ideological differences doesn't mean we can meet in the middle and figure out how to save a kid's life. That was the most important email I read, was from Janice Riston. I'm sure she doesn't mind me saying. She emailed all of us. And she goes through so much. And you can tell she's just a mother broken. Just a broken mother in a custody dispute. And how many times we've seen that. And she says, the judge said, if you complain one more time, I'm going to cut your visitation. She's afraid to make a report. You can imagine that everybody at school knew, the teachers knew of this contentious situation. They were probably afraid to report, knowing what's gone on in the background. We can pretend that these are all closed-door proceedings, but if you involve kids, they're going to go to school and they're going to talk to their friends because they need an outlet, and they're going to tell folks, and people are going to know. And I think at some point in time we do need to address that topic. But the thing that got me was looking at that little girl sitting at her birthday party. She ain't going to get another one. It's my son's birthday today. And I think of how happy he will be today and how happy that little girl was. At her birthday. If we're going to do anything in here to help and protect our kids, we got to do it together, we got to do it bipartisan, and we got to lay down the rhetoric when the clear writing in front of you is that this applies to the most narrow situation you can possibly think of. This will not affect my homeschool kids. This will not affect any of the other people's kids that are getting homeschooled in here. This is a pump the brakes to check and make sure, because we have lost lives. It's not just Raleigh. That might be what this is named for. But there's others. There's stuff in Sissonville. There's stuff in Marshall County. There's stuff in other places that this has come up. And yes, CPS is overrun. This is a way of giving them some additional support from people who are actually looking at children on a daily basis. Could it be abused? Yes. There are a lot of things that could be abused. They're still in law. They are absolutely still in law. And to me, that abuse can be rectified very quickly by a writ of prohibition or a writ of mandamus, a filing for an injunction. I don't know of a lawyer in Beckley that wouldn't be able to go file something in circuit court if they had something like this going on wrongfully, or a lawyer in the state of West Virginia for that matter. I have had to get up on the floor and argue against past versions of these for the very reason that some of my colleagues in here are arguing against it today. But I would have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, because I'm supposed to be addressing you, not everybody else. Mr. Speaker, I would have to say that those arguments today are entrenched in dogmatic thought that has got rid of pragmatism. Pragmatism demanded that we figure this thing out right here and right now, because for the last 3 years, we've sat idly by and not run bills and not addressed this problem. Rather, we have looked at every solution and said, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. Well, what is it? If this isn't it, I don't know what is. If this isn't it, I don't know what is. For God's sakes, have some common sense about this. It's not an infringement upon anybody's rights. It's meant to protect the lives of children in a very narrow, tailored manner that is nothing more than a delay to make sure that something strange isn't about to happen. And I hate that this happened to this little girl, that we even have to make a law about this. But as I've said before, we cannot legislate the hearts of man. The only thing we can do is legislate their actions. That's all. That's all we can do. I'm not going to write a law that's going to bring her back. I'm not going to write a law that's going to keep the next parent from not going down that ugly and evil road and abusing that child. But what I can do is vote for a law that will cause our system to work together more closely to prevent that evil conduct from taking our children down. And with that, I would urge adoption of what should have all of our names on it today. Of something that, for the first time in 6 years, I have never seen us work so publicly on such a delicate issue with so much emotion and so much high energy. It's amazing that we have made it here to a vote. And I'm really proud to have worked with every last one of you out here, even the ones that I've disagreed on this with. I'm proud that we actually had the courage and strength to sit here and put this together and get it to a vote, pass or fail. Finally, we're addressing this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Gentleman from the 100th Delegate Ridenhour. Gentleman from the 45th Delegate Brooks.
Mr. Speaker, where can I find the gentleman's reformed amendment? I don't think it's in the system for me to read the reformed amendment by the sponsor.
Gentleman's point is well taken. The chair believes the clerk has just received the written copy of the reformed amendment. Is the written reformed amendment now available in the system?
No, he'll file it.
Before any question is put to a vote, that amendment will be available in the system. Gentleman's point is well taken. Gentleman, the 84th, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Chair of Education a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
If a child, don't they have to go to school for 45 days so they can be eligible for the Hope Scholarship?
They have to enroll and be in for 45 days and apply for the Hope Scholarship. If they're granted that, then they can leave and do, they can homeschool or go to a private school, do what they want. But I guess they would, if you're asking, they would probably fall under this amendment that if there was an accusation that there was abuse, then they would not be able to be granted that homeschooling authority at that time for the 14 days.
So this isn't as narrow as they're saying it is.
May not, and with as much animus as there is from the public school system to people with Hope Scholarships, I can't say that couldn't be abused in that situation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 100th, Delegate Ridenhour.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask some questions because I have a huge population in my district. A very high percentage of the folks in my district are homeschoolers.
To whom would you direct the question?
I have a question for the Chairman of Education.
Gentleman does yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
You had stated that, from your understanding, that many of our CPS investigations relative to child abuse extend past 30 days or out to at least 30 days. I think that's been what a number of other folks have said. And my question is if these extend to 30 days, that's beyond the 14-day window. So if there's no substantiation, that means that these children essentially are in limbo without really any kind of investigative effort being completed within the 14-day time frame, which means essentially limbo for no particular reason. That CPS investigation, as I understand it, would continue through until they come to some kind of a conclusion. So we could end up with a child who may be being abused, but we do not have any kind of understanding within that 14-day window. So what happens at that 14-day window? Those children then would be put into a homeschool situation, correct?
I would expect that would be the case. They'd be in that situation, but if they can't meet the 3 days they're supposed to do as far as to investigate, I don't know if they would make the 48 hours to give a response.
Okay.
And then after the 14 days, they would be granted in-home ability to homeschool. But if they can't even get a case done within 30 days, I guess then they would be granted in-home teaching, and then they can't go back the next time and stop them based on the current rule that we just amended.
So essentially, given that it seems like most of our CPS investigations go past that 14-day window, we're not really accomplishing what the intent, I think, of the amendment is.
In my opinion, I would agree with you, yes.
Okay, understand. Would the Chairman of Judiciary yield? Okay. Would the Vice Chairman of Judiciary yield? Or let me ask the gentleman from the 42nd if he will yield. In the event that a teacher or school personnel would make a unsubstantiated allegation, what would happen if there is an unsubstantiated allegation and the conclusion was that that individual did make a false report?
Well, there's probably three different things at play there, and I'll start with the first one being the crime of an intentional false report to CPS. There would have to be a showing made that it was done with, malice aforethought, like it was an intentional knowing fraud. Because these people also live under the burden of being a mandatory reporter. The least little thing they see, there's an inclination on their part to make a report, okay? Now, one of the things that I do understand, and this varies from year to year, a lot of reports from mandatory reporters are unsubstantiated. The vast majority of them are unsubstantiated, and it's because we put such a heavy burden on those mandatory reporters. But one of the other things that's not getting told to you is that while some of these investigations do carry on upwards to 30 days, the ones that come from mandatory reporters are typically resolved in less than 10 because they have the information sitting directly in front of them and they have an easily accessible person, the mandatory reporter. It's pretty easy to get a hold of them, right? So what's not getting said with this whole 30 days to take something, those are the cases where the allegations are strange, there's attenuated people that are difficult to get a hold of, that's driving that average up. But if you get the hard numbers from them of the average amount of time it takes to resolve a complaint from a mandatory reporter, much less than 10 days. And it's because there's so much information readily available to the worker to make a judgment call with their supervisor as to whether or not to file a petition. So a lot of times those petitions are getting filed pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 17th, Doug Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I apologize for delaying the deliberation. We have talked this thing over every angle imaginable. And I doubt that there's very many people in this room today that are going to be moved. I feel like most of you have already made up your mind. You know how you're going to vote. So I've sat here and wrestled with whether I should stand and speak in favor of this amendment or not. I realize that by simply standing and speaking in favor of this amendment, I'm going to make some folks upset. I'm going to get some emails. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Because if standing and supporting this amendment and protecting these children, if it offends some people, that we would dare want to keep eyes on children that might be being abused, if that bothers some people, that's their problem, not mine. The fear of me sitting here not publicly supporting this amendment is that it loses by a couple votes. And then I have to go home and I have to think, well, what if I would have stood? What if I would have just let folks know before we vote that I'm in favor of the amendment? Might that have moved a person or two? Probably not. But I would have to go home and wonder that. So what we've got to go home tonight and wonder is, if we don't pass this, did we put children at risk? I'm not going to beat up on anybody here today. I'm not going to try to belittle or demean. But it has been suggested that we ought to vote against this because it should be its own standalone bill. What else would you want in a standalone bill that's not contemplated in the amendment that's before us? What else would we want? It's been suggested that we ought to consider voting against this because of all the work and the crafting and the recrafting, and that it should have went to a committee. Folks, this is a committee of the whole right here. I believe we're doing a good thing here. I believe we're doing the right thing. I believe that children deserve to be protected, and if this amendment, as narrow as it is, if it protects one child, and it's worth it. I realize there could be a delay for someone's homeschool application to be approved. But what about the child that doesn't want to be left at home with these people? What about the child that doesn't want to be removed from the school? From the adults that don't hurt them? I would urge adoption of the amendment. I appreciate all the work that's went into it. I appreciate the willingness of the body to continue to work to get it right. That's what we're here to do, to deliberate, to discuss, and ultimately to cast votes. And I realize some folks, this is a hard vote. It's not a hard vote for me today. I urge adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 20th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all the debate today, but voting for this amendment, I would be able to vote for this amendment, but there's still a problem in it, and I tried to address it before and ask this question. In the amendment, it still says, or a person instructing the child. So if there's a complaint made against somebody instructing the child, what if the person instructing the child is their teacher in the public school system? I guess they can't homeschool them because there's a complaint against somebody instructing the child. So I see that this amendment's flawed. I wish that would have been addressed, but there wasn't any steps made to do that. And because of that, I will have to vote no on this amendment.
Question still is on the primary amendment. Is there other debate on the primary amendment? Gentleman is 60th, Doug Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been a lot of debate here, and I won't prolong it any more than I have to here, and discussion about how this amendment, if it's inserted into the bill, how it could affect homeschoolers and maybe some people that maybe it did not intend to in that regard. But I think the intention of this amendment, from where I'm looking at it and reading, is to close a loophole that's there. That, you know, if I were in the homeschool community, I would be looking at this. I don't want these bad actors that are using this loophole to tarnish the effort and the practice of what I do. I think that if they continue to allow this to happen, and we had a situation, really, if you think what this bill's about, some little girl over here, just a couple counties away, was not just to death, but a horrible death. And can we prevent that, as the gentleman just said, can we prevent that from happening to another child? And as has been said in here before, a lot of people, some agencies failed that little girl. They failed her. And we can look back and see that. Now today, we as a body are going to decide if we're going to fail her or not, or the next child. We have to make that decision. And yes, you know, there are some things that have been brought up about some possible collateral damage and things, but I think as the gentleman from the 44th pointed out, you know, this would have to be a very special, narrow situation for that to happen. I can assure you this, as a professional educator, we've had several professional educators in this body. They're going to be voting today. I never went in a situation where I referred a student that I knew was a homeschool or going to be a homeschool kid. They were always a public school kid in a situation whenever I reported that. And I didn't accuse their parents of anything. And here's the other thing. It's not like some single teacher can just get a vendetta and do something. And if I suspicion something, I'm going to go to a colleague and say, hey, what do you think? This child has said something. I see something should I refer this even on to the counselor? After that, it goes on to the school. Let's go to the school counselor. What do you think? From the counselor, the social worker may be pulled in. Can you check on this? So, and then ultimately with the ladies' amendment here from Nicholas County, it goes to the county superintendent. So we're talking 4 or 5 different people now are involved in this referral, not an accusation, just a referral to get to that point. So in terms of trying to protect a parent and do this right, but at the same time, most importantly, protect an innocent child from the horrible situation that we know happened with this little girl. It never happen again. We have that responsibility. All of us, when we push those buttons today, we have that responsibility. We have a chance to protect the next one. And we're more worried about something that could happen when we're on a due process issue. We have that protection. We have an opportunity today, I think, to do something and set it straight. If there's a problem, we can close that loop, outside collateral damage or something later. But right now we have a loophole that's being taken advantage of. And any teacher, any public employee that makes that referral at that time, everyone I've ever made has been on a public school kid. And I have no way, I'm not a mind reader, neither are any other educators in this room. We're not mind readers. We have no idea what that parent's going to do in reaction to that. It's only after the fact that they may come in and say, we're going to homeschool them. And shouldn't that be all of a sudden a red flag that, okay, you know, you've been reported, you've been referred, and all of a sudden you decide you're going to homeschool? I think that was the concern. It had nothing to do with the homeschool community. As the gentleman from the 44 said, great people, I admire them. I couldn't do it. We thought about trying to get my wife and I to do it with my daughter at one point, and we just realized we didn't have it. We couldn't do. So I admire people that can put the pieces together and be able to do that with their children. In fact, as an educator, I admire any parent that takes that much interest and that much effort into their own children. I wish most of the children in the public school had that. They don't. And consequently, what they have is us as educators to help watch out sometimes for their best interests. And this amendment, in some small way, helps us to help CPS. As we talk about trying to improve CPS, in some ways, we're trying to help CPS by giving them a head start on the situation. So in that regard, I'll have to support the amendment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of all members, the chair is advised by the clerk that if you will refresh the system at this point, you will find the amendment now before the body in the system labeled HB 5180, HFA Fluharty et al. 2-23, revised, amended, reformed. Question is still on the primary amendment that is now available in the system. Is there further debate on the primary amendment? Is there further debate on the primary amendment before the chair recognizes the sponsor to close debate? If not, gentleman of the 5th, Douglas Fluharty, to close debate on the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of things have been said on the floor today, and I enjoy the debate. I will say this. This is what good government looks like. Bipartisanship, coming together. Yes, we've reformed the amendment multiple times to make it stronger, to make it better. That's what good public policy is all about. And I appreciate the work from the gentleman from the 44th and 42nd and many others. And those who are going to oppose today, I enjoyed the conversations because you helped narrowly tailor this amendment. And some of the things that were said, that this is a potential attack. I will say the only attack this is on child abusers. That's the target today, child abusers. And fixing the CPS system and giving them the incentive enforcement mechanism to act, to expedite the process. And we've respected our homeschoolers along the way. You must be enrolled in public school. We clarified that. We must verify and communicate within 48 hours. Substantiate within 14 days, or it shall be authorized. Substantiate within 14 days, or it shall be authorized. That's fixing a loophole, as the gentleman said. That's exactly what this is. And it's narrowly tailored fixing this loophole. That's what it does. I'm not going to go on a rant about things that were said out here that were very misleading in emails. I'll say that we've heard these large numbers about CPS reports. The vast majority of those, if not probably 90% plus, would not apply here. We're talking about reports from teachers and school personnel within the school. Not a disgruntled ex, not somebody just wilding out and making false accusations. This is very narrowly tailored. You know, and since we had the amendment last week, came out the next day, there was a bunch of school kids out front where I park. And I'll tell you, I'm not the most spiritual guy. I'm not the most religious guy. But I got out front, and there was these school kids out front with their teachers. And they had shirts on, leading with kindness. Leading with kindness. I'll tell you what, that hit me. That hit me. That's what we're doing right now. We're leading with kindness as a body to protect children. Children. Meet Ray Lee. I often wonder what she would look like today. She'd be my niece's age, your niece's age, your granddaughter's age. What would she look like today? You know, I was speaking with Mrs. Ciliberti. She's the gym teacher who made the report. She made the report. She said, Rayleigh's favorite thing was the sunrise. When I see a beautiful sunrise, I know she's smiling down on us. There was a beautiful sunrise this morning. Mrs. Ciliberti sent me a picture of it. Said she was praying for us today. So, at the end of the day, you know, what we're doing here is what we should be doing. Working through legislation, debating it, coming up with a solution to a problem that closes a loophole and helps children. Ray Lee doesn't have a lobbyist. Kids situated like her do not have lobbyists. They're not sending emails to us at the 11th hour saying how we should vote. All they have as a defense mechanism is us. They have us to step up and respond to a situation, which is exactly what we're doing right now. And we're respecting everybody's interests along the way. We're protecting children. And if there's one duty I believe we have as a body, it is to be a voice for the voiceless. There's no other group out there more voiceless than a kid being isolated by a child abuser. Be a voice for the voiceless. Support the amendment. I want to hear it loud. I want every child that's isolated, a victim of child abuse, to know that we're standing up for them today. Please support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate on the amendment has been closed. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time as amended.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5180, removing requirements to submit certain evidence on behalf of homeschooled children.
Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there objection to having the bill explained in lieu of having the bill read in full? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5180 removes the requirement to submit certain evidence on behalf of homeschool children. The bill clarifies language arts as a subject to be taught. The bill provides that the parent, legal guardian, learning pod, or microschool shall submit to the county superintendent the results of the academic assessment of the child at grade levels 3, 5, 8, and 11 by June 30th of the year in which the assessment was administered. The bill removes language of nationally normed standardized achievement tests being produced within the last 10 years and also strikes through what portions the test material must cover. The bill also says that any child participating in a learning pod or microschool shall, upon notice to the county board, exercise the option to attend any class offered by the county board as the person or persons providing instruction may consider appropriate, subject to normal registration and attendance requirements. In addition, the amended version that we just heard is also there. Mr. Speaker, that's the summary of the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5180, removing requirements to submit certain evidence on behalf of homeschooled children.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Fluharty moves to amend the title.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5237, prohibiting driving slow in left lane except under certain circumstances.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend yesterday. Are there amendments?
Delegate Linville moves to amend the bill on page 3, section 1, line 48, immediately following the word $500 by striking the remainder of the bill.
You've heard the amendment read by the clerk. Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Linville.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask whether this needs to be a unanimous consent request or otherwise that we take up the lead sponsor's amendment to the bill. If his were adopted, mine no longer needs to be considered.
The gentleman would prefer that the other amendment be taken first?
Yes.
Clerk will please report the next of the two amendments.
Delegate Westfall moves to amend the bill on page 1, line 1, after the enacting section by striking out the remainder of the bill and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Are there objections to allowing the sponsor, Delegate Westfall, to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read in full? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 16th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is in the system, but it takes the original bill and makes it a little simpler. If you read on page 2 of it, the exceptions for driving, it says upon roadways with 2 or more lanes, that the traffic moving in the same direction, all vehicles should be driving the right lane except passing another vehicle, if there's road construction, if there's snow or inclement weather, if there's obstacles or hazards or road conditions. There's 9 different exceptions. The biggest one, the difference amendment, that this is now a secondary action, secondary offense. Some objection that being a primary offense. I think this will allow the Department of Highways to put up signs to encourage people to drive in the right lane unless they're passing or unless there's some reason to be in the left lane. That is the amendment, and I urge adoption.
You've heard the amendment explained. The question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Linville, does the gentleman now seek to withdraw the amendment?
Yes.
Are there objections to having that amendment withdrawn? No objections are heard, and that amendment will be withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, clerk will please read the bill a third time as amended.
House Bill 5237, prohibiting driving slow in left lane except under certain circumstances.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read in full? No objections are heard. Gentleman 22nd to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, the bill was just amended with a full comprehensive strike and insert amendment. You've heard the major change that the gentleman's amendment just did, which says that enforcement of subsection C of this section shall be accomplished only as a secondary action when a driver of a passenger vehicle has been detained for probable cause of violating another section of this code. So it makes it a secondary offense. Other than that, the short title is sufficient. It prohibits driving slow in the left lane except under certain circumstances, and I therefore urge passage.
Question now is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 94th, Douglas Kump.
Permission to speak on the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized for that purpose.
This bill, minus the amendment, is the exact same bill that we passed on, that we voted on in the Senate version and voted down. Now we've got the same bill before us, except it's a secondary offense rather than a primary offense. I'm still voting no.
Gentleman the 16th, Douglas Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
There's approximately 27 states that have some type of left lane laws, and there's some that have pretty strict laws. There's 4 of them. Currently, Maine, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Montana, and Washington have strict lanes. that we're talking about here with some enforcements and some penalties. There's talked to some state policemen since the last bill, the Senate bill, got defeated. Talk about road rage. They claim, they think, talking to some retired ones and some present standing back here, that people driving in the left lane causes more road rage than anything in West Virginia. There was a study done by AAA in 2016 that said the same thing, that nearly 80% of drivers report feeling anger and road rage when a driver in the left lane will not get over. Again, there's 27 states. It's secondary offense. There'll be signs to put up by the Department of Highways to encourage people to drive in the right lane, and that's their passing. For those reasons, I hope everybody passes. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Lady in the 31st, I got Mizaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know all that I come from Germany, and we drive fast over there, okay? So now being here, the worst thing that happens to me is when I have someone in the left lane, and I have to watch out because I want to pass him, right? That he might come over and hit me. So I want you to pass this. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 68 ayes, 31 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5237, prohibiting driving slow in left lane except under certain circumstances.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5280, West Virginia Short Line Railroad Modernization Act.
Gentleman from the 12th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code to add a new article to be known as the West Virginia Short Line Railroad Modernization Act. The bill would create a new tax credit to be taken against West Virginia personal income tax or the West Virginia corporate net income tax. The credit would be equal to 50% of the qualified short line railroad maintenance expenditures or qualified new rail infrastructure expenditures of a short line railroad company located wholly or partly in West Virginia and classified as a Class II or a Class III railroad by the United States Surface Transportation Board. The tax commissioner is to report on the credit to the governor, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House 3 years after passage of the bill and every 2 years thereafter. I urge passage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. The chair was negligent in asking for amendments. Were there amendments to the bill? Okay, if not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Clerk would like to read the bill a third time. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
House Bill 5280, West Virginia Short Line Railroad Modernization Act.
Gentleman from 37th, Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to listen to this bill presented in two separate committees. While I have all due respect for railroads, I come from a railroad town, I fail to recognize what advantage there is to the state of West Virginia by extending this particular credit to these railroads for routine maintenance and or the capability to take on new customers. It should be noted that there is a federal tax credit for this same maintenance and or addition material that equals 40%, where this one is 50%, also a greater amount. So when these activities are undertaken and a credit is going to be applied for, rather than apply for the federal credit first, we're going to apply for the state credit first because it is greater in value. We may or may not get to the point of taking the federal credit, depending upon the volume of the work that is to be done. So essentially what we're doing is subsidizing the federal government with regard to this credit. We're also doing it with regard to rail lines that have purchased, or people that have purchased rail lines here recently with this credit in place, and obviously those purchases were made recognizing that these enterprises were profitable and that there were potential new markets that they could access without our credit in place. I don't quite understand why this is here, other than just to add to the bottom line of these particular short line railroads when they have come here for a purpose, because we have a market where they can make money. As such, I urge rejection. Thank you.
Gentleman, the 22nd, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I certainly appreciate my friend from the 37th's skepticism, I too had the opportunity to hear this bill described and defended in two separate committees, that being T&I and in Finance. And there we heard some very interesting testimony. First was that we had an under oath guarantee, actually, from one of the executives of a railroad here in Kanawha County, that any dollars that they were able to generate off of these credits, that she guaranteed that their company would, in fact, deploy those dollars here in our state, here in West Virginia. So let me begin with that. The second is some of these short line railroads actually, and folks in this building know pretty well that I've had my fill of railroads from time to time, but those are the class ones, not the short lines. The short line railroads actually extend service to some of our most major economic development projects, and in fact, at times, have had a significant hand in bringing us some of these economic development projects. I understand in the Eastern Panhandle that one particular provider helped to bring the Clorox plant, and several others. If you look at what we're putting forward here, it's an incentive for them to well maintain their rail lines. And the testimony that we got was, look, they might be able to keep them up to a certain standard that allows that freight to move 10 miles an hour, but if they were able to do more, that would allow them to instead move that freight at, as a for instance, 25 miles an hour. When you look at the safety of those rail lines, that begins to play a part. Anyway, the long and short of that, Mr. Speaker, is that if we can't get our goods to market, it's very difficult to cite in West Virginia. And I do believe that the one situational benefit that we have in our state, with our coal heritage and the total amount of tonnage that we have moved for such a long period of time, is that all across this country, people know that in West Virginia, we can move heavy freight. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage of the bill.
Gentleman, the 18th, Douglas Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 37th yield to a question, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. As you know, we're on technology and infrastructure together. I don't think we had a fiscal note when we took up this bill there. I don't remember for sure, but I also don't think we talked about the federal tax credit. So you're saying that there's a 40% tax credit at the federal level for these?
That is correct, yes, sir. It is, and the caps are lower also, Delegate. I don't remember the exact caps, but it was 40% and with lower caps. This is 50%, and I think at a $5 million cap.
Okay, and there was discussion in the Finance Committee that it would be likely that the short line railroads in this case would take the federal credit before they would take the Fed?
No, otherwise.
Take the state credit first.
That is correct, and it only is logical. It is larger, and it's 50% instead of 40%, and it extends to a greater amount. So if you had two credits available to you, I would assume you would take the one of the larger amount up to the cap and then take one of the smaller amount after that. So it doesn't, now, with full disclosure, it's possible that both could be utilized in total. So it's not necessarily one or the other, could be both, but they certainly would take the state tax credit first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Yes,
for bringing this to our attention.
Gentleman, the 42nd, Douglas Steele.
Yes, would the chairman yield?
Surely.
I just had a short, real quick question, and it's
Yes,
something
sir.
that's confusing to me. I'm on judiciary. I wasn't in finance or T&I, but is there a particular reason that this bill only applies to the short line and not the Pennsylvania, the B&O, or the Reading?
Well, most of those are bankrupt, first of all, that you mentioned.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
Is there other debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 75 ayes, 20 nays, and 5 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5280, West Virginia Short Line Railroad Modernization Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For purposes ladies and 19, take a cross-seat recognition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to add my comments on the revised amendment on 5180 to be added to the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Ladies' comments will be so added. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5345 relating to the registration requirements in the Sex Offender Registration Act.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill also was advanced to third reading with the general right to amend yesterday. Are there amendments?
Delegate Shirelli moves to amend the bill on page 2, line 29, following section 1B by striking out the remainder of the bill and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Gentleman of 78, Douglas Shirelli.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Withdraw the amendment. Are there objections? No objections are heard. That amendment will be withdrawn. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5345 relating to the registration requirements in the Sex Offender Registration Act.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 8th, Douglas Kelly, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends the West Virginia Code to move existing definitions from 1512.2 to 1512.1b, a new section. For clarity, the definition of transient address is also added. The bill also amends 1512.2 to provide that any registrant shall ensure that their information is updated within 10 days of any registration change, and that the duty of the update is a continuing obligation and requires a registrant to provide a transient residence address within the state if no permanent address or temporary address exists. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5345 relating to the registration requirements in the Sex Offender Registration Act.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the title.
The question now is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5355 allowing volunteer fire departments to use protection funding for certain purchases.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman to 68, Douglas Phillips, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 5355 is to authorize volunteer and part volunteer fire companies and departments to use monies from the Fire Protection Fund to pay for expenses associated with the required implementation of the State Auditor's West Virginia Checkbook Fiscal Reporting System. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5355, allowing volunteer fire departments to use protection funding for certain purchases.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5399 to modify the state auditing practices of the volunteer and part volunteer fire departments.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? If not, gentleman to 77, Douglas Statler, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will amend the provisions of West Virginia Code relating to the volunteer and part volunteer fire departments. The bill will repeal the section of code which creates a workman compensation subsidy program for volunteers fire departments. This program terminated June the 30th, 2022, as provided in 33-3-33A of the code. This bill will also make the following changes. Transfers the current duties of the legislative auditor to review, audit deposits and expenditures of the volunteer and part volunteer fire departments or the department to the state auditor. The state auditor is to perform an audit at a minimum of at least once every 5 years. It requires the state auditor to select up to 10 volunteer or part volunteer fire companies to use the West Virginia checkbook reporting system as pilot program and report to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance by January the 1st of 2025 on the pilot program. It requires restitution in a conviction of a petit or grand larceny or embezzlement for twice the amount of the value of the object stolen from a volunteer or part volunteer fire department. Any person so convicted would be barred from serving with another volunteer or part volunteer fire department in the capacity allowing access to control over money or other assets. The fire department would be required to post a notice of the penalty. The Committee on Finance reported a committee substitute that incorporates the provision of the committee substitute for House Bill 5354, which passed out of House Finance last week. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5399 to modify the state auditing practices of the volunteer and part volunteer fire departments.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5425 relating to clarifying the amount of experience required in the hiring of professional education personnel.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 38 to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5425 establishes the years of experience needed for principals and assistant principals to apply for professional education positions. The bill states the candidates who have at least 3 years of experience may be considered for a professional position. Of note, there are also other requirements that exist in code for consideration of candidates for these positions. 3 years was chosen as a minimum level of experience because candidates who have at least 3 years of experience have completed their observational period and have moved to an intermediate stage in their career. Finally, the bill clarifies that any experience gained outside of the county or out of state shall count towards the required amount of experience necessary to qualify for the position. That is the summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5425 relating to clarifying the amount of experience required in the hiring of professional education personnel.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5430 relating to per diem compensation and expenses of newly elected or appointed judicial officers receiving education and training prior to taking the oath of office.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? There are no objections heard. Gentleman from the 8th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends the code to allow newly elected, appointed, or appointed circuit judges, family court judges, and magistrates to receive compensation and expenses for training sessions prior to taking the oath of office and beginning their term. That is a brief summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Before we open debate on this bill, the chair is aware that we have a number of colleagues who are either directly candidates for judicial office or immediate family members of candidates for judicial office. At this time, the chair will ask the clerk to prepare the machine for a vote pursuant to House Rule 49 on whether members should be excused from voting on this question. All members who seek a ruling from the chair pursuant to House Rule 49 or that set of circumstances, please press your button at this time. Thank you. Clerk may close the machine. It is the ruling of the chair that in the state of West Virginia, there are greater than 5 people seeking judicial office, and therefore those members are all eligible to vote on this question. Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 90 ayes, 6 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5430 relating to per diem compensation and expenses of newly elected or appointed judicial officers receiving education and training prior to taking the oath of office.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5435, establishing the registered apprenticeship to Associate of Applied Science program to be administered by the Council for Community and Technical College Education.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 26, Deckard Rohrbach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 5435 would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code by adding a new section to authorize the creation of a registered apprenticeship to Associate of Applied Sciences degree program through the public community and technical colleges. The Chancellor of the Council of Community and Technical College Education would be required to create the program. To be eligible for the program, a student must be enrolled in an apprenticeship program recognized by the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Apprenticeship or must have received a U.S. Department of Labor Certificate of Completion of Apprenticeship. Students must complete the coursework for the program within 6 years from the initial date of enrollment or within 2 years after completing the apprenticeship, whichever is longer. The program shall be named the Skilled Trades Apprenticeship Non-Traditional Degree or STAND, S-T-A-N-D program. Tuition and academic fees incurred by students in the program are to be paid directly to the public, community, and technical college offering the program. Funds to pay the tuition and fees are to come from the appropriations therefore made by the legislature to the council. The council would be authorized to propose emergency and legislative rules to complete the provisions of the bill. The council would also be required to report on the program to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Education Accountability by December the 1st, 2025, and annually thereafter. That's a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 5 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5435, establishing the registered apprenticeship to Associate of Applied Science program to be administered by the Council for Community and Technical College Education.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5516, relating to criminalizing the use of deep fakes.
Are there amendments? Excuse me. Are there objections to allowing the bill to be explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 51st to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill prohibits the use of deep fake images in so-called revenge porn and other unlawful depiction of nude or partially nude minors or minors engaged in sexually explicit conduct. It establishes such conduct as criminal offenses subject to criminal penalties. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5516, relating to criminalizing the use of deep fakes.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5548, relating to modifying requirements imposed on any owner, operator, or manager within a tourism development project.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 98th, Delegate Espinoza to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, legislation was enacted to allow what was then known as the Development Office to designate up to 5 tourism development districts. The first such project designated was the Hilltop House Hotel project in Harpers Ferry. And on your desk, you'll find an artist's rendering of this estimated $160 million project. And the legislation before us today addresses one of the last obstacles standing in the way of breaking ground on what will undoubtedly be a jewel to our eastern gateway to West Virginia. House Bill 5548 would clarify that the West Virginia Department of Economic Development has the authority to approve the use of international building codes, state building codes, or other standards that will allow construction of the project to commence without further delay. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 100th, Delegate Wright now is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request to be added as a co-sponsor to this bill.
Is there space available on the bill? Are there objections to the gentleman being added? No objections are heard, and the gentleman from the 100th will be added as a co-sponsor on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
I strongly support this bill, and I want to see this done. The Hilltop House has had a difficult time getting to the point where it's at right now, and it's going to be a great boon to the Harpers Ferry area and to West Virginia. I mean, it's going to draw some significant tourism dollars to West Virginia, and I think this is something that we should be supporting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 2 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5548 relating to modifying requirements imposed on any owner, operator, or manager within a tourism development project.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5565 relating to requiring the division of motor vehicles to provide an identification card for eligible released inmates.
For what purpose does Lady from the 73rd Delegate Summers seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to amend on third for technical corrections.
Lady from the 73rd asks unanimous consent to offer an amendment to the bill on third reading. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Will the clerk will please report the amendment?
Delegate Summers moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Summers 2-27 number 2.
Are there objections to allowing the amendment to be explained in lieu of having it read in full? No objections are heard. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It changes article where it said 19 to number 2, and where it specifies divisions, it strikes that out and puts divisions of corrections and rehabilitation for clarity.
You've heard the amendment explained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, clerk will please read the bill a third time.
House Bill 5565 relating to requiring the division of motor vehicles to provide an identification card for eligible released inmates.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having the bill read in full? No objections are heard. The gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Linville, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5565 would modify the existing practice of the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitations issuing an inmate ID card on release that can then be exchanged for a driver's license to simply issuing a driver's license upon release or ID card. Let me be clear about that, a driver's license or ID card if the individual is not an otherwise licensed driver. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge its passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 94th, Delegate Kump.
Permission to speak on the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
As a many multiple year prison case manager, I had to deal with a lot of inmate releases as part of my duties and responsibilities. And I can tell you this is a very big deal, what bill is before you. When inmates are released, many of them no longer have a driver's license. Their big concern is finding employment. The ID card is essential for employment, and that helps for reducing recidivism. So I would urge you to vote yes.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 93 ayes, 2 nays, and 5 members absent. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5565 relating to requiring the division of motor vehicles to provide an identification card for eligible released inmates.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5572 prohibiting cameras and recording devices in bedrooms and bathrooms of foster children.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard, and the gentleman of 64th, Delegate Burkhammer, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the code to prohibit cameras for the purpose of unattended surveillance or recording in the bedrooms and bathrooms of foster homes and provides specific exemptions. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5572, prohibiting cameras and recording devices in bedrooms and bathrooms of foster children.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5613, relating to requiring the governor to establish crisis preparedness plans.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. The gentleman from 68, Doug Phillips, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. House Bill 5613 would require the governor to create comprehensive whole-of-government crisis preparedness plans for a list of enumerated scenarios, including nuclear attack, disruption of the electrical, gas, and rail and water transportation systems, major cyber attacks, insurrection, and invasion. These plans would be required to include preventative measures, mitigation measures, immediate response, remediation, and recovery. The Department of Homeland Security is required to brief the Interim Committee on Veteran Affairs and Homeland Security no later than August 31st, 2024 on tentative plans and initial measures, with final plans completed by November 30th, 2024. Plans should be updated annually and reported to the same committee no later than each June. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 39th, Doug Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Just a couple quick questions. Was any of this coordinated with the governor's office or the West Virginia Emergency Management Division?
It was not by me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Will the sponsor of the bill yield? Same question. Was any of this coordinated with the governor's office or with the West Virginia Division or West Virginia Emergency Management Division?
No, I did as much of a check as I could prior to the cutoff date for submitting the bill by going through their websites and didn't see any indication that there was any kind of planning. And from my experience in working these types of plans at the federal level, there's very little that most states have done relative to planning for these types of contingencies.
Thank you.
Thank
Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen and ladies, West Virginia Code 15-5 actually covers this. Actually, the West Virginia State Emergency Division actually has a website. I've emailed that out to a number of you. Some of the items covered in, well, before I go there, let me just go back here for a second. West Virginia Code 15-5, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, provides the legal authority to establish and implement comprehensive Homeland Security and emergency management plans for development, maintenance, and implementation of the West Virginia Emergency Management Program to deal with disasters and large-scale threats that result from terrorism, enemy attack, sabotage, or other hostile actions, or from fire, flood, earthquake, or other natural or man-made causes. Furthermore, West Virginia Code 15-5 requires that the state and local jurisdictions develop and maintain current emergency operations plans in order to be prepared for a variety of natural and human-caused hazards. Executive orders by the governor supplement the laws and establish specific planning initiatives and requirements. Now, on a website, the website for West Virginia Emergency Management, some of the items covered in this bill talk about if the electric grid goes down, event of a nuclear attack. Under the plan, this is Emergency Operations Plan, ESF 12, establishes policies and procedures for coordinating the recovery from damaged energy systems and components that impact or threaten to affect the state's infrastructure and a significant number of citizens. This annex coordinates the preventive, restorative, and recovery actions that support immediate response and recovery operations. Let me go to another one. Incident-specific annexes. Nuclear radiological incident response. Numerous agencies throughout the West Virginia are listed here. This annex supplements the West Virginia Emergency Operations Plan by addressing those unique or specialized response operations that will be necessary in the event of incidents involving a release of radioactive materials within or in a proximity to the state that will then impact the state. It also defines West Virginia's role in emergency operations to protect public health and safety, so on and so on. There was another one that was listed in the bill, cyber incident response. Incident-specific Annex 3. This annex discusses policies, organizational structures, actions, responsibilities. You get the idea. This stuff is already covered in code, and it's right here on the website. This bill means nothing. I'm going to vote no, and I urge a no vote.
Is there other debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 40th, Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also urge a no vote. We aren't privileged to know what the National Guard and the governor's office sits around and plans, and I do know in conversation with the National Guard that they spend a lot of time just going through scenarios on what to do when, and they do it all based on the gentleman from the 39th observances from the website that they have. To insert the legislature into those plans and processes would probably just be adding another layer of bureaucracy to a well-functioning National Guard and emergency preparedness system that we already have. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 100th, Ridenour.
One of the reasons that I put together this bill is because in talking with both First Energy and AEP, I went over what would happen in the event of a high-altitude electromagnetic pulse attack, which would take out our grid, or a major cyber attack, which was designed to knock out our grid. I specifically asked them what interactions they had with West Virginia regarding how they would bring back up power, what their priorities would be, who they would talk to within the state government to determine how they would bring power up and get our society back online. They had no idea who they would talk to. They expressed that they had no significant interaction regarding priorities or what should be brought up first or how it would be brought back up. It seemed to me at that point that we didn't have the types of plans necessary to actually bring our state back online. So that's the reason I came up with this bill. I still think it's of value. I will have to get with the delegate from Mercer and go over the items that he brought up. I think that that's valuable information, but I would still support the bill as is. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Is there other debate on the bill? Lady from the 31st, Mizaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would love to ask for a unanimous consent to be added to the bill as a co-sponsor.
House Bill 5613. Is there space available on the bill?
Yes.
Lady, are there objections? No objections are heard, and lady will be so added.
I would also like to talk to the bill.
Lady is recognized.
Are we sticking our head in the sand, or are we actually thinking what can happen? Here we have ideas of getting together and thinking what will happen. And I know you're saying we have a website and we can have all these things, but no one really in this room knows what we are doing. So this is a way for us to get some more information so everybody's on the plan when something happens. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 99th, Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the delegate from the 39th yield?
Absolutely.
I heard your speech earlier. So this section would be a new section that actually repeats another part of the code?
from my understanding, this would be a new section of, I think it's 5.1 or 1.5 that basically adds another section to that section of code that gives specific directions for what the governor shall or shan't do. This, and that's kind of in contradiction to 15-5, which is already in code, that spells out all the requirements, addresses the governor, addresses these plans, and the agencies that I've mentioned here already have the plans out there, and you can go look at them on the public right now.
Okay. You're on our Rules Committee, correct?
Yes.
Do we have codes, multiple codes of the same thing over and over again in our law?
We sure do.
Why do we have multiple codes or the same code in multiple different sections?
I couldn't answer that.
Do you think we already do everything that's in this piece of legislation already in code?
I think I actually emailed you a copy of the address there, and I can go through real quickly here. They talk about emergency support functions with transportation, public works, firefighting, emergency management, mass care. I'm going to skip around here. Urban search and rescue, energy, that's where it's talking about loss of the grid, public safety, external affairs, support annexes in there, or continuity of government, military support, private sector coordination, finance and administration, worker safety, as I mentioned before, nuclear terrorism response, cyber incident response, coal mine emergency response, drought response, flood, earthquake. We cover this stuff.
So we already cover all this.
I just read you what's exactly on the website. West Virginia Emergency Management.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that clarifies my decision here. We already have this in code. I don't know why we would be bringing it back out and adding it in another section. So I urge rejection of this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman to the 30th, I could add
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to be added to 5613 also.
Is there space available on the bill? Are there objections to the gentleman being added to the bill? No objections are heard. Gentleman will be so added to the bill. Gentleman to the 18th, Douglas Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Mercer yield to a question, please?
Sure thing.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. As I look at Section 15 of our code, I see everything that I see says that the governor is authorized to or may, all the different agencies, it says they can do these things. Have you found language in that section that says that the governor will do these things or shall?
I don't know exactly where in there, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For that reason, I'd be in support of the legislation. This bill is requiring the governor to do these things, and I'm not certain that all of these things are covered under existing code. I'm speaking in favor of this. Thank you.
Gentleman to 53rd, Douglas Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I urge support of the bill, and I'm voting in favor. The way I kind of look at this is this. Either I've heard two different things. I've heard on the one hand, we're already doing this, and on the other, it's bureaucracy, and somehow we should not be putting this into code. I'm taking a look at this and what the gentleman from the 100th has listed in this legislation. It's clear to me we should be doing every single one of those things. And regardless of whether you think it's redundant or not, these are things that are needed. They are needed, and if you think that they need to be in there or they don't, these are certainly things that, at a minimum, our government should be doing. These are very, very common sense things that we should be doing to secure our national security. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of the bill.
Gentleman the 84th, Douglas Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure thing.
Okay, you say they're covered. Give me an example of exactly what you're going to do, since you can see it there.
Do you want cybersecurity? Do you want
Yes.
nuclear? Do you want terrorism?
Cybersecurity, what are they going to do? What's the setup?
Well, it starts off at the incident-specific Annex 3, Cyber Incident Response. Coordinating agency is the West Virginia Homeland Security Emergency Management. Primary supporting agencies, the West Virginia Office of Technology, West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center. The support agencies and organizations include West Virginia Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety, West Virginia National Guard, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Federal Emergence, FEMA, and the National Guard Bureau, and then it goes into the purpose of what the the incident-specific response plan is. It goes into the purpose, goes into the scope.
What's the scope?
The scope. Subparagraph A, this annex describes the framework for West Virginia cyber incident response coordination among state departments and agencies and upon request, county, local, and private sector entities. The cyber incident annex, do you want me to continue reading it?
Yeah, have they practiced it? Have they practiced it, or do you know?
That I don't know.
And if they've got all these things, all they have to do is show us. That's not a big deal then, right?
Well, they can show it to us, or we can look at it right here on the website.
And then they can come and explain it to us so that, you know, we can go back to our people and say, yes, we're covered. Right now, all we have is they're saying that they will do these things, but we don't know. And we've already brought up the example that the power company said, well, we don't know what we're supposed to do. And so maybe it's worth looking into then.
Well, you mentioned the power company, and I go back to the one that I was mentioning before on energy, and the coordinating agencies do include the American Electric Power Company and First Energy Power Company, along with Department of Transportation, Military Affairs. So when they wrote these plans, those agencies were involved.
Yes, they're involved, but that's not what the representative up here said. He asked them. They said, we don't really know.
Yeah.
So all we're doing is making sure. That's all we're doing. You know how many things in our government, excuse me, I'd like to speak to the bill. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know how many things that are supposed to be done, but because of time and resources, they kind of skip over things. And we are looking out in this world today, and we are seeing things happening that we just want to make sure that our government is prepared. At any moment, we see things could happen to our grid. Our grid is extremely vulnerable. And when we talk about the grid going down, we're not talking about for 2 or 3 weeks. We're talking about for months. And it could be the entire East Coast, so you don't have something to draw from. So these are the kind of plans that we would like to see if they have, to see what, do you know what the kill ratio is if the grid goes down for over 6 months to a year in the East Coast? The kill ratio is from 70 to 90%. So it would be good or behoove us to have plans as to what we are to do. And that's the reason why we just want to see what they are and make sure they have them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 22nd District, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 100th and I actually held a number of meetings at his request with both of the large power utilities. I'll draw the body's attention here, and I respect and appreciate the gentleman from the 39th bringing some of the present practice to us. But if you pull up any of those documents that are linked, you'll note that there's a watermark on every one of them that says draft. It says it's a draft. So whether or not this is actually there or not. Now, at the end, it does have changes. I've got the cybersecurity emergency operations plan up right here. It hasn't been updated since 2017. There hasn't been a change to it since 2017, at least according to what is presently on the document. That's the very last page of the document. I will not belabor the point too much. I think the gentleman from the 100th has worked pretty hard, tried to do a fair amount of work in figuring out whether or not he wished to offer this. Got a lot of information from our major electric providers, and I appreciate what he's done. And I'll perhaps end with a quote from the gentleman from the 37th. If it's already stated in code, this time we really mean it. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Gentleman to 25th, Doug Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 39th yield for a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm looking at the last page on line 23. The Department of Homeland Security will brief the Interim Committee on Veteran Affairs and Homeland Security. Would that potentially be a breach of security?
Say the question again.
Could that be a breach of security? If the Homeland Security is going to brief the interim committee, could they potentially be sharing?
Well, if there was any classified information, they would probably withhold that during the brief and just make it an unclassified brief.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman to 14th, Doug Fogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will a delegate from the 100th yield a question, please?
Certainly.
Sir, could you describe to me your employment background? Your employment background?
My employment background? Yeah. I worked in my father's sawmill I was a United States Marine from 1980 to 2000, and then I joined several different intelligence agencies, counterintelligence field activity, and then we were absorbed by the Defense Intelligence Agency, and I worked for them until 2021.
You have probably seen scenarios that don't exist in my mind when it comes to preparedness and security.
A few, yes. I'm pretty sure, but I haven't been in your mind lately, so I'll work on that.
Thank you. Permission to speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate the gentleman from the 39th and his background in this, and the gentleman from the 100th. This is way out of my realm, but I know the delegate from the 100th does not play around, and I'm voting green.
Gentleman from the 61st, Doug Jeffries.
Will the gentleman from the 100th yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Have you by any chance, I mean, it's just a question, spoke with the State Resiliency Office about this?
Could you say that again?
By any chance, have you spoke with the State Resiliency Office about this, Bob Martin?
No, I did not.
It's my understanding they are currently completing the State Resiliency Plan. It should be in the next month or so finished.
And that would be terrific, and I would be happy to see those plans briefed, and that was a significant part of my bill, was to have these types of plans briefed to the interim committee so that the legislature can understand and potentially provide some input on this planning and potentially look at resources that we might need to assist to facilitate the implementation of these plans in the unfortunate event that any of these become necessary. So that's part of my intent, is not just to direct, but to provide some legislative oversight, which is what we see on the national side, on the federal side, wherein Congress will look at our war plans and will provide or look at them from a resource perspective, but also look at them from an oversight perspective to make sure that those plans either aren't exceeding what the requirements are or that they're actually going to be able to be implemented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question still is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 100th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 39th yield?
Sure.
And potentially, you may know this question, that's why I'm asking. Does the state have an independent classification authority where they could, in fact, classify their plans? I don't think they have one at the federal level that they would be able to do, other than what the National Guard might be able to do. But I do not believe that our Department of Homeland Security would be able, in fact, to create classified plans. And if such, then we as a legislative body should be able to have some degree of access or briefings from those plans, correct?
I do not know anything about any kind of classification levels that they would have here at the state. I don't know that. Now, you did ask earlier about if the governor, or I think you'd asked earlier if the governor had, it was spelled out in code. Well, 15.520 does spell out disaster to the governor, so.
Yeah, and my perception is, and maybe you can, because you've had some more involvement in this than I have, we could potentially make these sensitive and keep them relatively close hold, but we wouldn't have, I don't think, any kind of classification authority. But
probably not a classification. I also probably wouldn't put them out here on the website like the West Virginia, like they've done from the disaster, emergency disaster.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, the question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, gentlemen, 68 to close debate on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I appreciate the spirited debate on this and the attention that is being paid to it. My friend from the 39th is correct that we have every contingency planned for on the shelf. It'll be very easy to pull those off and comply with the reporting requirement. And I have to disagree a little bit with my friend from Summers County that as a co-equal branch of government, I think that we do need to know. Obviously, we're not going to get read into every classified plan we have for the state, but we should assume our responsibility for the safety and continued existence of our citizens in the event of some of the things that are contemplated in this bill, and I would urge passage. Thank you.
Debate on the bill has now been closed. Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 51 ayes, 45 nays, 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5613, relating to requiring the governor to establish crisis preparedness plans.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 5697, relating to public charter schools code provisions.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having the bill read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 38 to explain the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5697 provides for technical cleanup of certain provisions of the Public Charter School Code. The bill provides that charter schools may not charge full-time tuition and provides that charter schools may only charge for tuition as may be imposed by non-charter schools, such as for part-time Hope Scholarship enrollment for participation in student activities. The bill permits charter schools to employ personnel to perform services relating to managing employee participation in the retirement system or insurance plan. The bill states that when a student is withdrawn from a public charter school, the school district of the student's county of residence becomes responsible to track the student for all purposes, but only when the student returns to public school in that county. Finally, with the passage of the amendment yesterday, the bill states that public charter school teachers shall be permitted to proctor state assessments in the event they are not certified or licensed. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 85 ayes, 11 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5697, relating to public charter schools code provisions.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, is there objection to returning to consideration for further consideration of Senate Bill 631 for the purpose of a title amendment? No objections are heard. The clerk will please report the title on Senate Bill 631.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 631, prohibiting municipalities from disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Riley moves to amend the title.
The question now is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment on Senate Bill 631 will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The clerk will please communicate the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 92nd, Douglas Heights, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a sponsor to House Bill 5548.
5548. Is there space available on the bill? There is space available. Are there objections? No objections are heard, and the gentleman will be so added. Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move, subject to announcements, that the House recess until 4:30.
Are there announcements? Are there announcements? Gentleman from the 97th, Douglas Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet today, February 27th, 30 minutes following floor session in the Finance Committee room for a committee meeting. Republican members will caucus 15 minutes following the floor session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 8th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Judiciary Committee will not meet today. We will, however, meet tomorrow, February 28th, at 1 p.m. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Republicans will caucus 30 minutes prior in the chairman's office. The agenda will be posted. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 1st, Douglas McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock p.m. in the Government Organization Committee room. Republicans will caucus chair's office at 2:45. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 99th, Douglas Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Economic Development and Tourism will meet today at 3:30. There has been a change to the agenda. There's 2 bills that have been added. Republican members will caucus at 3:20. Both will be held in the House Judiciary Room. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 21st, Douglas Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet today at 3:45 p.m. in the House Education Committee room. Republican members will caucus in the chairman's office at 3:30 p.m. The agenda has been posted.
Are there other announcements? If not, the questions on the motion that the House stand in recess until 4:30. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We are in recess until 4:30. House will return to order. Bill's on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 331, eliminating cap on maximum amount of money in county's financial stabilization fund.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. On page 1, after the enacted clause, by striking out the remainder of the bill and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 12 to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes the cap on the amount of money that may be held in the county's financial stabilization fund. The bill also expressly allows a county commission to invest monies in state investments. There is a discrepancy with the language of the bill and code section cited by the bill. The bill states that the investments can be made in either the Board of Treasury Investments or the Investment Management Board. However, a code section cited allows only for the investments in the Investment Management Board. This strike and insert amendment was prepared to correct the problem. The amendment also includes a proviso requiring the counties consider tax reduction measures if the amount of the money is in excess of 50% of the most receipts general fund budget. The tax reduction is not required, only consideration of the tax reduction is required. I urge passage.
You've heard the amendment explained. The question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 603, Solid Waste Management Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 712, reducing minimum age for state police cadet.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Kump moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 7, line 8, after the word age, by striking the words nor more than 39 years of age.
Question now is on the amendment just read by the clerk. Chair recognizes the sponsor, Gentleman from 94th, Delegate Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a simple bill. The original bill is the same one that was introduced in the House. We're looking at it actually again. And the bill as written, the law as written, says that applicants must be of a sound constitution and good moral character and required to pass any mental and physical examination and any other requirement. What this amendment does is take out the age limit, which says no more than 39 years of age. That's what that did. The House bill was considered in the Judiciary Committee. We had a good discussion on it, and that age requirement was taken out by a vote of 10 to 5. However, the Judiciary Committee version was parked, and full disclosure, state police are not happy with this, even though we reduced the eliminated the age requirement on deputy sheriffs and others. So I would urge a favorable vote on this amendment.
You've heard the amendment explained. The question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everybody. With all due respect to my good friend, we did have this discussion upstairs. We talked in depth about it, and I can tell you that what he said, that the state police were not happy with removing the cap, is absolutely the truth. And I'm going to just kind of tell you why. And I agree with the gentleman. Age discrimination is not a good thing. However, I believe the courts have upheld certain professions where age discrimination wouldn't apply. And so let me say this. If a state trooper were to graduate from the police academy at, let's say, the age 45, he or she would be a boot troop in the field. They would be expected to do what a 20 or a 23-year-old person would be expected to do. Not only would they be expected to do it then, they would be expected to do it for several more years. So I think we should think long and hard about removing the upper cap on this. I think we should respect the will and the wishes of our state police and keep that cap in place. I believe the gentleman from the 10th also talked today at some point about retirement issues that could play into this as well. So we have to think this through. And again, with all due respect to my good friend, I just must simply disagree with his premise and ask you to reject his amendment.
Is there other debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman from the 100th, right now.
I would rise in support of the amendment, and there are several different reasons. One, 39 is the age, and one of the things that was articulated by the state police is they're looking a lot of times for military members who retire and they believe still are able to do the types of activities a state police officer would be required to do. We have a lot of young men and women who go into our armed forces after the age of 19. Many of them are 20, 21, 22, and they they retire out of the military, and they still have that ability to continue to serve. And I don't think that we really need to have an age cap, because our state police, as they testified to in the committee, have the discretion of determining whether or not that individual is going to be able to conduct the types of activities that a state police officer is expected to do. So with that discretion, they would still have the means to accept or reject applicants, and I think that we should look to them to use that discretion rather than an arbitrary age limit. And 39 is arbitrary. I mean, it's based potentially on the amount of time that you would have left to retire in the state police. But I would bring up another issue. I have a state police officer in my district, and he lives in a house that's about the size of this wing. His wife is independently wealthy. He's a state police officer because he wants to be a state police officer. He's not necessarily looking forward, and I haven't had a long discussion about his retirement plans, but I don't think his retirement plans are focused on a state police officer's pension. He enjoys the job. He wants to do that. He wants to serve. So, and I think we should allow those individuals who may want to serve, who have some ability to serve left in their lives, to give them the opportunity to serve, not as some kind of a reward, but really as a service to our own communities. So we have a significant deficit in terms of our law enforcement resources at this time. We don't have a lot of them. In my county, we've got 3, and we're going down fast. So we need to get as many people in there, and I think foreclosing potential applicants based upon age is probably not our best option. So I would recommend yes on the amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 12th, Chris.
The gentleman from the 8th brought up about their pension. Now, to be able to be in the state police, and some of you that are in law enforcement and have worked with law enforcement, there are a couple things you need to understand about state police. First of all, you have to have 20 years of vested interest, 20 years to be fully funded. Second of all, they do not participate in Social Security from the federal government. So they do not participate, nor does their employer. So all of their retirement comes from the state police pension programs. And I think there are 3 programs at this point that are in existence. Two. I'm looking at the pension chairman. For gentlemen that are going to be in their 50s, you're asking them to work to my age, at almost 70. Yeah, I heard that. I've been around here a long time. I think it's well intended to try to get some people. That's why the superintendent asked to lower the age. At one point during his career, as he came up through we did have cadets at 18 years old. And we had them going through the process and going through the academy. But when you get to, just from the number standpoint, not about their agility, not about their ability to do the job, but from the sheer point of the money situation, when you get above 40, you're asking that gentleman to work till he's 60 as a state trooper. And as it indicated earlier, we're talking about people out in the field. Now, I can tell you stories about my friends from Parkersburg, and one night he stopped a car, and he approached the car, and he could see in the back seat, even though the windows were darkened, and he could tell that there was a gun on him. The guy was a transporter. He simply went up to the car, got a license, driver's license, got his information, gave him a ticket, and walked away and wiped his brow. I think the gentleman from the 69th can understand what I'm talking about. He was, thank goodness, because his backup was home in bed. Okay? The gentleman from the 8th, in his experiences, the gentleman from the 86 nodded and he said, I'm sure you gentlemen have, in your lifetime, have been in these kind of situations. To be out on the road at your ages now is a tough situation. So I understand the 18, I understand going through the process and the rigors of going through this academy. It's pretty good because we have a lot of guys that would go through this academy and end up going to work for the federal government immediately because they'll come and snatch them. And we've had that problem over the years because our academy is that good. And I'm trying to recruit kids. I have my brother's daughter's boyfriend is going through the Ohio State Police Academy right now. And he's got about another month or so to be done. And he's 18 years old. And so he's going to make a career of being a Ohio State trooper, highway patrol. And he's going to make a good one, and he's going to be able to have a career, and if he survives, he'll have a great pension. But I think when you raise the age to a certain level, the numbers don't work for him to be able to collect his pension. And in his working time period, he's going to lose out on his Social Security if he goes to work for the state police. So that's something to food for thought. So I urge you to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 40th, Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, 39 is pretty young when you're my age. But I can tell you, we're not dropping this age down to 18 because we just want to be generous. We're dropping it down because we don't have enough recruits going into these academies to fill them up. We're short police officers. By holding this age at 39, we're limiting ourselves to the biggest pool of good prospective police officers we could ever find, and that is military retirees. We are missing out because those fellows are retiring at age 43, 44 with 26, 27 years service in the military, and they're unable to apply to be a West Virginia state trooper. But guess where they can apply? They can go to South Carolina. Down there, the minimum age is whatever age, or the maximum age, whatever age you fail to qualify physically. My son has been, he's not now, but he has been a South Carolina state trooper, and the last recruit he trained out on the road was 52 years old, fresh out of the South Carolina State Police Academy. The man was a 30-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force, and then he became a South Carolina state trooper, and I believe he's still on the job, and I would guess he's about 66 or 67 years old. Physically, I'm sure he's fit. But he's been able to serve in that capacity all these years, and we're missing a great pool of prospective officers by holding this at 39. And I understand the Social Security thing, but if that were true, we couldn't get a job on the railroad if that were necessarily fixed in stone, because they don't pay into Social Security either. So I support the gentleman's amendment back there, because I think if we want to get these retired military folks to come to West Virginia, and I think we do, I've heard the governor say that on more than one occasion, this is one way of doing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 88th, out of Hillenbrand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am in favor of this bill and the amendment. I thought about it when I retired out of the Navy, that from the Navy's perspective, you know, you're all done. But I was a pretty young man at the time. I looked at Maryland based on delegates' thoughts there in South Carolina. They allow you to get hired onto the state police up to age 59. I think there are people in this world, many of them probably right here in this chamber, that are doing a job not because they're seeking a retirement benefit. I think there's a way forward where we could hire from that pool without worrying about retirement. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from the 37th, like Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if this adds to the argument or detracts from it, but when we're talking about elderly gentlemen entering the workforce, retirement certainly is an issue. But the retirement costs also include other insurance benefits like disability. And certainly the prevalence to become disabled when you're working as a state trooper in the field are much greater if you're older than they are if you're younger. Currently, and fortunately my friend here next to me kept the little pension cheat sheet here, members of the state police contribute 13% of their salary to their retirement plan. That includes those insurance benefits. The state contributes 34% of their salary to those pension benefits. There's not much question to me that there will be additional cost to the pension program should in fact we elevate that age limit. Now, I'm not an actuary, so I certainly can't tell you how much. But when there's additional cost passed on, that is a cost that is paid by each of the troopers in their contribution to the system, as well as a contribution from each of the states. Raising that age cap won't come free. Now, that pension program is not in bad shape. It's currently funded at about 84%. However, I would imagine that in order to maintain that and to get it on the fast track to 100%, which we're trying to do with all of our pension programs, will come with a cost. What that cost is, I have no idea, and people much more educated with me than I am will be able to answer that. But there is a cost to raising that cap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the amendment? If not, Chair will recognize the sponsor, Gentleman from the 94th, to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the members that regardless whether this amendment is passed or not, state police still have the obligation of all applicants passing mental and physical examinations. However, without this amendment being passed, even if they want to hire somebody 40 or older, they can't because the statute says they can't. And regarding the pension that state troopers get is the only one they get, that's not necessarily true. I remember my late dad worked for the Social Security Administration, and at that time they also did not have any Social Security coverage at all. They had their own program with the federal government. And in his case, and many others, when they don't have the Social Security coverage, they had quarters of eligibility that they had previous to their hiring and after their hiring. So almost every Social Security employee that retired that my dad knew also had Social Security because they picked up those benefits from alternative employment prior to and after their employment. Essentially, this age limit is capricious and arbitrary, and it actually limits the state police hiring. Without this age limit, they would have a greater pool of applicants, but they still would have plenty of latitude as to who they hired and didn't hire. They certainly would need to be physically able, and quite frankly, I know 60-year-olds and I know a few 70-year-olds, I'm not one of them, that could well do the job as far as the physical requirements. So I would urge your vote, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? Roll call votes demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 35 yeas, 55 nays, 10 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4010 relating to providing notification of utility service disruption to its customers.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4258 to require railroad companies to provide alternative entry and exit ways.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4305 relating to granting in-state resident status to economic development participants.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4313 creating the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4408 to allow the development of a specialized intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Summers moves to amend the bill on page 3, line 61 by striking the words notwithstanding any provisions of 16-2D-9 of this code to the contrary.
Questions now on the amendment just read by the clerk. Chair recognizes the sponsor, lady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clerk read the amendment. I just wanted to clarify the reasoning for that. That notwithstanding language refers to the moratorium section, and by referring to this, it gives the appearance that we're trying to add beds in this section, and we're not. So I urge adoption.
Question again is on the amendment read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4591 give a 10-day right to appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeals a Secretary of State decision to not certify a candidacy.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4709 relating to vocational and technical education programs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4721 requires surveyors to offer to record surveys of property.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4722 create a credit against the severance tax to encourage private companies to make infrastructure improvements to highways, roads, and bridges in this state.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4734 to provide a pay increase to state correctional workers in West Virginia.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4784 establish setback from residential properties for new windmills being constructed throughout the state.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 11E, line 12, immediately following the word "and" by striking established as a permanent structure that has a permanent foundation or footing and inserting in lieu thereof, which has.
Questions on the amendment read by the clerk. Chair recognizes the sponsor, the gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This bill is about setbacks from wind turbines, and they're sometimes over 600 feet, 700 feet tall. And the way the bill works is it has to be 1.5 times the height of the turbine away from a neighboring residence, and 1.1 times the height away from an adjacent property line. And the way it defined residence, that it included human habitation, intended for human habitation, a single or multifamily dwelling, and it stated, and established as a permanent structure that has a permanent foundation or footing. And I'm taking that language out so that it would read multifamily or single-family dwelling intended for human habitation and has water service and a sanitary sewer or septic service. The reason being is so that we capture the many people that live in mobile homes, single-wide mobile homes or double-wide mobile homes. Those come with a vehicle identification number, their taxes, personal property. They are mobile, and they don't have normally, unless someone builds a permanent foundation under them, they don't have that permanent foundation. So I just wanted to make sure that those people are protected on the setback regulations as well. I urge adoption.
The question again is on the amendment read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4812, capping amount of monies to third-party vendors who collect business and occupation taxes on behalf of cities.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4822, creating the Certified Sites and Development Readiness Program.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4883, relating to increasing annual salaries of certain employees of the state.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Pushkin and E. Pritt move to amend the bill on page 10, following section 2 on line 53 by inserting the following.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment? Are there objections? No objections are heard, and the gentleman from the 54th is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment seeks to do is address an issue that I'm sure many of us have received countless emails and phone calls about, and that's when this body passed and the Senate passed and became law, the Third Grade Success Act, which I'm sure we all supported, we would all vote for it again. But it created an unintended consequence of creating an incentive for the aides in the special education classrooms to leave those classrooms and go through early development classrooms, the K through 3 classrooms. So this amendment, which is taken from a bill that was actually had all Republican sponsors on it, and I believe passed the Education Committee unanimously, it would make sure that all of the aides in the special education classrooms are paid at least the same grade as those in early childhood classrooms, and along with a 5% raise for the special ed aides, so we're able to get folks working back in those classrooms where they are needed the most. And also with a 10% pay increase for special education teachers, which is one of the toughest jobs in our schools. I hope we can get it's a bipartisan amendment. I hope we can get bipartisan support for it, and I urge adoption and reserve the right to close.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Gentleman from the 12th Delegate, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you from the gentleman. Appreciate what you're trying to do. As you understand, we already have a pay differential for special ed teachers in the program. My daughter happens to be a special ed teacher, and because of the ability to draw special ed teachers into that field, it's difficult. So there is a pay differential currently. They continue to draw and enjoy the 5% pay raise that we gave in this body last year, and we're attempting to do another 5% raise this year based on the budget that the governor has given us on the dollars available to us. So when you start looking at increasing beyond the governor's suggestions in pay raises, then we have to account for those dollars on the other side. We're not sure if, based upon the dollars that he's given us, that we're going to be able to do that. So I urge to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Doug Pritt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair of Finance. I appreciate your comments. Yeah, like some things are expensive, and they're expensive for a reason, because they're worth paying for. We have a really bad situation in West Virginia. When we passed the Third Grade Success Act, which was a great piece of legislation, it did what we needed it to do. It provided supports for kids K through 3 that absolutely needed it, but we created another problem by doing that. We siphoned aides from special ed classrooms into these new positions that we created because it was a position, equal pay, less work. All of us would make that choice, right? But these children that we're talking about in these special education classrooms are literally the most vulnerable people in our society. These are kids with severe autism. These are kids with learning intellectual disabilities. These are kids who will be under the care of a guardian or a parent for the rest of their lives in many instances. And recruiting teachers to fill these positions has been incredibly difficult. The pay raises that we have provided up to this point have not been sufficient, obviously, because we still have a huge amount of vacancies. In Fayette County alone, we have 2 autism rooms that have not had a qualified teacher for 3 years. No long-term sub will take the job because it's too hard. No day-to-day sub will take the job because it's too hard. They literally have other school personnel filling in and day out, rotating in and out of that room. And I don't know if you all have experienced or been around or know a child or an individual that has severe profound autism, but a change in their environment of the person in their classroom on a day-to-day basis is the worst thing that can happen to these children. The absolute worst thing. This is the last chance that we have to provide a raise. It's kind of now or never. That's why we've done this. I would really appreciate your consideration because it's for the most vulnerable members of our society. We're trying to recruit and attract talented, qualified people who have a calling for this job. It takes a true calling to be a special education teacher in a self-contained classroom. I don't have the patience. There's no way. We have to attract qualified people who have a calling for this job. So I'm asking for your support. We always seem to find the money when it's something else, okay? It always seems to happen. And so I'm just asking that we do that now because there's probably a few things that we'll talk about for the rest of the year that are as important as this. It's for the most vulnerable people. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 45th, Doug Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my friend from the 50th yield?
Absolutely.
I do not know, I apologize for not knowing this, can a regular teacher work as a special education teacher, or do you have to have a certificate just for a special education teacher?
Okay, so it depends on how you're going to be filling that job. If you're going to get a contract for the job, you have to have certification. If you're going to be a long-term substitute, they really truly can just put anyone in there that has a bachelor's degree that has a long-term substitute teaching permit. So, and right now, those are mainly the people that are filling these positions, not truly qualified, gone to a 4-year university special ed teachers.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 86th, Doug Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request Rule 49 as my bride is an aide in a self-contained room.
Yes, sir. Under the set of facts as relayed to the chair by the gentleman from the 86th, Doug Ward, it would be the ruling at the chair that the gentleman belongs to a class of greater than 5 individuals and is therefore eligible to vote. Is there other debate on the question? The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Gentleman from the 54th, they'll get pushed into closed debate on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand, the concerns and the points made by our Chairman of Finance. The pay raise last year was just barely enough to offset the PEIA premium increases, and those are ongoing. They're going to continue to increase in coming years. I believe the pay raise this year will be enough to offset that. But when we're making budgets and setting priorities, it's important to look at areas of crisis. And these classrooms are in an area of crisis right now. There is a crisis level shortage of special education teachers and aides. And I'm sure most of the folks in here who work in public education, I don't, but I've listened to people who do, and those of you who in here who do know that what I'm telling you is true. That is the area of public education right now that deserves our attention. That is where the house is on fire. And it's up to us to help put it out, help alleviate this. This is the bill before us. I would have hoped that the standalone bill that was passed unanimously, had all Republican sponsors on it, passed education unanimously. I'd hope that we would have had time for the Finance Committee to take it up. Crossover day is tomorrow. This is our chance to put out the fire and help attract aides and qualified special education teachers back into the classroom where they are needed the most. So I would urge adoption of this amendment, and I'm going to ask for the yeas and nays.
Debate on the amendment has been closed. Roll call vote on the amendment is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 32 ayes, 54 nays, 14 members absent, less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Clerk will report the next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4919 relating to the Promise Scholarship.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. For what purpose of adjournment on the 27th? Like a Griffith seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be added, if there's room, on House Bill 4919 as a sponsor.
Is space available on the bill? Are there objections to the gentleman being added to the bill? No objections are heard, and the gentleman will be so added as a sponsor on House Bill 4919. For what purposes, Lady in the 31st, Delegate Mazzocchi, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would love to be added to House Bill 4258.
To what?
4258.
Is there space available on the bill? There is space available on the bill. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Lady will be so added. Gentleman, the 22nd, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same request in regards to House Bill 4919.
Space available on the bill. Are there objections? Gentleman will be so added. Lady in the 70th, Delegate Petito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to be added to three bills. 4734, 4975, and 5609.
Are there objections to the lady's name being added to all three bills? No objections are heard. Lady's name will be so added. Gentleman from the 9th, what purpose of gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be added to House Bill 5639 as a sponsor, and there is room on the bill.
5639?
Yes, sir.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman will be so added. Gentleman from the 95th, Delegate Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to be added to, as a co-sponsor to House Bill 4313.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman will be so added. Are there amendments on the committee substitute for House Bill 4919? If not, that bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4945 relating generally to the Hope Scholarship Program.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Hornbuckle moves to amend the bill on page 4, section 2, line 35, following the words "or micro school" by inserting the words "located in this state."
You've heard the amendment as read by the clerk. Question now is, shall the amendment be adopted? Chair recognizes the sponsor, Gentleman 25th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what my amendment does here, it's very simple and fiscally responsible in nature. It's just going to add the words "located in this state" after the words "micro school." So all it's going to do is make sure that our dollars stay in the state for our private schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman 98, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of the Hope Scholarship, the money follows the student, not the institution. If a student in a border county has a private school just across the state line, and it's their only option, then we should not deny the student that choice. Again, we want to fund students, not institutions. I would remind the sponsor of this amendment that providers have to register with the Treasurer's Office, so it's not like we don't know where this money is going. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to support free markets and support student-centered education. Reject the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman 38, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support my colleague's contention also. We had this type of amendment in the committee and it was voted down by the committee. Again, the Hope Scholarship money is approved for the student to use for their education. It has to be an approved vendor by the Treasurer's Office. We found that only 0.5% of any money was used out of state across the border. I should remind everyone that the Department of Education contracts with many vendors out of state for services for the students of this state. So this is really a minimal thing and it shouldn't even happen. So I would urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, Chair recognize the sponsor, Gentleman 25th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I'm going to briefly tell you why we need this, what it does not do, and what it does do. First, the reason that we need this is that after the first year implementation of the Hope Scholarship, we had over $311,000 leave our state. Leave our state. To some of you all, that might seem like an insignificant number, but I would also tell you that some of the schools in your home districts, they need that money to survive. The private schools and the micro schools. Fast forward the next year to the good work of the West Virginia legislature, the enrollment of the Hope Scholarship tripled. We do not yet have data for that. But if we're doing simple math, one can now say that the price tag is above $1 million that has left our state. So I want to talk about what it does not do. The chairman of education talked about this amendment being around education, and it is different. It is different because we listened, and the first amendment in the Education Committee, it was going to loop in those vendors and potentially virtual schools. So after looking at what a virtual school consists of, we wanted to make sure that we protected that. So with my amendment, all virtual schools who are registered in West Virginia, it would not touch them. It would not touch any software or technology program that is outside of our state. This simply sticks to brick and mortar schools. This is not going to change eligibility for any Hope Scholarship student. This is not going to decrease the benefit that they are getting as a Hope Scholarship student. I want you to be very aware what this amendment does not do. That's important because I also saw an erroneous email that was floated around here, much like the one earlier today. I want to tell you what it does do, though. It is going to provide money to our private schools, to our micro schools, by keeping our taxpayer dollars in this state. It's going to provide more money to Mercer Christian. It's going to provide more money to Covenant in Huntington, more money to Heritage Christian Prep in Logan, more money to Buchanan Christian Academy in Upshur, more money to Charleston Montessori School, more money to Mountain View Christian in Fayette, more money to Parkersburg Christian, more money to Laurel Academy in Preston. That's what this amendment is going to do. What it also is going to do is going to make sure that your neighbors and my neighbors and everybody in the state, that their taxpayer dollars do not go to pay out of school. The other gentleman from the 98th said that we don't know where this money's going. Well, we do know where it's going. This money has gone to, let's see here, St. Maria Goretti High School in Maryland. It's gone to Mountain View Christian Academy in Virginia. It's gone to Keystone Christian Academy in Virginia. It's gone to Millard Academy in Kentucky, and a list of others. Again, the amendment is simple. It does not change anything about the Hope Scholarship, rather than just keep all of our constituents' West Virginia taxpayer dollars in our state. None of us came up here to figure out a funding formula for out-of-state schools. Not a one of us. Whether public, public charter, private, parochial, micro, or pod. We are concerned with West Virginia schools, whether they be public, public charter, private, micro, parochial. And so this amendment, all it does is just seeks to keep West Virginia dollars within West Virginia. Thank you.
Debate on the amendment's now been closed. Question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adopt, roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 17 ayes, 70 nays, 13 members absent, less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that motion, that amendment lost. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4956, creating the Oral Health and Cancer Rights Act.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Summers moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Summers 2-26, number 3.
Are there objections to me recognized? Are the chair recognizing the sponsor to explain the amendment? No objections are heard. Lady from the 73rd to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds a report 1 year following implementation of this program from PEIA and Medicaid so that we can be fiscally responsible and monitor the costs. I urge adoption.
Questions on the amendment just explained by the sponsor. Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4975, relating to establishing a foster parent information system.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Burkhammer moves to amend the bill.
Are there objections to allowing the sponsor to explain the amendment? No objections are heard. Gentleman of the 64th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a really simple amendment. Or I shouldn't say every place, but in 2 places it references foster parents. We're going to add kinship parents. This was the intent of the bill and the process all along. No fiscal impact on the technology. Many of our kids are in kinship care. This just ensures that they have the ability to use this software. I urge adoption.
The question now is, shall the amendment just explained by the sponsor be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill, Committee substitute for House Bill 5077, establishing residency requirements for candidates seeking nomination and election to United States Congress.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5137, relating to requiring the state auditor to conduct audits of all county boards of education.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Hornby moves to amend the bill on page 1 following the enacting clause by striking the remainder of the bill and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Are there objections to allowing the sponsor to explain the amendment? No objections are heard. Chair recognizes the gentleman on 93rd to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting the auditor's office, the auditor felt they couldn't complete all 55 counties in 1 year. So we have given them 6 years to complete all 55. And effective July 1, all county boards of education must utilize the local government purchasing card program. That's the amendment.
Questions on the amendment explained by the sponsor. Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5188 relating to awards and benefits for duty-related disability in the municipal police officers and firefighters retirement system.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 5192 relating to requiring the Board of Pharmacy to promulgate rules.
Bill will be, are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 5194 requiring purchases of certain commodities and services from state use program partners.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 5A-3-10, line 39, after the word committee by striking out the word on and inserting in lieu thereof the word for.
Question is on the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill?
Delegate Statler moves to amend the bill on page 3, section 10, after line 54 by inserting a new subsection to read as follows. H, the amendments to this section amended during the 2024 session shall apply to all applicable purchases made on or after July 1st, 2025.
Questions on the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman to the 20th, Doug Foster.
This question is sponsored.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so all purchase after July 25, was it, what you said, what was the time
July
frame?
1st, 2025.
And my question on that is, that wouldn't just apply to the changes in the bill, that would apply to all the purchases that were covered under this whole section, correct?
That would just apply to the purchases that this covers, which is basically the sheltered workshops, the work that they do across the state.
And that's where my question applies, is the amendments to this section amended during 2024 section shall apply to all applicable purchases made on or after July 1st. It seems like that would apply to everything in the section. Is that not how you read it?
I don't agree. That'd just be the applicable purchases. In this particular instance, the duties and the jobs that these sheltered workshops does for the state and has done for 40 years.
All right, thank you.
Is there other debate on the amendment? Is there other debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 5213 to allow Gold Star spouses to receive one free Gold Star vehicle registration for personal use.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5241 requiring the West Virginia Office of the Insurance Commissioner to audit certain PEIA claims.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 5245, supplementing, amending, and increasing existing items of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation Division of Highways.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5289 to allow for the implementation of educational software in West Virginia public schools.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5297 relating to prohibiting pubertal modulation and hormonal therapy when provided to assist in a gender transition.
Gentleman 96th. Are there amendments?
Delegate Pushkin moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Pushkin number 2.
Does the sponsor wish to explain the amendment? Are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we are taking up the Second Amendment first, correct? Okay, with this amendment, well, first I'll explain what the, where we are with the bill. I believe it was last year, House Bill 2007, that was passed and enacted into law, was addressing the issue of treatment for gender dysphoria for minors. And when the bill got to the Senate, they added some very, very narrow exceptions. 2 doctors signing off only in cases of severe gender dysphoria or these exceptions granted. What the bill here does, not the amendment, what the bill does, it removes those narrow exceptions that were added by the Senate in a Senate amendment last year, and it's just a complete ban. What this amendment would do would be sort of a grandfather clause, if you will, that patients who are receiving the therapy wouldn't be kicked out of the therapy, wouldn't be taken off their treatment. So that's the amendment.
You've heard the amendment. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Lady in the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Is there an amendment pending? General right to amend. Amendment's pending and general right to amend.
Yeah, Gentleman 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third with the general right to amend and amendments pending.
Okay, are there objections to advancing the bill and that with the general right to amend? Okay, no objections are heard. We'll advance the bill with the amendments pending and the general right to amend. Bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 5305 relating to impaired driving not eligible for deferred adjudication.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5331 relating to boating safety education certificate.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5338 relating to safe harbor for cybersecurity programs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5340 relating to requiring insurance coverage for a non-opioid drug for the treatment of pain for patients with substance use disorder.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Summers moves to amend the bill on page 2, line 1, by inserting A, and on page 2, line 4, by inserting a new subsection B to read as follows. B, 1 year following implementation, the Public Employees Insurance Agency and the Bureau of Medical Services shall report to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance the cost of this change.
Questions on the amendment just read by the clerk. Chair recognizes the sponsor, Lady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as the other bill, just to receive a report 1 year after implementation so we can monitor the cost for PEIA and Medicaid that we in the state pay.
Is there other debate on the amendment? Is there other debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. The clerk will please report the next amendment.
Delegate Pushkin moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 10, line 4, by striking out the words, "to a patient who has been diagnosed with substance use disorder."
Questions on the amendment just read by the clerk. Chair recognizes the sponsor, Gentleman of 54th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if at first you don't succeed, keep trying. This amendment is, first of all, it was stated earlier when we were discussing an amendment earlier this morning, we could look past the name at the top of the amendment, look past the letter after the name at the top of the amendment, and just think about what the amendment actually does. I don't think anybody would deny that West Virginia has been the epicenter for an opioid crisis, a drug crisis that has ravaged the state, cost us untold millions in dollars, and more importantly, thousands and thousands of lives. This is a good bill. It's about a product, and different companies make the product. I can't even tell you the names of the companies that make it. So it's not about one company in particular. Several companies make this product. It's a non-opioid painkiller. But how the language is now, it would only be paid for, it would only be covered if, I got the wrong part of the bill here, if the patient was diagnosed with substance use disorder. The point of the amendment is to prevent the patient from developing a substance use disorder. To allow for the coverage before they get hooked. That's the point of the amendment. This should have bipartisan support. I know they're going to get up and talk about we can't afford it. We can't afford not to do it. This is an amendment that's going to save us money in the long run because it's going to prevent thousands of patients from getting hooked before they get started. So I reserve the right to close.
The question is on the amendment read by the clerk and explained by the sponsor, Lady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge rejection, not because I don't care about new people developing substance use disorder, but because only a few of these drugs have been approved by the FDA. This is a new therapy that's come on the market. These pills are going to cost about, we were told, around $30 a day, and hydrocodone's 15 cents, and that's why they tend to prescribe that due to cost. But in 2018, we passed the Opioid Reduction Act, where you are only allowed to prescribe 3 days for acute pain of opioids. So I am concerned if we put in every other diagnosis that we're not going to get this through the Senate. It's going to be too costly. I urge that we reject it.
Gentleman of 66, Delegate Nestor.
Yes, would the gentlelady from the 86 yield for some questions, please? We're talking about hydrocodone. I just heard that word come out of, you suggest that word. We're not even talking about, that's an opioid painkiller, correct?
It is, and that's why some people will tend to prescribe an opioid because it's cheap. It's like 15 cents a pill. That's why that gets prescribed. And so we're offering another alternative here with the non-opioid, the sodium channel medication, as a new therapy to try to introduce that in our state and get coverage for that. So we're going to start with substance use disorder so that those people are not given opioids if they don't have to. They have an alternative that they can be given.
Right. So this bill, as it's currently situated, would mean that Medicaid and PIA would have to compensate patients and pay for non-opioid painkillers in the event of an injury or a condition where they had pain. Is that correct?
This is on only if diagnosed with substance use disorder and they need an alternative type medication.
Okay, so the person needs what would otherwise be a painkiller that is an opioid painkiller in nature, but because they are an addict, we're providing coverage for them to have what is a more expensive but non-opioid based medicine. Is that right?
I think that is correct.
Okay, I understand. And just last question. Can you give me a brand name or a trade name for a non-opioid painkiller so that I'm familiar with whatever this substance is we're speaking about? A couple examples, or one at least, please.
I don't have it with me today, but I'll make sure I have it tomorrow when we talk about the bill.
All right. Thank you for yielding.
The Vice Chair just told me Exparil.
Exparil? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you gentlemen from the 86. I'm in support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the 54th District, Delegate Pushkin, to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really a simple policy question. Do we only want to allow this coverage for patients who have either been diagnosed with substance use disorder or gone in and told the doctor that they suffer from addiction, or do we want to prevent those from getting hooked in the first place and giving this option of a non-addictive, non-opioid painkiller to all patients experiencing pain? Now, I know that during the next couple of weeks we're going to hear a lot about what we can and can't afford. I'll say a lot of people can tell you the cost of everything but the value of nothing. I think we need to place value on the lives of West Virginians, prevent the harm before it happens. We talk a lot about that. We often hear about we got to address the opioid problem from an enforcement standpoint. I agree with that. We have to address it from a treatment standpoint. I agree with that. We always hear about prevention, but what do we actually do about prevention? This is a prevention amendment, allowing options not just for those who have substance use disorder, but for any patients experiencing pain, hopefully keep them from getting hooked in the first place. And about the argument about whether the Senate will take it up, I would tell you that we passed several bills already the Senate's not going to touch. And we all voted for them. So this said, ignore the name up there. They spelled it right today, though. That's good. Ignore the name, ignore the party, ignore the letter after the name. This is about prevention. It's about saving lives, and it's about saving money as well. You could say it's going to cost more in regards to PEI and Medicaid. How much does it cost to house people in our regional jails every day? How much does it cost to looking for placement for foster care because of our over 6,000 children in foster care because of the drug crisis in the state? How much does the cost and the crime rates that we've seen in this state because of the drug crisis cost? And more importantly, the untold cost of lives in this state that we've lost. It's simply about preventing the problem before it happens. Please adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of the amendment, roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Those members in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the ayes are 16, the nays are 70, 14 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members having voted in the negative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5344 relating to testimony of cognitively delayed persons in open court and criminal penalties for assault of cognitively delayed persons.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5349, West Virginia Truth in Food Labeling Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5358, creating an ombudsman program within the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to review complaints against a state agency or correctional facility.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5373, relating to changing political parties less than 60 days prior to filing for office.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Foster moves to amend the bill on page 1 by striking everything after the enacting clause and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Delegate Foster asks unanimous consent to explain his amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Foster, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on this bill, what happened in Judiciary Committee is the original bill came to us with 60-day time frame of being of the party before you were appointed. In Judiciary Committee, that was amended up to 1 year. Well, it looked like this bill was originally based on the code for county commissioners and clerks of the county commission, which is Chapter 3, Article 10, Section 7, which already had the 60-day time frame in it. And since we amended it up to 1 year, with this strike and insert amendment, the only change I'm making is bringing in Section 7 and amending that up to 1 year, and bringing in Section 6, which is vacancy in the circuit clerk, and raising that up to having that set at 1 year as well. And also there was an amendment made by the gentleman from the 76th, I'm sorry, that I also included in this amendment in the strike and insert, and was included in these new sections as well.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would concur in the gentleman's amendment. It basically is cleaning up in a more comprehensive way other code sections and making it all consistent, so I would urge adoption.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5379 relating to financial assistance available for a prescription drug.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5405 providing additional professional development and support to West Virginia educators through teacher and leader induction and professional growth.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5432 to move the essential functions of the Information Services and Communications Division into the Office of Technology.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
House Bill 5437 relating to time limits imposed on the Division of Highways to grant a highway entrance permit.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Linville moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 6, line 21.
Delegate Linville asks unanimous consent to explain his amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Linville, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment simply clarifies that the process laid out in the bill, which we'll discuss tomorrow, only applies to commercial, industrial, utility, or residential development or other businesses, as opposed to permits for a driveway, as for instance, which go through a different process. Therefore, I would urge adoption.
Question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there a debate on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5510, clarify law regarding the crime of witness tampering.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5514, enhancing training requirements for county boards of education members.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
House Bill 5551, relating to continuing education concerning domestic violence.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5583, relating to movement of oversized vehicles on roadways.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Linville moves to amend the bill on line 99 immediately following the word lanes.
Delegate Linville asks unanimous consent to explain his amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from The 22nd, Delegate Linville, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Tony moves to amend the bill. On page 5, section 11.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Tony, asks unanimous consent to explain his amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Tony, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment utilizes language from Section B1 that was created to benefit Toyota. The model language utilizes and the permit works and are issued regularly when requested upon safety, traffic, routing, and other transportation issues as addressed. Since the Toyota subsection became law, several other companies have utilized the subsection for their benefit, Procter & Gamble and Amazon. This amendment will open this type to allow for any loads that meet the definition, a vehicle or combination of vehicles or a size of vehicles or non-divisible load exceeded the modification of the specification of this chapter. This amendment will also open up transportation at night and during holidays, weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, with the Commissioner retaining authority to route safety and traffic issues, such as if you're using I-79 when there's if you've asked for a permit and you're having WVU basketball game or football, the Commissioner cannot and tell you to go to a different day because there's a lot of traffic on that day. So he has that authority to do it. Currently, night travel is not permitted, or oversized loads are not reflected on the special permits currently listed. Also, currently there is no entrance onto the turnpike after 8 p.m. from June the 1st through August 31st for oversized loads. Additionally, the West Virginia Turnpike currently only allows travel of oversized loads from sunset to sunrise on Monday through Fridays. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there a debate on the amendment? The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment, which is why I withdrew mine. In committee, we had removed a reference that was in the committee substitute by request of the Division of Highways. The gentleman's amendment seeks to both preserve the intent of the committee and the work that we did, and represents solving the problem that is ultimately at issue in the bill, and was worked upon with the Division of Highways. And I have communication from the Secretary stating that they are in support of the amendment. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I would urge adoption.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not, the bill will be engrossed to advance the third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 5594, exempting West Virginia University and Marshall University from contracts, agreements, or memorandums of understanding with spending units in state government with exceptions.
Are there amendments? Not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5595 relating to shortened procedure for road condition claims.
Are there amendments? Not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5604 relating to procurement by state spending units.
Are there amendments? Not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5609 relating to confidentiality of child care records and the foster care ombudsman.
Are there amendments? Not, the bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5617 authorizing the Public Service Commission to promulgate rules for maintenance, flushing, flow testing, and marking of fire hydrants owned by water utilities.
Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third with the general right to amend.
Gentleman from 96 asks unanimous consent to advance the bill to third with the general right to amend. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill be advanced to third with the general right to amend. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5623 relating to absentee voting.
Are there amendments? Not, the bill be advanced.
House Bill 5632 relating generally to West Virginia Real Estate License Act.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Worrell moves to amend the bill. On page 4, section 17.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Worrell asks unanimous consent to explain his amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 23rd Delegate World to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment fixes a reciprocity issue. In the bill last year, there were unintended consequences for licensees who lived on border areas with dual licenses. So this amendment I'm offering fixes the language. The language in the current bill as it is goes too far in one direction. The language from last year went too far in the other direction. So this language, with all parties considered, is a compromise, a middle ground that solves the problem. So I urge adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman from the 68th, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment strengthens and clarifies the bill, and I support it. Please vote yes.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be engrossed to advance to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 5639, Prompt Payment Act of 2024.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5668, creating the Responsible Gaming and Research Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5676, relating to changing the maximum amount a county clerk can charge to settle an estate and removing reference to fiduciary commissioner.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5685, relating to Medicaid cost containment.
Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third with the general right to amend and amendment pending.
Gentleman from the 96th asks unanimous consent to advance the bill to third reading with the general right to amend. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill will be advanced to third reading with the general right to amend. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 5698, relating to the Consumer Data Protection Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Senate Bill 240, increasing fees charged by sheriff.
Are there amendments? I'm sorry. The bill will be advanced. We'll find that out tomorrow.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 714, transferring duties and licensing from Board of Osteopathic Medicine to Board of Medicine.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 752, authorizing Department of Agriculture to complete certain land transfers.
The bill will be advanced. Leaves of absence. Introduction of guests. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 96th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment. Gentleman from the 5th Delegate Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Just would ask for unanimous consent that my remarks on Fluharty et al. 2-23 revised, amended, reformed be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The remarks will be added to the appendix of the journal. Further miscellaneous business? Gentleman from the 96th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, that the House adjourn until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules will meet tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m. in the Members' Lounge.
Are there announcements? Gentleman from the 8th Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on the Judiciary will not meet tomorrow, repeat, will not meet tomorrow in anticipation of a rather robust floor session. Lunch will be provided to the Judiciary Committee anyway, so that'll be available. And listen to the announcements tomorrow for a Thursday meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 22nd Delegate Lovell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of announcement, I've got some cousins that have been foster parents for quite some time, and I'd like to announce that The adoption was just handled today, and I'd like to welcome to the Linville family, though they've been a part of the family for quite some time, Jade and Asher Linville, and I think they're watching at home. If everybody'd make them feel welcome.
The gentlelady from the 19th, Delegate Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Workforce Development will not meet tomorrow, Wednesday, the 28th. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We stand adjourned.